Live and direct, ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome, welcome. We are back with day 2 of the Legacy Leadership Summit. I'm so excited because we are about to kick it off here on this live broadcast with somebody in just a couple minutes that I know everyone here is very excited about. One of the top thought leaders in the world with all things energy, personal development, law of attraction, and so much more. So before we bring her in about 2 or 3 minutes here, I just want to go around and I want to welcome Julie, who's also going to be joining us today as one of our co-moderators and co-hosts. And Michael, let's kick it off with you. How excited are you for day 2 of the 2023 Legacy Leadership Summit, please?
Yeah, it's going to be a great day today, and I want to welcome the whole team. Give yourselves just a round of applause for being here. And for those of you that showed up with us already, and I'm watching the comments, if you also want to let us know where you're calling in from, as we say, or where you're actually viewing this from, that would be fantastic. Mo, it's just great to be on today. It's great to have done this. The thing is that we're bringing this out for people to have education, knowledge, but action. It's truly about the things they can do in their business. It's things that drive their business forward. It's another amazing day with our amazing, really life educators. But it's that business side today and taking that mindset the right direction and really being able to be there. Mo, it's the best. It's going to be an amazing day. And wait till all day. And then the end, it's rock star time all day long.
And I want to ask Julie. Julie, you're going to be an important part of the day, and you're going to help co-moderate so many incredible panels, as well as facilitate interviews with speakers. How excited are you, Julie, for the impact that will be made today, please?
I am very excited. Anytime anybody offers an opportunity to grow as a person, to grow in their business, to show up as a leader, I want to be a part of that. I want to be a part of making this success ripple out and people feel confident in their own skin and who they are and what they're doing and improve their lives in any way possible.
Donna Campbell, how excited are you about day 2?
This is going to be phenomenal. I know yesterday we had the warm up, and then to end with all of our amazing speakers, which there were plenty there, taking lots of notes. I'm so excited for a lot of the speakers here today and to have Julianne with us. It's just going to be a rock star day with some of the people you have coming up for a lineup.
And last but not least, before we introduce our incredible first speaker, I want to go to the senior editor of the Los Angeles Tribune, thought leadership newspaper. Ava, how excited are you for day 2?
I am so excited, especially for our first speaker, who's also going to be in our newspaper that's coming up this summer. She's one of the contributors. And so I am very thrilled. We've got some powerful speakers today you wouldn't want to miss from every industry where they are leading. And so it's so insightful to just be able to glean from their leadership tips and strategies. I'm so excited.
With that being said, I want to thank Ava, Donna, and Michael. And I know Michael will be joining again in just a couple minutes. And so, Julie, when it comes to some of the top thought leaders in the world with all things energy, the name that, in my opinion, is number 1 on that list as far as individuals that have taught energy work, law of attraction, how to live an abundant life, how to live a life where you're on purpose. Marie Diamond, to me, is one of the top thought leaders in the world with all things personal development. And we have the pleasure of being able to spend some time with her. Of course, she's done so many different things in her life and made a mark in so many different ways. A lot of people remember the best-selling book, The Secret, which sold hundreds of millions of copies, that she was one of the co-authors of, or the blockbuster film that she was one of the stars of. And so when it comes to the law of attraction, her name is at the top of the list, but she teaches so much more than that. So I'm excited to get her thoughts, Julie, on what does leadership mean to Marie Diamond? How excited are you to spend some time with her? We're about to pull her up in a few seconds here. Julie, how excited are you?
I can't even describe it. This is a dream come true. Anytime anybody as wonderful as her is willing to share her insights on this sort of level with so many people, we should just soak it in and enjoy every moment of it. This is going to be so much fun.
So I want to welcome Marie Diamond to the 2023 Legacy Leadership Summit. Thank you, Marie, for taking time to be a part of this broadcast. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Mo and Anna. So wonderful to about to be here with you all over the world. I see in so many 23 countries. So I'm super excited. And I'm also in LA, so I'm happy to be here very close to you, Mo.
I'm so honored that you took some time to be with us, and I'm so excited that you're in LA. For once, Marie, you're not on at 2 a.m. like previous times. So that part is exciting because you've always
It
been
is.
so generous. Yeah, you've always been so generous with us, and you've always been so kind with your time. And you've always made the time to be on these broadcasts. Sometimes Marie is in Europe somewhere, and she still finds time to come on here and contribute. And so we're very grateful for Marie Diamond and her friendship and her contribution. So, Marie, you have for many years been one of the world's top leaders in the law of attraction. I mean, people really know you as one of the key teachers in that world. Of course, you've done so much more than just The Secret, and we'll get into that later. But I'm curious, Marie, when it comes to leadership and this word leadership, what is Marie Diamond's take on what it means to be a leader in life, what it means to be a leader in business? And, I'm just curious from an energetic standpoint, what does it mean to you to be a leader, please?
Well, thank you for asking. It's one of my favorite questions to really know how important leadership is. And you have to understand, there's like two choices you can have in life, or you become a leader or you become a follower, right? And in today's world, we're all following someone. But you need to also, first of all, understand that you have a choice to lead in your own world and to lead in your own way. And it's just a choice you make. And I remember many years ago, my daughter was asking me, Mom, how do I thrive in this world? And she was about 9 at the time. And I said to her, well, just choose to be a leader every day. Choose to be leading. That doesn't mean that you need to lead people, but just lead the way into something bigger, something more beautiful, and make that choice every day. And so, of course, for a lot of people, they think immediately leadership in business or leadership, in a career. But I do believe leading is just making sure you take the responsibility to help the world to become a better place, to thrive in this world. And that's a mindset, that you need to have every day. And I think what is helpful when you have that mindset is to also have a vision for the life you want to unfold in your daily routine. And so, what is your vision? What do you want to contribute? What do you want to make a difference into the world? And so, for me, I was 15 when I was very clear already that I wanted to be, leading into something bigger and higher and greater. I had no idea yet what it was. And so people think sometimes you need to already know in what you're going to lead, but I think that is not true. You can already say, I am choosing to lead. I'm choosing to help others, to help humanity, to help the planet, to go to a next level in its energy, in its consciousness, in its being. And so for me, it was like I started saying every day, I am here to enlighten more than 500 million people. That was like the phrase I received one day. And I was like, okay, I'm going to do that. And every morning I wake up still today, like I say, this is mantra, I would call it, like I'm here to enlighten more than 500 million people. So I choose to lead 500 million people. I don't know at 15 what that was going to be. And I choose first to be a lawyer, then international lawyer. Ultimately, I chose to be a transformational leader. And at 31, I started practicing that, really like what it is to be creating transformation in the world. But I do believe we all, when we have that choice, we all lead into by being who we are and looking at how can we change our behavior, how can we change our mindset, how can we change our actions to really help others to raise their vibration. Because for me, it's all about frequency and energy. And I know, I've seen you step up, Mo, over the last few years, when you became, this amazing leader in the Los Angeles Tribune, you really stepped up by creating the summits. And I really congratulate you for this, because you didn't stay at home just, having a wonderful life. You just stepped up and said, I'm going to make a difference by creating this leadership summit and other beautiful summits and bringing amazing people to the world. And you brought this wonderful team around you, like with Ava and others. And this is stepping up. I think leadership, that's part of it, stepping up every day towards a greater vision of your life, towards a greater vision for the planet and for humanity.
Well, thank you for that compliment, Marie. I'm humbled by your kind words. And you said so many powerful words of wisdom in that opening sequence. And I hope folks watching at home watch the replay, because, when Marie Diamond speaks, you got to watch it at least twice, if not 3 times, because there's so many powerful words for you to absorb. Now, you said something interesting to me about the advice that you gave your daughter, and how, to be a leader, that doesn't necessarily mean you need to lead people. So a lot of times when we speak about leadership, people in their mind, they think, well, that's not something that I can relate with, or that's not necessarily something that I want to do. A lot of times people think, well, a leader is somebody that has a group of individuals that are sort of following them. And so they don't really associate themselves with leadership, and they kind of block it out. But what you're saying is that's not the only kind of leadership that there is. You can be a leader in different ways, maybe a leader in your own personal life. And so I'm curious if you could explain that and touch up on other ways of leadership for people that maybe they're listening and they just kind of don't have that identity with the word leadership, please.
Yeah, because I think a lot of times people think about leadership as kind of an experience of being like a strong ego and even like a macho energy, but it actually is not. I do believe leadership is working from the heart and helping to see in your own environment. It can be in your own family, with your children, with your grandchildren, is to lead them to a higher ground, as we would call it. And a higher ground is to make sure that you help them by sharing your own experience, by giving them advice, by guiding them in whatever way that you feel intuitively is the right way, to bring them to a higher ground of their existence. And that can be, better at their work, better in their relationships, be more a loving person. So all these aspects are part of what we can choose for as a leader. And of course, we need to first lead ourselves to a higher ground. And a higher ground could be that you're like, well, I'm not in a good place right now. I'm perhaps depressed. How can I choose to, get myself to a better place by perhaps changing my diet or exercise more, or surround myself with amazing people, or listening to people that inspire me in books or summits or online. So each time we can make a small step every day to lead ourselves to a higher ground, and a higher ground is a higher energy. And a lot of times it's also making small choices in your mindset, right? It's like sometimes you're thinking, well, I've been very negative about myself, I've been judging myself. Let myself lead to a higher ground by perhaps looking myself in the mirror and say, wow, I'm really amazing. I have amazing gifts, amazing skills. Let me stop judging myself or loving myself more. I think one of the first steps to love yourself more is to stop judging yourself and criticizing yourself. Just that little step will help you to lead yourself to a better level in your life. So these are all small things. And of course, we all want to be the number one. We want to be, the best in our field. But what if you could be the best in your own field? Yeah, in your own life. I mean, that's the first step that you can. And the thing is, what I always focused on, and I focused on that for many years before I even knew I was going to lead other people. I do believe that you have to first do this yourself. And I remember when I started really focusing on leading myself to a higher ground, I had a lot of grudges to people at that time. I was very upset with a lot of people, especially, for example, my father, that was very abusive to me. I was surrounded by bullies at school that were very, ferocious. And so I stopped criticizing them, and I stopped, um, being upset about these things. And I started looking for ways to communicate better with them by,
Mm.
being more grateful to my life and to what they brought in my life, that I became more strong because of all these things. So as I was doing that, suddenly people start noticing me. And I do believe that that just starts making a shift. And people start asking me, how do you do this? We are both with the same people, and you're communicating now with them, and they stop communicating with you. They start communicating with you better, and they're not bullying you anymore. And you feel like happier. And so it's like I had to kind of lead myself out of the way. Um, of that existence that I had at that time. But I did not have the gifts that were present at this moment in this world, that you have access to summits, amazing leaders that you can follow on social media. I was all by myself. There was nobody guiding me. I had to make that own decision for myself. So right now it's even more easier than ever to follow other leaders to help you to get to a new level in yourself. So this is a more exciting time for me, because so many people are leading themselves to a higher ground and to a better life, and changing that, just small steps every day, choosing to be that leader. Have a vision for yourself. Like, where do you see yourself in 10 years? Where do you see yourself even at the end of your life? My focus was in the end of the life. I had make a difference to 500 million people. What I already actually did just by being in the secret. We have reached more than 500 million people. But you need to make a decision. And that decision, and then the intention every day to follow that decision, will help you to go and lead yourself to a better place in your life.
I love that so much. Those are words of wisdom. Oh my goodness. So first of all, I just want to acknowledge what Mo said about you coming on at say 2 a.m. typically. That is such an amazing gift, because I know so many people that think, oh, I'm not going to do that. But yet you were staying true to your intention of helping so many people. And you did that, and you honored that commitment to yourself and to other people. And you mentioned about how every day it's a choice and a decision to think differently, show up differently, and just make those tiny little steps. And I know a lot of people out there who are watching are thinking, that voice that comes in, that critical voice that is just always saying something negative, how, in the moment, how do you stop and recognize that and maybe turn it around?
Yeah. Well, that's a little voice that we call the ego voice. And it's the voice that we need to tame. But we don't need to destroy it, we need to tame it. So I always say, that little ego voice is here to resist us, to resist our energy. But ultimately, it can become a companion to raise yourself to another level. But it's like think about a diamond. My name is Diamond. you know, a diamond becomes this amazing, beautiful stone that everybody wants to have and wear after a lot of resistance and pressure deep under the ground. Yeah.
Mhm.
So I had my levels of pressure, don't get me wrong, before I got there, right? But even if I had all this pressure, and that first pressure is that little voice in us, and sometimes the voices of others around us or their actions towards us. And so when that little voice comes in, one of the things I did for myself, and it's a technique I learned myself, is I would just say, shh, it's okay. Like I would treat it as a little kid in me to say, I don't like this so much. I'm afraid. I'm in doubt. Like I'm resisting. I don't like that new food. Like our little child within us, right? That would just say, I know, sweetheart. Let's try that broccoli once more time, right? So it's just like you need to calm it down. And then sometimes it's so intense that you have to really like say it's enough now, you know we know your point. You don't like it. You react to this. It's enough now. Shh, quiet. And then do something right away, or go to somebody inspires you on social media. Look at an inspiring TikTok. I'm also on TikTok if you want to check me out there. Or have a little inspirational book or a journal that you write something in, or have even some affirmations ready that you wrote down and you can take in your wallet, or it's literally on your phone that you can go to it. Something positive to just shift it around right away. And these are like little steps, a little helps that can support you to get to the next level. But it is a training. You need to train that little voice. It's not going to go away with a little magical wand. Unfortunately, I don't have that magical wand for you, because it is a training. You need to train that little upsetting voice in you to say thank you, but not today, right? Thank you, and I forgive you. You've been upset, and you've been really wrecking my life lately. I forgive you for this, but now I choose something else. So each time by saying, I choose something else and I choose this. So know what you're going to choose. Yeah. And preparing that will be just so amazing for you.
I love that so much. It's like instead of fighting it, you're befriending it and being a parent to all of you, as opposed to making parts of yourself wrong and having that internal tug of war. I think
Yes.
that that's so much easier, and it does raise your vibration and your energy. And, as a woman who is so experienced in raising energy, for those people that maybe are starting out and they just, maybe don't even have a meditation practice, or they just need some tips to all besides being here today to raise their vibration.
Yeah, so one of the things I teach my students, and they can actually go to the Marie Diamond app. It's for free on for iPhone and Androids, and there is you will be asked to put in your birthday and your gender. It's your birth gender. It's connect with your DNA, and so as you put that in, you will get a profile, and that profile will tell you what is your energy archetype. And then based on that, you will get a compass. Yeah. And you will see this compass will give you directions that are positive for you, and then directions that are empty for you. And the whole idea is that you focus sitting in meditation or in affirmation or prayer, everything you do towards a good direction. I'm a feng shui master, so it's all about wind directions. So
Mhm.
focus on a right direction. Right now, even in this hotel room that I'm in, I am focusing at a good direction for me, because it actually opens my mind and it calms down the ego and it opens your soul vibration. And so as you're doing that, you can then be much stronger. And whatever you're saying, whatever you're meditating, whatever you're praying, is actually getting to be stronger. And your vibration, it helps you to go to a higher level. And on the free app, there's a little meditation called your tubes of light meditation. It's a meditation I started doing at 7 years old. I was given by my spiritual mentor at that time. And millions of people worldwide do that little meditation. It's a 5-minute meditation. So don't tell me you don't have 5 minutes, right? And it's a meditation connect with colors, because this is not just for based on religion or culture. It's just with colors, and colors have frequencies. And people do this meditation, and in the morning or before you feel like you have to go to a next step in your life, or you have like a difficult time and that ego is very harsh right now. So just do that meditation and people immediately feel aligned. Yeah. So they feel aligned again, but facing the right direction will actually help you to align even more, because we can't not always change our mindset, but we can change our position, the where we are, because changing our mindset is not so easy. But remember, your environment, leaders also have a very strong environment. They can choose the environment that they're going to be in. An environment, I literally speak physically, not the environment of people alone. That's
Mhm.
also important, but also the environment where you are. So if you are then able to change that environment around you and you align yourself facing the right direction based on your birthday energy, then you'll be so much stronger to shush down that little ego and make that energy of you, that leading vibration, come out.
That's amazing. I know a lot of people who are watching are thinking almost like they're on an island by themselves and they have to figure this out all by themselves. And what you're saying is, well, first of all, we're all energy, but that you can do these little tiny tweaks in order to really help yourself. And it doesn't always have to be messing with that ego. There's other ways to improve the quality of your life through just even your environment. I love
Yes.
that so much. I'm curious too. A lot of people confuse leadership with being the boss. And there's definitely a huge difference.
Yeah.
And you were talking about leading yourself. And I think a lot of people have this idea, like you had this idea of how many people you wanted help from a young age. And I think most people have something like that, but they kind of squish it down because they think, who am I? Who am I to do this or be this or to anyone? And I'm curious how people can reconnect with that intuition in order to be who they are meant to be while they're here.
Yes, it's true. I had a very clear picture, right? And most people don't, right, have that very clear vision for themselves. But one of the first things I say to people, you don't have to know yet. Yeah. So that's a good answer. You don't need to know yet, but you need to be open to it. Yeah. And you need to ask clarity. And you can, if you're religious, you can pray to God, or you believe in spirit, or you believe in the creative force, you believe in your own consciousness, whatever your framework is. You can always say, I am choosing, right, to be a leader. I am opening up myself to lead others if you want to lead others, and ask them for clarity. To be honest, at 15, I had no freaking idea what that was going to look like. Yeah, that literally, how could I ever imagined 45 years ago that I was going to be on a little screen here with a light ring in front of me, right? On StreamYard talking to you, Ava. That's just impossible. Yeah. So we always want to know the how, but in the law of attraction, it's the how is something you have no responsibility over. The how is the universe. The how is God. The how is that unfolds it for you, but you need to be open to let it unfold for you too. Yeah. So for me, I was just very clear, I'm going to make a difference, right? And just I choose that every day. I'm making a difference. And it could be one person, it can be thousands of people, it can be millions of people. I don't know. I just set out a number because I want something bold and bodacious and big, because then I was going to focus every day. Yeah. So if I would say I'm going to lead one person, well, that's easy. You lead yourself every day. Yeah. So if you say thousands of people, then you're creating a bigger commitment. Yeah. To do that. And I've worked for the last 30 years with so many people, and I work with a lot of leaders in the corporate field, and a lot of people in the entertainment industry that I mentor personally. And I always ask them to upgrade their level of the number that they have. I call it the impact number. So level it a little bit up and make a bigger commitment. And by making that bigger commitment, you can have more strength to move forward. Yeah. So that's kind of a tip I would give.
Mo, you're on mute.
Thank you, Julie. And that's incredible, Dame Marie Diamond. This is the 2023 Legacy Leadership Summit, broadcasting worldwide. We want to thank everyone that's watching live, and thank everyone that will watch this after the fact on demand on our TV network. And, we're going to take a quick 1-minute break. We're going to come back with the second half of our time with New York Times bestselling author and global thought leader, Dame Marie Diamond. We'll be back.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Welcome back.
And welcome back. And you know, Dame Marie, you were talking about mentorship and how you're mentoring so many high-end executives and celebrities and so many people from all walks of life from around the world. And I know that a lot of the people watching are business leaders. I know that a lot of the people watching are entrepreneurs. I know a lot of the people watching are aspiring entrepreneurs. And by the way, Marie, I also consider you one of my mentors. So just I wanted to be on the record with that. Thank you for all the guidance that you've given me personally. Now, for those watching that are entrepreneurs, when it comes to some of the ideas and concepts that you're best known for, a lot of times it's kind of similar to how some people don't really understand the word leadership fully and how it could be used in their life. A lot of times entrepreneurs don't necessarily see the value, unfortunately, for energy work, right? Or for making sure their environment is appropriate. And so I want to, since we have only about 20, 25 minutes with you left, I want to delve into some ideas and conversations that will resonate with the entrepreneurs. For example, specifically, in the world of entrepreneurship, one of the most important things is reading the energy of people, whether it's a potential partner, a potential client, someone that you may be working with in some capacity. What are some tools that you have used, or some things that you have developed, or some signs that you pay attention to energetically when it comes to navigating the field of entrepreneurship and who you should work with and who you shouldn't work with, please?
Yeah, thank you. It's a beautiful question, Mo, and thank you for your compliment. Myself having an empire of businesses, for me, it's really important always when I look at somebody and I connect with somebody, is that if that person is agreeing with the vision that I have for my business. And first of all, that's not just only for my team, it's also for the people I want to collaborate with, is that I will always ask them first, what is your vision for your business? What's the vision even for your personal life? And if that is something really contradicting to my vision, then I will always say, okay, that's beautiful, but it's not a match. It needs also to be an energetic match. And I will always ask them about their values, what they are bringing, how they live their life, how they do their business. And if they don't have that, if they don't have a vision and values, that's always a first big, little question mark, I would say. It's not a red sign. I don't believe in the red signs in the world, but little question marks for me. Or an exclamation point, like, okay, interesting. So I never judge them for it, but I always think, is that then an energetic match? So for me, it's very important to have energetic matches connected with who I am and what I bring. And even for my clients, I'm very clear about the energy that I'm bringing. And I always attract clients online or in person that are ready for the energy that I'm bringing them, for the support that I can give them. So I always make that sure, very clear in myself, what I want to bring, how can I help them? And then they come and they always will tell exactly what they're looking for. And that can be somebody that perhaps cannot pay my my consulting fees, but then go to my free app, or they go to my YouTube or my TikTok. These are also clients. And also for the people that do pay, my entrepreneurial consultation, is that it also needs to be an energetic match. And the first one for me is always love. I need somebody. I want somebody that loves themselves, or wants to love themselves, or have a great love, a passion for their work, and also have loving energy, right? So that's for me very important. And a lot of times in enterprise or entrepreneurship, they don't think about the word love. But for me, it's all about that. Yeah. Do you love your work? Do you love what you do? Do you love your clients? Do you love your team? That is all very important to me. So I listen to their language. I listen to their energy. I see check out what's going on in their life, and then I'm like, yeah, that's an energetic match. And I trust my intuition, because I have developed my intuition over the years very clearly. And if I am not sure, I will ask clarity, right? I would ask in prayer and meditation, give me clarity if that's the right connection, if that's the right team member. And that are guiding lines for myself.
That's amazing, because I know a lot of entrepreneurs who their ultimate goal, we have to live, we have to make money, but a lot of people will say yes to things because of what they might possibly get paid from it versus, is this actually a really good energetic match? And I have a friend that used to say something to the effect of, not everything that's good is good for you. And maybe you are missing out on something fabulous because you said yes to something that is a fabulous opportunity, just not for you. And do you do the same sort of process with things that come your way? Are they do they need to be actually 100% energetically in alignment with who you're being and your vision? Or is it okay to say yes to things that are just fabulous?
Well, I would say, in the beginning, when I started my journey, I would probably have said yes to things that looked very fabulous, that I didn't feel 100% correct. And then I found out they were at first fabulous, but then later on the road, they were not. So I was like, yeah, right. I was like, I should have known, because I felt it. And I do believe good entrepreneurs and good leaders, they have a very good gut feeling. And the gut feeling is nothing else than your intuition talking. Yeah. But at that first moment, you think, yeah, that sounds good, because you need that money. And of course, it's okay to take some of these choices, because let's be honest, you also need to provide for your space and your food. And I have made these choices 100% for sure. Yeah. But after a while, you start understanding that it's ultimately in the long term not perfect. But even if you make these choices temporarily, it's okay. But also know for yourself that it was a temporary choice. Yeah. And get out of it as quickly as you can, and keep focusing on the things you really want to do. Yeah. Because it's possible you get stuck in that situation because you kind of gave up hope, or you gave up the vision that something better could come your way. So even if you have to do something that is not so great at that time, yeah, but keep focusing on the greatness that you want to achieve.
So what I'm hearing you say is keep your eyes on the prize. You definitely want to keep focused on that and not make yourself wrong when you do make choices that maybe aren't 100% what you want. I appreciate.
Sometimes you just have to survive, Eva, right?
Exactly.
Everybody has been in that situation. I have been in the situation too. And so I was like, there were some choices that I thought, like, yeah, it's for survival, but this is my vision, and I keep focusing on it. Keep the eyes on your prize. Correct.
So, I want to go back to something that you said before about not necessarily knowing the how, and that's not up to us to really figure out. And I know a lot of people think, especially entrepreneurs, get into this mindset of, this is what I'm going to do, and this is how I'm going to do it, and very focused on a particular path versus what is being put in front of them, and not necessarily realizing that, hey, this is actually what I asked for. It just doesn't look the way I thought that it would. I know I've been guilty of that. So I know other people watching have definitely been guilty of that. How would you recommend people kind of keep their eyes open, but still focus on where they're trying to go?
Yeah. Well, I think as a business entrepreneur, you need to have a plan, right?
Mhm.
So, you need to know what's your steps, right? You can write out your 1-year plan, 3 years plan, 10-year plan, whatever it is, and your business marketing, all the plans that you can have, but that's not going to make you successful. Yeah. The plans are just a guiding tool for yourself to keep being focused. Yeah. So that's a good thing. But at the same time, I don't know how many plans I have created in my life. And then out of the blue, something came because I was open. So the plan is for me, this is what I think from my own mindset and my own skill set that I can make and how I can move forward. But I always say to the universe, I'm sure you have a better plan to get there that I have, right? I'm open to that faster plan. I'm open to that more effortless plan. I'm open to that more abundant plan that you have, God, universe, whatever you call it. And so I remember one day I was like very clear on the plan. I wanted to create a home study course, go online. It was before everybody was going online, to be honest. But I already I'm always been ahead of the curve on that level, and so I thought well, you know what, the plan is I need to write down what exactly that course will look like. Yeah, so I wrote it down, had it on a piece of paper, put it with me, folded it, had it in my pocket. And I was like, I'm going to this big event. I'm just going to have it with me. Yeah. So this is the plan. I don't know how that's going to happen. Do I need to get the funding for it? The plan? I kind of created how much I needed for this. So I prepared the whole plan, the whole business plan, right? And then I'm sitting next to somebody, and this person runs one of the top home study course companies in the world, right? And this person said, "Oh, what do you do?" He's interested. He said, "Oh, do you have a course?" I said, "Yes." And I unfolded a paper and I gave it to him. I said, "This is the course." He said, "Yeah, let's talk." And actually, they invested within 6 months $100,000 in my course, and that has been around for 15 years, has sold more than $15 million. So it's just I was open that the universe would bring me something. So my plan was to get 100,000, to get all this going, to do all the marketing. And to be honest, there was just one person I needed to talk to that was sitting next to me. Yeah. So that I could have said no to it and said, "Oh, no, I'm going to do it all by myself." Hey, they already have the whole infrastructure, they have the money available, and so on. So the whole point is create your plan. It's good to have your plan, but sometimes the universe has a better plan for you. Be open to that, and understand there are shortcuts to the plan that you have. Yeah. And that's why having a good mindset, having a good environment, meditation, having a vision for yourself, create even a vision board, like a big vision boards, all that can help you to create the shortcuts. So that if you're opening up to it, the shortcuts will come. And then you'll be so surprised. All the shortcuts have happened to me by, for example, focusing on $500 million people, sorry, and then sitting next to somebody that says, "I'm making this movie called The Secret." And many people in that room, when she asked them, said no. Even some big people that are on this summit, by the way, had said no to her. And she said to me, and she said, "I'm making this movie called The Secret." And I said, "Where is it?" "Oh, there's for Australia." I said, "I'm in. If there are millions of people in Australia, I'm totally fine by that." So I said yes, and it led to the greatest success in self-help ever, because I said yes to listen at least. Even if my plan was very clear and straightforward, I listened to what the universe brings me by people that can sit next to you.
I love that.
And I just want to chime in because you brought up The Secret, and Marie, it's been well documented and well reported that you have been called by many media outlets and many experts in the field the secret behind the secret. And a lot of people don't know, if it wasn't for you, in my opinion, at least, there would be no secret for all the work that you did and all the contribution you had for that. So all the people that are watching that have been impacted by that, I just wanted to point that out. And if you want to touch a little bit on why some people call you the secret behind the secret, I think the audience would be interested. And now here we are in 2023. We're almost 20 years, I think 16, 17 years from when that was filmed. When you hear people talk about the law of attraction today, and no one was talking about the law of attraction 20 years ago, right? And now, Marie, I hate to break it to you, but it's no longer a secret, okay? So, and I'm curious, what are your thoughts in 2023 on just what the law of attraction has turned into in culture? Please, Marie, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for sharing that. So yeah, I'm called the secret behind the secret because I was the mentor of Rhonda Byrne, and I was the mentor of many people that are in the secret. When they were stuck, even in their leadership, they would reach out to me as an energy and feng shui master, and I would actually work on their environment and help them through meditation to clearing their blockages to go to the next level. And even the publisher and even the the marketing people, they were by coincidence all my clients at that point. And I brought Rhonda also in contact with the publisher, that all were feng shuied by me and energized by me. So that's why I was receiving that name. But right now we are indeed from 2006 to now, with 17 years almost. It has become part of the society to talk about it, right? The law of attraction. And it's like it's now part of the common knowledge. I would say that's why it was called a secret, because that information was only known by the few ones. It could be people that had studied energy, or people that were in certain mystery schools, or certain groups of business leaders that were aware of this information. That what you focus on is what you will get more of. And so if you focus on something positive, you'll get more of the positive. It's also, how do you focus? Do you focus with fear, or do you focus with happiness and gratitude? So it's not just what you focus on, but how you focus on it. Yeah, that's also the secret. And so when you see that now, this is so amazing, the changes that have happened. I just give you a very small law of attraction story myself. I'm actually moving today to an Airbnb, because I don't want to always stay in hotel rooms when I'm going to LA. And so the person that I rent an Airbnb, and like, oh my God, I know you from The Secret. I follow your work for, so long. And like, oh my God, I always want to meet you. And now you're going to come to my Airbnb. So it's like the law of attraction is still at work, right? So, but it's so beautiful to see how people can really shift their energy and make sure that they are more aligned with what you want to accomplish. And I always talked about the last part of the law of attraction. I do believe this is, first part is the mindset. The second part is your destiny and working with your soul and with the universe and God. And the third part is your environment. And so in The Secret, I talked about what is around you is also affecting what is inside of you. And I call that your three-dimensional vision board. Not just making a vision board on paper, but everything around you is that. So if you want to be a leader, but you're surrounded by chaos, then don't be surprised your mind is cluttery. If you come into your office and you're sitting with your back to the door, don't be surprised that nobody will come to you for your business. Always see the door. Go to the free app. There is a whole tutorial that you can go to find out where is your success direction. These are all tips that I used to work with the people that were in The Secret, that create The Secret, and with all my high-end clients. So this information is for free available. You don't have to pay my high fees for that. It's available for free. There's a lot of information on YouTube. And so as you're going through that, you'll start seeing your energy start shifting, your mindset start shifting, because you have control over your environment. You have control of your environment. You are achieving at least 33% more good energy to create leadership in your life and in your business.
Thank you so much for being so generous with yourself as well, and offering these other opportunities to everyone that maybe can't afford to. And you're only one person, so you can't work with every single one that wants to work with you one-on-one. But I was thinking about this idea of the environment and also kind of what we feed our brain. And you mentioned, being here on the summit today, for example, and who are you learning from? How are you growing your leadership skills? And I think a lot of people don't think about things like, what they really are feeding their brain. Every time they listen to negative music or watch shows that, mindless and there's no value and negative, and and then they wonder why maybe their business isn't successful. But I mean, since you work with energy and that's, your thing, I think a lot of people here try and separate out personal life versus business life. How important is it to be consistent in everything that you do?
Yeah. Well, last week I was talking to a multi-billionaire, one of my clients from Asia. And so a lot of things were not going well in his business. And I said, okay. He said, yeah, we don't get to target and, all these things. And I said, stop here for a moment. How is it going in your own life right now? How happy are you right now? And he's like, well, I'm like 60% happy. I said, well, your return on investment is 60% then, right? It's like, it's the same. You are the center, not just of your life, you're the center of your business. Yeah. And so when and there are moments that I'm like not in the greatest energy, well, to be honest, then I focus on myself and make sure I have a little holiday or I refocus, take care of my body, and then my business starts thriving again. So it's not always that the marketing doesn't work 100%. It's just you are the marketplace. Yeah. You're the center of your own market. So if that doesn't work very well, then, don't be surprised the rest who's all an extension of vibration that you are putting out in the world, and your businesses is the extension of your energy. And we sometimes forget about that. And perhaps you're an entrepreneur, perhaps you have a board, perhaps you have shareholders. Well, that business is the extension of the energy of the shareholders. So when I work with shareholders and a board, I have to kind of redesign that energy for them to say, like, let's focus on you right now because you're the center of your own universe.
This is the 2023 Legacy Leadership Summit. We're here alongside Dame Marie Diamond, New York Times bestselling author, the star of The Secret, and a person that many people have called the secret behind the secret. And, I know that we're going to we're out of time with you here. So I just wanted to thank you, Dame Marie Diamond, for your friendship, for your mentorship. I consider you one of my personal mentors, so I want to thank you for that. And there's a lot of exciting things that you're going to be doing with the Los Angeles Tribune that we're going to be announcing very soon. So I want everyone in this community who's enjoyed this hour that we've had with the secret behind the secret, just stay tuned because there's some big announcements we'll be making very soon. So thank you, Dame Marie. If there's any final words or gems that you'd like to share with our audience in closing.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you, Mo and Eva, and everybody that is in the team to support this amazing summit. And everyone that's watching, please, every leader that is speaking, they have such a beautiful gifts for you, beautiful nuggets of gold and wisdom. And just listen, make notes of it, go back to it. Like Mo is saying, go back and listen again on the channel, because a one time is not enough. You need to repeat yourself. And this is better, to be honest, than the Netflix series that you've been watching lately. So, repeat them here on the channel and take action every day to move forward and lead yourself to higher ground.
Thank you for that, Marie. And just, since you brought it up, I want to let the folks know that we're currently relaunching latribune.tv in a few weeks. And it's going to be the world's first Netflix for personal development, entrepreneurship, and leadership. And so now we're going to have, if you're going to binge at home, you're going to actually be productive while you binge. And so I want to thank you again, Dame Marie Diamond. Much love and respect to you. And I hope to see you very soon.
Me too. Bye.
We'll be
everyone.
back. We'll be back in 1 minute.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back. And Julie, what an incredible hour that was with Dame Marie Diamond. That was such a powerful segment with the secret behind the secret. I mean, someone that's reached hundreds of millions of people through her work. And one of the things that she has consistently helped people with is mindfulness, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the power of the mind. And as we enter this next panel with three remarkable thought leaders that are each experts in mindfulness, I just want to get your thoughts on how was that hour that you spent with Marie Diamond, and how excited are you to now do a deep dive in mindfulness, please?
You know, anytime I get to spend time with somebody who has something to offer like Marie, I'm instantly elevated to a whole other level. And I can't wait to go back and watch this again, because I feel like one time listening was not enough to catch all the wisdom. And now I think it's a perfect time to talk about mindfulness, because we really want to pay attention to what's going on and be present in our lives.
Yeah. Sometimes I have to. Oh, did you assert yourself in the conversation, Michael?
I did. So,
Go
it's
ahead.
mindfulness. It's so important. It's interesting to see also that Marie's lived that life. Does that make sense? It's one thing to do it, but she's put it into action. We were actually down in Australia with Rhonda Burns when all that was launching. And to see those that were on the show and everybody brought into the show, and that they've lived that life and realized that one piece, we need to make sure action is part of everything we do. And she's lived that mindfulness every day. I just wanted to say that. You guys are awesome. I'm out.
Thank you. I'm so glad that you interjected to share that. That was very important, Michael. Thank you. I don't think we could have continued the program with that. Thank you. No, but Michael makes a great point, jokes aside, about living a life of integrity and authenticity, and that she's someone that practices what she preaches. And sometimes, Julie, I have to pinch myself when I think of the folks that I'm lucky enough to be friends with. I mean, Maria and I have been friends, and I consider her a personal mentor of mine. And the incredible public figure that she is, she's even more incredible privately. And that's just a testament to her character. And with that, I want to bring in some folks that will be with us for the next hour. I want to start off by just thanking all three of these thought leaders. Everyone here is an expert when it comes to mindfulness. And I want to kick it off with my friend, Dr. Bill Janishek, who has been a contributor here at the LA Tribune for a few years, by way of writing a column and having a show and really educating the general public of Los Angeles and beyond. And Dr. Janishek, I know that you are very skilled with educating individuals on the mind-body connection. And so I want you to just take the floor for a few minutes and share a little bit about your background, and then go into the importance of mindfulness for our physical and mental health. And Julie is going to continue the conversation. Dr.
Well, thanks, Mo. I appreciate that. And it's always a pleasure to be part of the LA Tribune's events. And the way that we're bringing education to the masses it's a great, just shout out to you, Mo, for leading the whole march. And, just like we just had that interjection coming in about people that live that life, not just talk about it. And Mo, you're one of those guys, you have a vision and you went after it. But how did you do that? Mm-hmm. And that's where the difference is with the mind-body connection is, I'm a licensed chiropractor. I practice functional neurology, functional medicine. I'm in the clinic working on bodies most of the time. And I really just kind of delved my whole life into learning more. I'm still, to this day, 30 years later after graduating and getting my doctorate, I'm still fascinated by the body as much as I was in the very beginning, because there's always deeper dives. There's always more to know. There's more nuances. And once you get the nuances, it's like an artist. You have this whole pixelating picture that you can get that can bring out different vibrant colors that make little changes make big difference. Little hinges swing big doors, right? So, and as a young doctor trying to do the best for my patients, I always thought that if I knew more, if I was a better doctor, then the patients would get better, and whatever they were suffering from, I could help them with more. And to some degree, that's true. But it wasn't until I stepped back, I had to look at the human experience. And the human experience is not taking information and then, once you read the book and you heard the line and then like, oh my God, that's so wonderful. Well, that's where all the work begins. Because to take a thought or an idea and put it into action and then make it part of your identity of who you are on a daily life, that's where the changes happen permanently. And that's where we get the great stories. I'm a big fan of Joseph Campbell's Hero's Journey. Mm-hmm. I kind of put everything, my treatment plans and everything around the hero's journey. And if you're not familiar with that, it's, we all start off in an ordinary world. And in that ordinary world, we all have a whisper. You should be a triathlete. You should be the world's best mom. You should be the best, quilt maker and whatever. Everybody has a little whisper that for no good reason that they have this drive. But we never think we're really good enough starting out because we're just us, we're just living in our lives. And it's not until we meet somebody else that's going to give us enough courage or inspiration to take us to the next level. That's where all the work begins. And then in the hero's journey, there's another world. In The Wizard of Oz, it was literally another world. Dorothy went from black and white to color. She went from Kansas to Oz. Rocky did this when he decided he was just being another thug from the neighborhood to meeting Mickey, his mentor, who taught him how to train, and he became a different person. And that's exactly what has to happen to us on micro and macro levels in our lives, is once we take up that challenge, it has to become embodied in us. And then we have a big ordeal, and the big ordeal is where we have to overcome our old self to become the new self. I love Joe Dispenza's work, another chiropractor, so I got to reach out to my bro. But the point is that we have habits and we have identities that are the old us that we can't take into the future. And circling back to all that, where it comes into mindfulness is that we've got to we can't teach. We can lead out guidelines and pathways. We can be the Sherpa to people's journeys, but we have to give them the tools and make sure they have, and kind of stimulate their inner drive to become that person that they want to be. Because we remember that you don't know what you don't know. And if you don't have the tools, and if you were going to be a writer, but you never learned the full alphabet, you're going to have some problems. So that's where those people, all the experts on the panels today, we need to take that and show the people the tools and hold their hand as they go on that journey until they can walk on their own. And just like kids, they're going to stumble, they're going to fall, but we've got to be there to pick them back up and push them back out on the journey where they wanted to be. Because, it's kind of human nature. When things get hard, we want to quit. Mm-hmm. And even if we go back to can't even pronounce it, Napoleon Hill's work and everybody else, Tony Robbins, everything else, is everything we really want is on the other side of that pain and that suffering. And it's all perceived anyways, right? Mm-hmm. We just live this life, and it's just a life. And if we keep on going and we keep on moving, eventually we're not even going to recognize it. We're going to turn around and say, oh my gosh, I'm that new person. And that helps ingrain your identity. So I always joke when I do my talks and my classes is that I've got more degrees than a thermometer, but it doesn't do you any good on how much I know. We can lead, we can guide, we can tell you the path. Say, well, this kind of indicates this, so maybe we should try that. But it's always an internal battle. And when we circle around to mindfulness, that means that your vision inside has to be bigger than the destructive obstacles on the outside that are there. And if we want to go back and talk about, quantum physics, where we're talking about what is the wave and what is the particle, we're taught, we're ingrained, we're programmed to live in the particle. And it takes a lot of mindfulness to stay focused on the wave. And that's the vibrations that we live in. And that's just not woohoo, hippie, patchouli, and tie-dye kind of talk and stuff. This is actually the real stuff. Is how are you going to overcome yourself to become that new person? And you have to have a mindfulness practice where you put on your armor of God or your armor of personal development or whatever you're doing, and you go out into this world, and you get chinks thrown at you because you're getting things thrown at you, and it wears you down. And before you know it, the end of the day, you're like, oh, I lost my mindfulness. It's like a shower. You got to do it every day, because if you don't get rid of the old stuff and take care of the new stuff, the old stuff will come over and it'll sweep you down. It's like crabs in a bucket. You get one in there and you can climb out. You get another one in there, they're going to drag you down. And that's why the LA Tribune's community and the teaching that Mo's led is, you need to be around those people that are constantly reinforcing your vision and saying, you know what, you're worthy, you can do it, you've got all the tools, and I'm proud of you, and I love you. Let's fight this fight together. And we get in our warrior spirit. And that's what mindfulness is. I don't really think it's just, like sitting over there and being all peaceful and nice. Sometimes my mindfulness, it's a freaking warrior. And you can stand beside me, you can walk behind me, but do you not get in my way. Because of my mindfulness, I'm going in that direction. It's a relentless pursuit of the very best version of yourself. And if you break that down, because I hear that all the time, I want to be the best version of myself. What the hell does that mean? I mean, that's pretty easy to do because you're pretty crappy right now. So like you can improve any one thing and make it happen. But deep down and dive, become obsessed with the new you, and write down in detail from the cologne or the perfume you wear and the clothes you wear and the conversations and the words you use, the places you go, to reinvent yourself with that focus that's in your head. And you've got to do it at 1,000%, because the world wants you to be ordinary, because you fit in. And it takes, that's why I love working with entrepreneurs and athletes. They're single-minded.
Definitely.
And they will do anything that they can to be 0.5% better than they were yesterday, and they get it. And pain and suffering is just an emotion, and we'll get through it. And with those practices, people really are limited.
No, they definitely are. I'm curious, Lynette, we haven't heard from you yet. I would love to know what you think mindfulness is, because, Dr. Bill said, I like this idea of it not necessarily being quiet, and it can be a warrior. And I would love for you to elaborate on what it is to you.
Well, thank you for having me. And speaking about mindfulness from a leadership perspective, for me, is really about being present, having that emotional intelligence. And it also involves, being responsible, not only for yourself and your actions, but those of the people that you have been in the position to lead. And many times as leaders, we're so caught up in our own journey that we don't take the time to be mindful of the journey that those that we have been charged with to lead, to inspire, to grow, to just build them up into the next gen leaders, that we also need to know and understand their journey. And then how do those two come together to be, synergetic in terms of you're mindful of your journey, but how can you also be mindful of those that you lead? And so that you are not making yourself unaccessible, and also not really putting yourself in a position to utilize your influence to really lead others. So I sort of look at mindfulness from that particular perspective, and then just encouraging possibilities. So it could be woo-woo, as the doctor mentioned it, and in a sense, because leadership, because, get things done. But in this space, I feel like you can better get things done when you sort of apply like the mindful leadership elements to it.
There's this saying that I really love, and it's that how do you expect to enjoy the destination if you don't enjoy the journey getting there? And I just think that has to do with mindfulness. And I love this idea that you mentioned about not only being mindful of yourself, but also being mindful of the people around you that you are leading. And there's always somebody watching, whether we realize it or not, especially in the day and age of social media, all these things. There's somebody who's paying attention to you. And I like this idea of being mindful of how we are presenting ourselves to other people who might be following us, and paying attention to their journey as well. Christina, what would you like to add to the conversation?
Well, I love so many of the topics that both Lynette and Dr. Bill have brought up so far. And when it comes to mindfulness, some of the things that come to mind for me immediately are that human beings have such a unique capacity to really strive for and attain a more expansive self-perspective and self-awareness, as well as an understanding of the universe and everything that we're connected. And I think there's this inherent quality of wanting to expand our awareness. And mindfulness is about making sense of that. So going within and understanding ourselves, and as well as connecting to things that may be beyond our understanding. And so for me, that's an aspect of mindfulness, as well as what Dr. Bill was talking about, like really striving for our higher potential. But what does that mean? And how does mindfulness help us do that? So mindfulness, helps us to become more responsive to life, to become more present with what is actually happening, rather than reacting and acting from our patterns, our habits, what may be a cultural norm. But really creating something new and creating something that's authentic to us, and tapping into our ability to think from our higher mind, to think from our ability to discern, to have compassion, to tune into what we really want to give, and be present with energetically. I know Dr. Bill was talking about, and so many comments on like the gap. So that's something else that comes up for me. Presence helps us to be accepting of what is happening, without those polarities of major reactions, but being able to receive what's actually happening. And so in a way, it helps us to close the gap of what we are imagining happening and what we want to happen. But then that translates into being an entrepreneur or really anybody wanting to improve their life. How can we close that gap between what our vision is and then manifesting that into reality, or embodying that, as Dr. Bill was talking about?
I love that.
Yeah.
Something that I'm curious about, and I'm going to use an example that most people can relate to, is when you're driving and you get wherever it was you're going, and you realize you have no idea how you got there because you really weren't paying any attention. And I know a lot of people I can find myself doing that from time to time during the day. And I have my ways of anchoring myself back to paying attention and being mindful. Are there some things that you do as well?
Yeah, so I do think that mindfulness, meditation, there's a variety of types of meditations, and those, just having a practice on a daily basis that gets you connected, has rippling benefits and cascading benefits for your actual life. And so as we were talking about, it's not just about sitting there and developing inner peace. It's also about how you're showing up in the way that you act and in your daily life. And so how are you communicating with those you love? How are you really soaking in the moment and enjoying the journey, like as you mentioned?
I love that. Dr. Bill, I'm curious, I want to go back to this whole idea of this warrior, and mindfulness, because I think that's I've never heard it put that way before. And it really resonates with me. And I just love this idea of being, letting it sort of take the front seat. And I would love for you to elaborate a little bit more about that.
It's a dirty little secret in personal development. And in fact, me and my homeboy, Joe Ingram, who you guys probably know, and he was on yesterday, we've created a community over there, and it's a series of steps. And the last one is mastering the dark side. And the warrior spirit, if you guys look at emotions, and like I said, I am all for rainbows, sunshines, and unicorns. They are wonderful things. In the real life, we run into obstacles. And we try to be kind. And there's a time that we can't be kind anymore. And you've got to have some nuances when we're doing this. But the two emotions that make you go forward first and foremost are fear and anger. And when those are harnessed, and they're harnessed with emotional intelligence and tact in most cases, that leaps you forward. That gives you a psychological energy. There's a difference between psychological energy and physical energy. Psychological energy is the energy that the NFL Super Bowl winners in the fourth quarter that won. They're happy, they're powerful, they're unbelievable, everything's great. They played the same game that the losers did, who immediately went down and they're tired and they're exhausted. That's psychological energy. In order to get through these harder moments, to tap into the dark side, is you've got to be able to tap into your warrior. And your warrior is, I'm single-minded, I have a mission, and how am I going to do that irrespective of the arrows getting thrown at me, or what they said about me on social media, or what the person next to me said. This is your journey. And if you continue to filter your dreams through what everybody thinks, because leadership is, in mindfulness, is you're taking people on who are on your bus that want to go in that direction, and you're going to lead them by example, and you're going to lead from the front. And these are your team, these are your family, so you treat them with respect. But I remember growing up, my dad didn't ask me, so do you feel like cleaning your room? Just put stuff anywhere. There was love and discipline. And there's a difference between punishment and discipline. Discipline gives you boundaries to live in. And when we're talking about, like Christina was talking about the gap, and going that from what we know, from what we don't know. In order to make a leap, you've got to exert energy, physical and emotional energy, and you've got to tap into that. That's where the warrior comes in. If we're looking at hunter-gatherer type of thing, the gatherer is just kind of looking around. He doesn't have that extra energy to jump through that gap, to get the emotional energy to fight the fight, to make you your hero on your hero's journey.
I love that. I love that. And I like the idea too of, just leading the people on the bus. You're not responsible for every single person and what they think of you, but you do want to pay attention to the people that you can affect effectively.
Well, and remember that it's not good or bad. There's buses that go all over this country.
Exactly.
And if I'm going to New York, don't put me on a bus to Vegas. because we're going to have a different leadership style. So and I think the people that are looking to follow, what this is what mentorship is going in and somebody else has that same whisper you did and say, oh, I really want to be part of a great upcoming media company online. Well, you don't go to the LA Times, you go to the LA Tribune.
Yes, you
and
do.
Then you follow Mo, you don't follow the other hacks. So, and you get on a different bus and you lead by that person.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bill. Hopefully you don't get me in trouble, and it's a pleasure and privilege to be here. And, as I'm listening to you discuss these ideas, and you cited Joseph Campbell, who, of course, speaks in a lot of metaphors and psychological metaphors, things like slaying the dragon, right? The idea of slaying the dragon is very much similar to what you're alluding to. And I'm curious, from a psychological standpoint and from psychology, specifically Jungian psychology, Carl Jung said, what you suppress will inevitably be expressed in later days and in uglier ways. And so what you're really talking about from a psychological standpoint is to not suppress the aspects of your personality that will later on take control. So if you could touch on that, because I know you're also a student of psychology, please.
Yeah, well, we'll go back to Joseph Campbell too, because he says the same thing. And Joseph Campbell was a big proponent of Jungian psychology. And Campbell says, the treasures you look for that you most need are in the cave you fear to go. And it's the same thing. It's just like whatever I'm afraid of, you have to run to. But that's your shadow self when we're talking about Jungian. We all have those things, that dirty little secret that we're not going to post on. Everybody wants to post, hey, I'm naked on the beach, millionaire lifestyle. This is great stuff. Look at my six pack. Nobody wants to post the 60 hours in the gym of suffering through crunches and abs and starving yourself so you can have that 2 seconds of people scrolling through between cat videos and somebody said, wow, look at her abs and stuff like that. There's a shadow self in there. You've got to integrate, because the more you suppress, the deeper it just boils up. You ask any psychologist who said, well, you have some deep-seated daddy issues. And you go, yeah, because I've been pushing that shit down for a long time. But if you ingrain and integrated the lessons that you're having, because your feelings are not good or bad. Everybody said, the shadow is bad. Watch out for this shadow. Watch out for your dark side. That was just dark. That is your best friend. It's like, who was that dude in Harry Potter that was Snipe? You guys, Snipe. So like,
yeah.
Okay, well, familiar, not intimate with it, but I watched those stuff, and for how many 6 or 1,000 books, the first one, you're going, what an evil bastard he is, until you got to the last one and you found out that he was guarding Harry the whole time. That's your shadow. That's a perfect example of shadow work in your life. So that dirty little secret about like where you feel like you have to go crazy, ask yourself, why do I feel like that? What does that tell me? The subconscious never does anything to harm you. It's always there to protect you. Mm-hmm. You have to bring out, what are the benefits of me feeling this way? Well, this means that I'm strong. This means that I have a boundary that I don't want to pass. I'm afraid to reach out because past this boundary, I'm not sunshine and rainbows. And I'm afraid, what will people think? What if they just stick to their cat videos and they don't look at my pictures of me and the abs on the beach and stuff like that? But when you're excited about yourself, and when you have a single-minded journey that's aesthetically pleasing, that means that you shouldn't be harming people. You should be, and I think everybody's ultimate goal, if you ask any millionaire, I like watching Ed Milet, money out the wazoo. Look up wazoo; it's a technical term, but once people reach a certain level, and this is Maslow's hierarchy of goals, it's for enlightenment. It's reaching out. It's community. We always start out, when I eat, do I have shelter? Do I have water? Mm-hmm. Safety? then we look to community, then we look to our goals. And once we bring that up, then we're looking in to help others. And if you look at all the speakers on here, they're not talking about, hey, click here and, join me and make me better. This is all about the listeners listening right now. And they're giving. And Mo does such a great job at bringing, Keith Cunningham here. We got Forbes Riley, Joe Ingram. We got all these superstars going on to help the people listening, because they've all done these great things. Now we want to help you up, because that's what makes community. That's leadership.
Thank you, Dr. Bill. I want to get Christina and Lynette to touch on something that you brought up, and that was Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And of course, everyone's familiar with the pyramid and how at the top it's self-actualization. What few people know is actually on his deathbed, he came up with something above the pyramid, and it was called self-transcendence. And as I hear Christina talk about kind of being connected, and I know knowing about the incredible work that Lynette does, I'm curious to hear from Christina and Lynette, what are your thoughts on this idea of self-transcendence? What does that even mean to you when you hear it? Christina, please.
Thank you for asking that. I mean, I'm just really just soaking in this conversation. So many amazing points have been brought up. And thank you for sharing that information about this concept around self-transcendence. So I do think that, we're here, we're having an individual experience, and there is this pull to want to connect. And meditation is about getting past that just more centered perspective. So that's what comes up for me with self-transcendence. I did also want to touch on, how it's so easy to get caught up in the physical aspect of reality, the aspect of reality that seems extremely solid. And one of the gifts that, being an entrepreneur brings, and meditation, and really just being a creator and a more intentional, conscious person, is that we can tap into that permeable aspect of life where we can then create something new. And yeah, that's what's coming up for me around self-transcendence right now.
Thank you so much, Christina. I love that. Lynette, I would love for you to share your perspective now.
Yes. So for me, what Mo specifically asked in terms of, how we go about in terms of the whole self-transcendence, and it's really, and then just to touch on what Dr. Bill was saying, it's really seeking to expand beyond our boundaries. And sometimes our boundaries are trapped in the dark or in our shadows. And so if we're willing to look at this part of ourselves where, we might be a little bit fearful, how do we go and transcend that? We have to be humble. We have to understand the mystery of this other part of ourselves, and being able to not be afraid to find out really what it is. And so if you're able to continue to expand who you are, and whatever our potentiality is, I think that's what makes us better leaders, that makes us better community members, that just makes us better in life, and then we can live a better life. So just being able to go outside of our comfort zones, being mindful of who we are, but what is our potential? What is it behind that closed door? What is it in that cave that we are afraid to go into? And there's another version of us, a better version of us, that's going to allow us to continue to be able to transcend, the self. So that's sort of my perspective of it.
No, I'm so glad that you shared that. And it made me think about something that I think is really important. And that is that My cousin says, and I don't think she's the one who said this, but if there's not a little bit of pee trickling down your leg, then you're not dreaming big enough. And it's very visual, but I just love that because it brings humor to this idea of fear. And I think a lot of entrepreneurs have this idea that at some point they're going to be comfortable. At some point, there's not going to be this scariness. At some point, they will have arrived, not realizing that if they're, as long as they're living, it's going to be this beautiful life forever and ever. So, Dr. Bill, I'd love for you to share a little bit more into that.
On transcendence?
Yes, please.
Yeah, you know what? I think the best example of that is there was a David Goggins interview, and I forget who it was with, but he talked about when he dies and he goes to meet God, and God comes out and says, this is the version that you were supposed to be, and this is the version you are. And they need to match up. Mm-hmm. And in transcending, because, we are spiritual creatures in a meat suit, right? This part of our energy, if we are indeed all connected and we're all part of the same energy sphere, the universal net of the world, the quantum field, whatever you want to call it, that means part of our energy, we're not just here in a localized time, right? Mm-hmm. So that means by transcending our meat suit into, just this small portion that we're living, is when we meet that other person that we've elevated ourselves and they're not strangers. You should look like you're looking in a mirror and you're going like, yeah, that was all my potential and I lived it and I've done that. That's awesome. Oh, and then God says, well, come on in. You did your job. I gave you this roadmap and it was tough and you had faith and you believed and come on in. And then there's these other ones going like, well, I was going to do it, but I had to get my nails done. And then, that one guy, and there was traffic and I couldn't do it, but I was going to start Monday. And we start expanding that gap. And true transcendence is where you can ask yourself, it says, yeah, can I transcend from the meat suit into the energy? Because if energy is neither created nor destroyed, it's just reformed, right? Mm-hmm. Can we transcend from meat suit to our spiritual bodies, whatever whatever you believe that is? But we are energy. So that transcendence is Maslow's hierarchy is great. It's another framework that I like to use with my patients along with the hero's journeys, because it's an infallible map. You just kind of change things around. That's transcendence. And if you can continually transcend, if you're transcending from a poor little person that grew up maybe with not great means, and then you transcended into middle class, and then you transcend from middle class to upper middle class to a lower higher class to like that, or from a high school student to a college student to a grad student to a doctorate to a PhD to a diplomat and whatever else you have. You're always transcending. And it goes back to what we were talking about before. It's that gap. How much fear can we handle?
And is it really fear? It's kind of excitement, but we name it differently. So,
That's
if we
right.
can change, our relationship with that, it makes it more of a game, gamifying it instead of being terrified of the same sort of thing. Christina, what are your thoughts about that?
So I'm having a connection come up around what, Dr. Bill was talking about earlier with the subconscious and meeting our needs, and how we kind of tied in Maslow's hierarchy of needs, how most of the habits that we have and choices that we make, on some level, we do believe that they are serving us and that it's the best way to meet a need. And when I think of transcendence on a more kind of grounded level, I do think of, people trying to reach, states of bliss, states of freedom, states of extreme connection or experience of oneness with something. And what I think about transcendence, when it applies to reaching a higher state, I think of doing something, aligning ourselves with something that helps us to transcend into a higher vision. And I do think that that can be, translated into somebody reaching really high states of spiritual connection. I think that could be translated into, leadership in how can we all collectively combine to work towards this vision and transcend into that kind of new state. I think that that can be translated in somebody going from, going out and partying and using and doing things to reach a certain state, and then using that and transforming it into living a different lifestyle. So that's also what's coming up for me around transcendence. Like, how can you begin to meet your needs in a way that reaches that higher vision?
Exactly. You bring up a really good point. We all we wouldn't be doing it if there wasn't some sort of payoff or payout for us. And it's kind of like we just have to change our relationship a little bit so that we can start meeting those ultimate goals. Lynette, I'm curious what you think.
Yes, I mean, all of this just sort of rolls all up into this one particular space. But I totally agree with Christine and Dr. Bill in terms of being able to, what is this higher vision of ourselves? And again, when he mentions about the unconscious or the subconscious, is there really to protect us. So sometimes we may not venture into doing certain things. And the reason why is that the subconscious, the unconscious may have feel that this may harm you. There's some reason that is working to protect you. And so those are the kind of things, whether you go into a hypnotherapy session and come to an agreement with your unconscious to, maybe not protect me in this particular way so that I can experience this, more, this higher state of this person who I am now. How can I transcend the ego? How can I transcend to become this bigger, better version of myself so that I can have a more valuable life? I could be a more valuable contributor to the people that I lead, into our community, into the family, and just really to yourself. How can you continue to really rise to being a better version of yourself? So transcendence. I guess we could really talk about that for a while.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of fun. There's a saying, I used to be a personal trainer, and there's a saying that I can't do your push-ups for you. But I can show you and guide you and cheer you on and all these things, but you still have to do them. And I'm curious how, this idea of showing yourself or being the example, but also how do you, Lynette, inspire and lead others so that they can turn inwards and become aware of these things that they're maybe not aware of and they're subconscious?
Oh, yes. Leadership is like really my favorite because being a leader really is a path to me to transcendence, because when you get to lead people, you continue to become a better version of yourself, because you get into all of these different situations with the people in which you lead. Because once you really get to know them and you're serving them at the place where they are so that they can continue to grow and that they become, our next gen leaders, it is a place for you to really figure out who do you need to become to be able to inspire, to be able to develop and grow, to be able to also have this relationship with people who are going to help move the business forward, the community forward, or whatever it is. So as leaders, I just really can't see it without, I have been known for building peak performing teams and doing the impossible. But that's really because I put myself in a place of service, and how can I best serve the people who work for me? And then that continues, like I said, to help me evolve into this better and better leader so that they're willing to emulate me and then just always doing the best that they can. So that's how I sort of feel about that. And anything related to like sports training, I totally get it.
Yeah, exactly. No, I like that single-minded focus that Dr. Bill was talking about. Dr. Bill, I'm curious as well. You know, obviously you're a leader of leaders, and how, I mean, we all have this little voice that's like, who am I? And how do you inspire and lead other people so that they can focus on what it is that maybe is the ultimate goal together, or even just for themselves?
I think you help them realize that they're the hero and that they can be the hero. And in early on in my career, like I said, I wanted to be the super guy that came, I can fix you, let me help this, like that. And and I did. I'm a good doctor. I'm a good doctor, and it helped it. But it didn't help them. It helped their symptoms. It helped their condition, but it didn't help their life situation. And so when we expand that in a little bit more, is I always ask people, what do you want? And then you help remind them of all the things that they already are embodying. That was good. That's the kind of action that this kind of person takes, and you did that. And it perks them up, and it perks them up. It gets them going. It goes like, yeah, because how many people listening and watching this right now have had a negative thought that just kind of stayed with you all day? You're just like, oh God, do I look fat in these pants? If I bend over, am I going to do this? Is that a zit? Oh my God, everyone's staring at it. Or, I should do this. Well, I can't do that because I'm just, and then you reiterate a list of beliefs that you've already said to yourself. Well, why can't we because we're focused on those thoughts. So when somebody's with you, you want to re-engage them. The definition of meditate is to bring awareness to. Mm-hmm. So when we meditate on anything, we're going to meditate on our breath. We're going to be awareness to our breath. That means that we're not paying attention to anything else. So we help them meditate, and it could be walking meditate or whatever, but saying, you said you wanted to do this, and then you did this action, and this action. Those small actions that reinforce that. They go, yeah, I did that. And you get them from not meditating on the negative and just putting their head in the direction where they want to go and keeping them on their path of their journey. We've already established when we talk to them, so where do you want to go in this company? Oh, I want to be leader of sales, and I want to be the head of the, this, I want to be whatever. All right, well, here's the path. And they walk on the path, and then they get off here because someone said something bad to them, made them feel bad, and you bring them back over here, and then you walk them on. You have to help them stay on the journey and remind them. Remember last week, you didn't do this, and now you did 14 more sales calls, and you closed like one more person. And that was awesome. The way you handled that objection was awesome. The way that you handled your marketing plan was unbelievable. This is great. How did you do that? And they'll explain back. If you say it, it's doubtful. If they say it, they have to believe it. And you have to guide those people in. Say, well, how did you do that? How did you make that phone call so good? You're presupposing in the question that it was good. So now their mind has to switch off to like, well, how did I make it so good? Well, I was perky when I answered the phone, and I said, hi, this is great. And you help them reinforce. They take that thought process and that state for a minimum of 20 minutes on. And if you drop these little things every 20 minutes, every hour, so, oh, I really like the way that you stood there, whatever it is, you keep them on the path. That's how I do it. You want to get them focused on exactly what they want and remind them you're doing good, because those negative thoughts will take over. The world's full of them. They're throwing them down. It's like raining. So you got to throw the umbrella on them and dry them off a little.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Bill and Dr. Bill. I mean, so many insights. And one thing I want to mention about 2023 Legacy Leadership Summit is this 3-day transformational online educational program is all inclusive. And so the premise of this event, for some folks that are watching this that perhaps are surprised by the dialogue and the conversation, the premise of this event is to discuss leadership principles mentally, physically, relationally, financially, and spiritually. And so when you hear these conversations and you may ask yourself, well, what does self-transcendence have to do with leadership, right? What do Maslow's hierarchy of needs or Jungian psychology have to do with leadership? And the answer is everything. And so we want to thank the folks that have been watching this, and we're about at the halfway mark, and we have about 10 minutes or so left with this exciting panel. And I want to give the floor, because we didn't have a chance to really go into a lot of the work that Lynette does. And I want to give the floor to Lynette and Christina, and then we'll close out with Dr. Bill to talk about what does it take in today's world to be a true leader in business. Everyone here has a lot of experience in business, and I know a lot of the folks watching are either entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs. That's one of the main demographics that we're hitting. So Lynette, I'm curious, with your work, and I know you help a lot of individuals with their careers, with their businesses, what does it mean to you to be a leader in business today? Lynette, please.
Wow. So, well, to be a leader in business today, to me, it means to I sort of consider myself like a business geneticist in a sense, coming from a scientific industry. I spent multiple decades in the biopharma, biotech industry. And so coming from a very intense environment where every day is millions of dollars lost, and being able to build teams and being a leader in that particular environment. And so for me, being a leader really means being able to allow people to self-lead, being able to empower them, being able to grow them, knowing them so well that sometimes they come to you, how do you even know that this is what I need? Because I didn't communicate this to you, coming from that place of integrity, coming from that place of service, because that's the only way you're going to really be able to inspire. And I like it with the Prime Minister of New Zealand. She mentioned about how people say like, oh, well, you can't be leading a country and you're just always being nice. And she was like, well, since when can you not be empathetic and still being able to lead? And so being a leader in today's day and age, it's gone with all of the, authoritative way of leading. You really have to have that empathy. You have to know your people. You have to be able to tap into what excites them, what builds them up, what encourages them to be able to do their best work. And then you give them the fuel to be able to put on their own fires so that they can see their potential, so that they can see their growth, that they can see their contribution. And I like what Dr. Bill said earlier today about, helping them to see that they are the hero, because the people that you are leading really are the people who are the heroes for whatever it is that business objective that you have. The people that are being led are helping you to achieve those business objectives. They are your heroes. And so you have to treat them as such. So whether I'm helping people build a business, or I'm helping pre-IPO or smaller biotech, biofarmers with their leadership, building their teams or whatever, I have to come in and help them to see the importance of sort of tapping into things, the thinking from the people who work from them, and not always thinking about the top-down approach in terms of this is what the business wants, because the business can want anything that it can, but if you don't have the people to be able to deliver on those objectives, the business is not going anywhere. So even for people who are entrepreneurs and building businesses, eventually you're going to get to the stage where you're going to have to build teams. Well, how do you go about and effectively do that? And so it really taps into who are you as a leader that's going to be able to translate into a way that people are going to be inspired to be led by you, inspired to do all the activities that's going to be needed to push forward whatever that milestone is for the business, the objectives, and also at the same time be able to sustain them their careers, their family, their income, all of those are kind of things in which I like to take into consideration as a leader in the space that I'm in.
I love that.
Thank you for
Mo.
that, Lynette. Thank you for that. And thank you for taking time today to share your wisdom with our audience. Christina, I'm curious, in closing and in conclusion, what words of wisdom you have, and what is the top business lesson that you've learned? Yesterday, you were here with us and you shared that you have over a decade of experience as an entrepreneur, and that you've learned a lot in the course of that time period. So I'm curious what you can share with our audience in closing about a business related lesson before we close out this panel, please.
So on the topic of leadership and business, I really think that it's important to tap into what you're passionate about and let that be the guiding thread. When I think of modern leadership, I think of transformational leadership, and I think of integrity. So how are you showing up in every area of your life and empowering those around you to trust the leader within themselves so that you're collaborating with leaders? And so that's what's really been coming up for me, and really been the process around stepping into leadership more in my life and empowering those around me.
Fantastic. Thank you. I'm going to have Michael Silvers also join the conversation as we wrap up. Michael Silvers, welcome back. And Dr. Bill, final words on this panel before we close out. What are some words of wisdom that you'd like to share with our community here about business? I know that in the city of Yorba Linda, you have had a very successful business in Orange County, California for decades now. And so you've sort of become one of the local business leaders. And so I'm curious what you've learned that you can share with our audience in closing.
Well, thank you, Mo. We try. Thank you for recognizing that. I think business is real simple. Businesses exist to solve a problem. And if you are the expert, or you have a path to solve the problem of the consumer, whatever that means, widgets, chiropractic, healthcare, health coach, financial manager, whatever it is you show in your everyday life, so your integrity. My business is about X, Y, and Z. This is the lane that I live in. Here's all the information that you want. If you want what we have, come on board, and you will attract people. I think the days of fear marketing and trying to drag and entice people to come jump on you, it's kind of dead. It's like you want to attract people to you, and you'll attract the right people, and you'll stay congruent, and you'll be happier. You'll just be happier. It's always better to be an artist than an act.
Very powerful. Thank you, Dr. Bill. And what an incredible wide array of wisdom you have. And I hope that every chiropractor around the world thanks God that there's a Dr. Bill Janishek representing them out here. Because, you could have just as easily introduced yourself as a psychologist or, any type of a professional. We would have believed it. So if you're a chiropractor watching this, you need to thank Dr. Bill Janishek. He's doing a great job of up-leveling the reputation of chiropractors all around the world. And so we're going to take a quick 1-minute break. I want to thank our awesome panel here for adding a unique element to this summit and really taking things in a unique direction quite naturally, because like I said, all 5 categories of life are equally important, including that spiritual category. And so it was good that we had that conversation here. It was a very important value add for this community. And with that being said, I want to just take a quick break, and we'll be back with Michael, Julie, and myself. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back. And, Michael, I'm curious what your thoughts are on the powerful hour that we all just listened to. I know that it was a totally different subject matter than what we've had the opportunity to spend some time on here at the Leadership Summit, but an important one. And then I'd like you to please go ahead and introduce our next guest. I know you're going to be spending some time with him, and Julie will stick around on and off to help support that and facilitate that with you. So, Michael, please, I'm going to give you the floor to share your general thoughts as well.
And there goes Mo. I like it, Mo. You just like gone in a second. So, it's just always great to be here. And, the thoughts of it's the mindset piece. And I love what we're doing. And what's really critical here is we're tying in that mindset, and we're tying in the action, and we're making sure that you become the best that you can be from different aspects of yourself. Because I used to always talk about this really quick, and I'll talk about this later. I'll be up around 3:00 Pacific Standard Time, but I'm going to talk about the importance of 3 coaches, 2 mentors, and a mastermind. But it's all about that moving forward and making sure that you lock yourself in and you have way too much fun while you do it. And at the same time, really the thoughts move to actions, which you can look at that 10 different ways. I've worked with everybody on the planet, and just know, always ask the question, are you making a difference? Are you being of service? And are you taking action to get there? And you guys are just the best. So I'm so glad that this next gentleman I'm about to bring up, he has literally changed my life. And I've got stories to tell, and this will be way too much fun. So I'm going to bring him up. I'm going to let him do his own, what we call an earn the right. But we're just going to really chat. So everybody, go ahead, take a seat, sit back, get your drinks ready, enjoy, get your pencils. Everybody remember what a pencil is? Pencils, pens, tablets, whatever it takes. And let me introduce Mr. Aaron Scott Young.
Hey guys, great to be here. Can you hear me okay?
Perfect. How are you today?
Doing very well. Been thoroughly enjoying the morning, listening in, and I'm delighted for my opportunity to add my voice.
Yeah, no, it's great. Aaron, I'm also going to bring up Donna, because she knows you really, really well. And, it's the kind of thing where we've all done a lot of work together. We've even done events together. So, Aaron, from your perspective, again, can you tell the audience just a little bit about your background, just so they get to know? And remember, everybody, really critical, write this down. You always want to earn your right. So you're like, why am I listening to this person? Why are they up in front of me? But if you do that for the next 35 minutes, write this down, they will not be interested, right? Because then what they're losing is what's in it for them. They're always asking that question. So always earn the right of why you're on stage, but take your time. At the same time, make it short, concise, to the point, and always about the audience. And this gentleman, Aaron, you do it the best. Aaron, go ahead.
Well, as far as earn the right, and thank you, because I just learned that from you. I've never used that expression before. I came from a very sort of middle to lower middle class family. I was the oldest of 5 kids. I'm a typical entrepreneur story. If you're going to have the stuff that your family can't afford to give you, you have to figure out a way to go get it. And so I learned early to earn money. I started my first company with a payroll at 19, have been making a payroll ever since. I just turned 59, so that's 40 years, as the gray beard will attest. And over that time, it's been in the first company was recycling. Then I was one of the first people in cellular back in 1986, financial services, corporate services, accounting, and on, right? So the thing that I'm excited we can talk about, although this was not the topic I intended to talk about, was earning your right. Is if you can actually learn as you're going along and remember what worked and what didn't work, pretty soon you can start adopting, and everybody, I suggest you write this down, SRA, same rules apply. All right? Because once you learn success patterns, you can apply them in business, in relationships, in spirituality, in you're working with your kids or working with anybody. And so my experience has just been try enough things and then remember what worked and what didn't work. And eventually you get to be on the LA Tribune's legacy leadership program. So thank you.
I love it. The great thing about that, and with everything that you've done, is I'll tell you also, everybody out there, what's really critical is find people not only that you know, like, and trust, but they'll step in when necessary. They'll be there for you. I was running an event in Hawaii. Remember this, Aaron? And I needed somebody with his caliber to be out there. And on his own dime, on his own time, he flew out just to assist, just to be part of what our students were doing, and to advise them and help them through their business challenges, ideas, and really create that legacy and leadership part to create whatever that is for them. Can you talk a little bit about what you do with students? And so Aaron owns many businesses. He's international. What he's created is what a lot of you would want to create, which is not working in your business, but on your business and ideas. And I won't tell you how many days a month he actually does. No, we won't go there. But he's created the lifestyle that all of us would go, that's pretty cool. And at the same time, he's always making a difference. But can you talk a little bit about that?
Okay. All right. So I'm not making fun of myself. Okay. But when I was a young boy, maybe 5th grade or something, I was reading in a little quote book, and you see all these books behind me. This is the library at my beach house. Okay. And so that's where I am right now on the Oregon coast. I read this quote or whatever that said, if you have a difficult task, give it to a lazy man. He'll find an easier way to do it. That's sort of the story of my life. I've been trying to figure out, how do we build things up without overcomplicating them? And how do we, I can tell you, the best way to do that is to not be the bottleneck to your own progress. So many people who are very successful work their tails off and love to talk about the 100-hour work week, love to talk about how they sacrifice and everything for their business. And I'm like, well, I guess that's one route you could follow, but it's not the one I'm choosing to follow. What I try to do is figure out something worthy of the time. And this is something, you just said something about, somebody just said something about what's in it for me,
Right.
And as we're talking about the audience, what's in it for the audience, right? Right now, people are listening in right now. What are we going to give them that's worthy of their time commitment that they're making, right? But I'll tell you, one of the things business owners don't do as a group, there are exceptions, but the majority of people, we've got tens of thousands of business owner clients, right? Many tens of thousands. And then all the other people that I go meet at speaking engagements and so on. What most people are not doing is beginning. Stephen Covey talks about begin with the end in mind. My attitude is, if you're going to start doing something, once you determine that there's actually a need for the thing you're going to do, that you're not just trying to force feed something the public doesn't want. Once we know there's a value and there's a felt need for what you're going to do, the next thing is, what am I going to get out of this? What's my driver for doing it? Because I'm giving up my time, my money. There's an opportunity cost, things I'm not doing because I'm here, right? So what do I want? What's my reward if I can do a good job providing service to a lot of other people? And a lot of people are not thinking of that. They think of it selfishly if they show up to church and then it's like, well, that wasn't a very good sermon. Well, they didn't have to make the sermon and practice and go up there and do it. They can just go, oh, that sucked. Or they can go, oh, that wasn't a very good talk, or that's not a very good TV show, or whatever. But what did you do, right? What did you make? So first thing is, what can you learn from the people that are presenting to you? What did they do? How did they earn the right for this moment? And then if you're delivering real value, it's very reasonable to say, but what's the payoff for me at some place? Because I see business owners or leaders of any sort. I work with a lot of business owners, but I don't care what you're involved in. If you're involved in the PTA or coaching Little League or whatever, and it's all about sacrifice, martyr, look what I'm doing for these other people, somebody please give me some strokes for all the suffering I'm doing, right? I think that's kind of a foolish game. A better game is to say, I'm going to do something worthwhile and I'm going to get something cool for it. And it could be, Michael, you and I have talked about the legacy for our children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. Maybe that's your driver. Maybe you've transcended the place where you're just trying to figure out, how am I going to eat next week? How am I going to pay my bills? Once you get, I remember hearing Warren Buffett talking one time, and they were saying, why don't you live a more extravagant life? Why don't you do more? And he's like, I'm really happy. Like, I have a great house. I have a great car. I do cool stuff. I get to do what I love. And the reason I'm giving away all my money, 99 is if I worked very hard, maybe I could spend 1% of my money. The rest of the other 99% has no utility for me. And I thought, that's right. Once we get what we need, then we, out of that abundance, we can give to other people. We can support other things. We can hire more people, provide better benefits, give more to the community. But if you're always doing it out of your poverty, because you never stop to think, what are we going to get from doing this project? What's the abundance that's going to come out of the project? We probably will spend our time telling people about all the good we want to do and all the things we are committed to. We'll do very little good in the world because you don't have enough money or time to give to others. You're too busy slaving away at your 100-hour work week. So my leadership skill has always been hire the best people, surround myself with great people, let them do their thing, and measure only on the outcomes that we want, not nitpick what they do as they go through their day. As long as we're hitting the outcomes, as long as we're moving in a concerted effort towards a great goal, and everybody's able to feel fully realized in their position they've been invited into, then dang, that's good. And guess what it means to me? I hang out at the beach. It's not because I'm lazy. It's because I've got phenomenal people around me who do terrific work.
I absolutely love all of that with what you're sharing and with what you're saying. And I think you hit the nail on the head, especially in the world of leadership, because here's a person, you run multiple businesses. They're all are highly successful, but yet you're coming to us from the beach house. And I think you're absolutely right in that our business owners, the entrepreneurs, we're working 80, 100, 120 hours a week. In addition to hiring really great people, until you can get to that point, what advice or tips can you share with us to help shift us from that solopreneur to really having that team to grow, expand, and scale?
Donna, it's a great question. So let me tell you about a guy that I met early in my career. I was probably 23 years old or something like that. And there was this wealthy guy, and I would go meet with him from time to time at his home, which was in one of the most exclusive neighborhoods in our city of Portland, Oregon. It was in the suburbs, kind of like the nicest area of, if anybody knows Portland, nicest area of Lake Oswego. So it's a deluxe area, beautiful home. And I would ask him questions. And so I would do whatever he wanted to do with me, but then I would like ask him questions because he was crushing it. And I remember said, I don't know if these questions are just silly. I don't want to waste your time. And he said to me, and I'll never forget it, he said, Aaron, I always have time to invest. I never have time to waste. And if you're trying to build something, there are other people like him, like people that have been on this program already. Marie Diamond was just on. I've had wonderful experience with Marie Diamond in England, at events where she said to me one time, I'll come to that fundraiser if you'll be my date. And we sat together at the Beverly Hills Hilton, and with one of the casts of Melrose Place on my left arm and Marie Diamond on my right. And we had this great conversation that night. I'm telling you, there are phenomenal people out there who, if you'll just ask them a meaningful question and do it in a way that isn't, I hate it when people say, can I pick your brain? Or can I have 5 minutes? No, it's like, come to me and say, hey, Aaron, I've already read the books. I've already listened to the podcast. I've already been to your event. I've already, been on your webinar or whatever. I've done some work, and I'm choosing you to ask this next question that's really important to my progress. If somebody demonstrates they've already done the work, they've already taken all the free stuff, and now they want time, you know what? I'm going to say yes, like every time. And I'm not kidding. I'll probably get a few emails from this because I just said that. I'm just telling you, if an individual is willing to do some legwork themselves, and then they come to you because they can't afford to hire you at this point, they can't afford to hire other people. Most people that I know who are successful are very liberal with their time, as long as it isn't wasted time.
Mm-hmm.
Does that answer your question?
It does. And it's a very sage advice there, because I think a lot of our mentors and our coaches that come before us will actually invest in their time, knowing that you've already done the research, you've already taken all the steps, you're going to the next level in all of those areas. So in a way, you kind of serve in that role as a mentor. And with that, what are some advice that you can give to all of our listeners out there, to the audience, of what really makes a great mentor? Yes, investing time, sharing, but what makes a great mentor?
Boy, what a loaded question. Can I share something that was on my mind this morning that
Yes.
I think might go to that point? And by the way, I'm looking in the chat, and DC Cordova is making comments, and other people that I know. And it's so lovely to see all these wonderful folks chiming in here. So thank you guys for listening while I'm up for a few minutes. My dad, this may seem a little obtuse for a minute, and I hope I can land it because it's been on my mind the last day or two. So my father, who passed away in July of 2020, my dad has been my hero my whole life. I freaking won the lottery when I got to be his son. Okay. Now, I saw him as a mentor. I saw him as the ultimate expression of a husband and a father and a good man. And he was talented and funny, and he knew about everything, and just a phenomenal guy. One of the things he always said through my life was, Aaron, it's more important to be trusted than it is to be loved. And I said, what do you mean, Dad? And he said, if I'll always love you, no matter what, I'll always love you. But if I don't trust you, I can't leave you home alone. I can't give you the keys to the car. I can't, give you money to go on an errand or something. Because if I don't trust you, I don't know what you're going to do. Right. So I like internalized this thing about how critically important it is to be trusted and to be trustworthy. Okay. Because my mentor told me this is more important than even love. Mm-hmm. And I knew he loved me. So if he was saying there's a step above, damn it, I was going to be that guy. Then time went on, and most people listening don't know, but some do, and it's not a secret. I got embroiled in a criminal litigation situation related to somebody we had done work with in the past. We fought for 3.5 years, spent about $2 million in legal fees. And eventually my business partner and I just threw our hands up and said, okay, IRS, Department of Justice, we give. It had nothing to do with our taxes, our companies, our personal things. There was no fraud. There was no anything. They just said, you were there, you materially assisted, so we're charging you with conspiracy. We know you didn't know of the crime, but you still materially assisted. We were 2 of like 40 people in a big case. Nevertheless, off we go. to federal prison. Okay. So I thought, well, who in the world is ever going to trust me now? I'm a felon. I was an Eagle Scout. I grew up in the Mormon church. I went out on my mission with my white shirt and my name tag and my 10-speed. I've been married to the same woman for 36 years, the only woman I've ever been with, never smoked, never drank. I was the straightest arrow I could make myself, yet I was a felon. I was in prison for conspiracy to defraud the IRS. Okay, well, so I really believed who's ever going to trust me again. My mentor told me it's more important to be trusted than to be loved. How could I have screwed this up any worse? Right? That's how I felt. Okay. It was important to be trusted because I got out of prison and the first person to invite me back on the stage was Brian Tracy. Okay. And Brian said, if you knew everything that I'd ever been involved in, you might raise your eyebrows a little bit at me too. Right. But he was very generous in bringing me back out because I thought nobody will ever want me again because it's more important to be trusted than to be loved. I thought I had betrayed that possibility. Now, here's the point. My whole life, I've been working to be trustworthy. So the result to the greater public was everything we've ever seen the guy do was in integrity. This is a blip. Even the judge said on sentencing day, I'm trying to reconcile what this man has been accused of versus everything else in his life. That's what the judge said at sentencing, right? So there was this string that I had built because my mentor told me how important it is to be trusted. I had thought if I do anything that could be less than perfect, I wouldn't be trustworthy. But my dad was saying, Aaron, if you're trustworthy, that will support you and sustain you through all the challenges. And then I'm going to say something else. The great lesson was when I was invited, and Michael, I don't know if you or Donna might have been there, but I was invited to Palm Springs to speak in front of a large audience. And I was asked to tell the jail story. And I suspected as soon as I say this on the stage, I'm going to get the same thing. As soon as I tell it, the audience is going to pull back. I was reassured, no, this audience will not do that to you. But I was terrified. It was the scariest story I'd ever given from a stage. And I stood up and I told the story and I added a whole bunch of business stuff with it. And I summarized with kind of the results of what had happened with the prison thing, the business stuff, where we ended up. Standing ovation, beautiful reception from, 5, 6, 7, maybe 800 people. It was a huge room. Afterward, like many of us that give talks, you usually get 3, 4, 5, 10 people that come up and want to talk to you right after the speech. No, this evening, it was a mob. It was 80 or 100 people. But instead of all just smiling and asking business questions and stuff like normal, they would take my hand and pull me in really close and say something like, my child died. I have cancer. I did 8 years. I'm going through a divorce, right? In my ear. And what I learned at that moment that my mentor had made possible for me, my dad. If you live in integrity, no matter what challenges come up, you're gonna still be that person that you've trained yourself to be, that you've committed yourself to being. And at the end of the day, it was never, I get a little emotional on this one. The experience at the end of the day wasn't because I was a bad guy or that I did something wrong. They let me go right back to everything the day after I got out of prison. Go back and run your companies. They never froze a bank account. They never took my passport. They were never worried about Aaron Young. You know what it was? The people in that audience, and it's happened many times since, the people in the audience saw there's a guy that's up on the stage that somebody has trusted enough to put on the stage that I paid to attend, and he's telling me he went through this terrible situation, and he's up on the stage. Maybe I can get through my problem too. Maybe this thing isn't going to wipe out my life. Maybe this is just a learning experience that's going to make me better, stronger, faster, more useful to the world. How do you become a mentor? How do you be a good mentor? You realize that all of life's challenges are not about how people are going to judge you, but how you can use them to, as appropriate, drop that little gold nugget for somebody so they get the thing that they need this moment. Les Brown said to me one day, we were having breakfast, and he said, remember, never let what you want to say get in the way of what the audience needs to hear. I was so worried about how people would judge me versus saying, I'm just going to keep going. And if anybody wants my input, my mentorship, now I have some more things to tell them. And it's led to working with felons in major prisons. It's led to writing books. It's led to speeches all over the world. It's led to all these things. Mentorship is about taking what you've learned in life and making it easier for other people to avoid the bruises and the scars. You know, that's really what it is.
You know, I'm going to just chime in here. Aaron, part of the reason that I ever put you on our stages and like in Hawaii was your story is who you are, right? And life also, everybody write this down. Forgiveness, it's what it's about, right? Because we've all had challenges in our life, but you created such a journey of this integrity. You created such a journey of, and it's not the term doing the right thing, you know, it's a journey of really, it's a love. It's a journey of love. It's a journey of this consistent ability to see what others need and help them. And that is the whole reason that you're here today. That's the whole reason that I work with you. And by the way, Aaron's one of my mentors, and those are the people that you want to surround yourself with, have every day. Now the chat's going to take a time to register, but put a 1 in the chat if Aaron is somebody who you could see as your mentor. Because when I first met him, I'm like, that's it. That's one of my mentors. Aaron, I appreciate you spending the time with us today. With just the couple minutes we have left, in a way, I just want to leave it there, because that story is so powerful. And there comes the ones. There they come.
Thank you, guys. And can I just say, Michael, I'm looking at the chat while we're talking, and people are being so generous and so lovely. And somebody made a comment about what an appropriate story for Father's Day. That is a good story. It is a good story. And thank you guys for your support with these ones. Michael, you said you were going to ask one more question before we wrap. I want to not take up your question.
No, it's good. You know what? It's never a problem. And we all do this together. But I think the one thing I'd like you to sort of just is there, because this gets asked all the time in business. Is there one or two things in just a minute or two that you could let the business owners to be people out there? What are one or two things they should do on a daily basis to move their businesses forward?
Number one thing, get super clear on the outcome that you want. Most people are so scattered, so homogenous, just trying to do anything to make money that they never make real progress, they never have real growth, and they suffer for their entrepreneur gene. I'm a huge believer in get super clear on the bell that you're going to ring that says, oh, I finished this part. So first part is get brutally explicit with the outcome that you're going after, because once you know where you're going, you'll know what to say no to. You'll know if something's going to deviate you from the path or keep you on the track. So the number one thing is stay focused on your primary goal, and then don't try to measure or control everything, because there's a million things. Figure out 2, 3, 4 at the most, You could call them key performance indicators. You could call them, Gary Keller wrote that book, The One Thing. What's the one? I read a draft of that in Costa Rica before it came out. And I fell in love with the book. What's the one thing that if we do that, it'll make everything else either easier or unnecessary. If we stay clear on just a few things and then surround ourselves with the competent people, whether they're your employees, they're a part-time person, they're an advisor, whatever, you will make such rapid progress towards your goals versus trying to hold everything in your arms, control it all, approve it all. The biggest thing you do is stay focused on the goal, get great people, and build a culture of trust and innovation and collaboration. If you can do those things, you'll be successful. Remember what I said, SRA, same rules apply in all things.
Awesome. This has been great. Why don't you just all show appreciation. If you were in an audience, you would stand up and applaud. You can put a 5 into the chat. Aaron, this has just been amazing. Before I let you go, I'm going to bring up our next speaker. So Randy's ready. Just everybody can say hi, and then we'll let you go in a second. And I'll formally introduce you, Randy, too, of course.
Hi, Randy.
I knew you two knew each other, so
yeah,
it's like old home week here, right? Randy, you're on mute. You can unmute yourself. So
Randy and I have known each other for, I don't know, Randy, 10, 12 years probably.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah. Good to see you. Good to see you all. Thanks for the love. Beatrice Bruno, thank you. I love this woman. I haven't seen her for a number of years. A lot of people are saying great things. I appreciate the time. Thanks for inviting me.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much from the Los Angeles Tribune and everybody here. Aaron, you are the best. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye, guys.
It's great, everybody, by the way, at the 2023 Legacy Leadership Summit for the LA Tribune. If you know anybody out there who this message resonates with you, it really drives you to where you want to go. And our next speaker, it's information you're going to use today. It's putting it into action. It's having it go. Make sure that you share this on your Facebook. Make sure you share this on YouTube. Share it with people you know, because life is about sharing and being of service to other people out here. Thank you so much. As Donna's hanging out with me. So Donna and I have done, I don't know how many summits in the last 3 years, right? 1,000. I mean, it's been incredible. But it's always great. And from Mo Rock and the Tribune, we're just so honored to have you all here. So this next gentleman, he's a rock star. He's a rock star. And I've known him. I met him, I think in 2017, we were sitting in that room. And I'll never forget it because my brother was living in Northern California. Fires hit. I have to bounce out of the room because he's evacuating his house and this and that. And so I'll never forget that event because of that. I'll never forget that event because I met you. And let's everybody give a thunderous round of applause to Mr. Randy Tate. So, and Randy, the thing is too, that you came at a great time because we were running the global mastermind for Peak Potentials, right? And I needed somebody to show people what to do with their money. I mean, it was like the timing was perfect. And again, same thing. On your own dime, you flew out, you assisted the audience, and you helped move them forward. Could you just talk a little bit about your background and let people know just a little bit about who you are and what you do, and then we'll move forward from there?
Yeah, I'll give it in reverse. Currently, I'm in the venture that you met me when I'm doing. I'm the CEO of a AI-driven software platform that is creating massive disruption in the financial services space. My background, though, is beyond that, entrepreneur. This is my third startup. The first two, successful exits. They were really good, did great. This is my third one. Before that, though, you get to the root of who I am. I spent the first 9 years after college teaching high school. People always look at me funny when they hear that now. But all I wanted to do as a kid growing up was coach football, coach wrestling, and teach people. I thought that's the way you make an impact on the world. My teachers made a massive impact on me. And that's what I wanted to do. And so when I started that venture, I learned that as we grow and learn, and we all know, we heard Aaron's experience, as you start to learn about life and what's going on, you find bigger and better ways to help, bigger and better, more powerful ways to show up. Why did I fly out on my own dime to work with Michael and his group? well, there was a need there that I could help fulfill, and it's came back 100-fold. It's the way it always works. So when we think about that, you start taking the things you learned previously, even though they might not connect. I'm in finance now. I'm in the space of finance and software. I have a degree in education as a former teacher that has 2 exits from very different types of businesses. One thing that I've learned, and I want to impart on all of you, because I know there's a lot of small business owners on here, is that everything applies. I say this a lot. I was on an interview about a month ago now, and this lady asked me the question, what would you impart your leadership skills to? How did you learn these? Where did they come from? And I thought about it for a second, because I didn't take a leadership class. I don't have a degree in business leadership. What I did, though, was I spent about 6 years coaching freshman high school football. And she was taken aback by that. I'm like, look, if you can coordinate, 50 13-year-olds, you can coordinate anything. And I say that semi-jokingly, but the fundamentals and the principles are the same. And so every business I've started, we have the same principles. We have the same fundamentals. And so, Michael, when you ask that question, what's my background? My background is leadership. I've been leading one thing or another for 25 years now. And I've found that the principles of coaching high school freshman football, teaching science, coaching a wrestling team, traveling to Europe and coaching American football over there, or running a brand new startup company, the fundamentals are the same. And now with our attention, what we're going to talk about today on money and wealth, that's a pretty popular subject. People like to talk about it. But I've learned that there's some fundamental things psychologically that we don't all engage in. We don't behave the same way around money as we do everything else. You start talking about money and people get funny, even more so than religion. People get funny, or politics even. Talk about money. Start asking people about their money and watch how the conversation and the energy in the room changes. Their behaviors also change around it. So, that's the background, Michael. That's kind of where I come from, and what I'm about today.
Yeah, I love it. You're so right, though, because so I've known you a long time. Not as long as others, but I've known you a long time. We've done stuff together. We've done events together. You handle my money. I mean, let's be honest, right?
Yeah.
And that takes trust. I mean, that takes, at the same time, the biggest thing you did, and we're going to dive right into this, everyone. And by the way, just so I know who's listening, there's a lot of business. If you're a business owner or entrepreneur, we'll hit the speakers, authors, trainers later. But and we're going to do a big thing on that in about 2.5 hours at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Let's see. Yep, I'm going to be talking about that. So if you're, and then we'll go into at 4 o'clock. We'll talk really deep on that subject for speakers, authors, trainers. But if you're a business owner or entrepreneur, just put a 3 in the chat, just so we can sort of see. And this is for everybody, even if you're going to start a business or not. There is a fear around money. There is a fear, right? There's this fear of if I have money or don't money, what do I do with my money? Nobody should know what I have or I don't have. The fear of loss comes in. And you hear this every day. You go through this every day. You even got me through some of my stuff after working in the personal development business for over 20 years. You made it simple. Can you talk a little bit about that mindset around money?
Yeah. It's an interesting paradigm that a lot of people have around money in particular, and then the psychology that goes into it, because let's just face it, money is important. We like to say and pound our chest and say things like money doesn't matter. Well, money actually does matter. So the first step there is to acknowledge that money's important. Money really does matter. Without money, you can't do much good. Not only that, you can't feed yourself. You can't put shelter over your head. Maslow was onto something when he put his little hierarchy together. And money is an extremely important part of it. Just acknowledging that kind of makes people feel good. Just a little relief, like, oh yeah, you're right. It kind of is important. Yeah, okay. Now, does that mean you want to go around, stealing it? No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not the point. The point is that money provides an answer to pretty much every problem you have today. However, it does create others. And I want to make sure people think about that. And when we talk about moving the conversation from money, how do I think about money? What do I want to do with money? From how do I get it? And I'm going to talk a little bit about this in a minute. Getting money versus keeping and growing money. Two different mindsets. So on the getting money, we have to make sure if you're a small business owner, the most important thing that most small business owners overlook, especially in the beginning, is that they have to sell something. Money has to happen. Otherwise, your business won't flourish. You must sell. You have to sell. Now, let's set that aside and let's start talking a little bit about the difference in making money, getting money, going and getting money versus growing wealth and investing money. Because we all know that for money to compound and grow, it's got to be put somewhere. You put it in your mattress, particularly in an economy like today. If you put all of your nest egg in your mattress or in a safe at your house, by this time from the beginning of the year till now, you've actually lost money. Even if you didn't put it to work, even if you didn't take it out, you've lost it. So what happens is we have all these challenges around us. We get into the mindset of, well, I don't know enough about it, so I'm going to give it to somebody else. I'm just going to give it to somebody else. We think that we could take it down to the local advisor, give them the money and let them trust it. And then here's the real funny thing, Michael. I crack up at this all the time. I ask people all the time, when was the last time you looked at your statement? And most of them don't look at it ever. So if you still have a job out here and you got your 401k out there, let's just start looking at it. Pay attention to it. Ask some questions. That's number one. Number one is we're so embarrassed about it. We have such a paradigm about the conversation that we don't even speak to the person we're paying money to manage it. We don't know how they're managing it. And we don't know what they're trying to do. In most cases, not every person. So if you're the one person out there that's on top of it, then I'm not talking to you. We're talking to the masses. And so we figure, well, they've got better tools. They can do it better. Well, that's probably true. They've told me to buy and hold, so I'm just going to buy it and hold it and leave it alone. I'll look at it when I'm 60. We don't think about what's going on in that space. And, one of the things you and I talked about, Michael, is the importance of actually getting out of the market versus just investing all in all the time. You don't want to just put all your money in and forget it, because what if it goes down? Wouldn't it be nice if you get out before that? Things like that. So the whole getting wealthy versus staying wealthy is a big conversation, and I talk about it a lot. And I'll give you just a couple examples of this. A lot of people think, I'll use it since we're in the space, I'm going to use it as an example. We participate in the stock market space. Our software does. So people think often that we're a trading platform. Now, here's a language thing that we get wrapped around. Trading and investing are two different things. What do you mean, Randy? They're the same thing. No, they're not. Buying and selling Apple every day just to make money is very different than investing in Apple and not touching it for 20 years. That's investing. So we want to think about that first. Mm-hmm. Secondly, we want to talk about getting wealthy versus staying wealthy. And one of the things Michael talked about is that when people put their businesses to work and they start doing the things they're coached to do and they start growing and they start making money, what do they do with it? Well, their first knee jerk is, I want to put it all back in my business. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Pay yourself. You got to pay yourself. Once you pay yourself, you then need to take a piece and put it away to grow somewhere for the future. They're very different, right? It's a different mindset, and we think we got forever. And I'm going to give you guys a couple tips today to really put this into perspective. And here's the biggest problem we have. And if you can actually take this away in your investing future, this will be a successful 20 minutes here with me. Do not get in the position where you are thinking about risking something you have and need for something you don't have and don't need. It's a big shift of occurrence. I'll give you a great example of this. If you've never heard of Rajat Gupta, at one point he was the CEO of McKinsey. and he sat on the board of Goldman Sachs. Came from an orphanage, worth over $100 million. Could do anything he wanted in the world. Yet he wanted more. He wanted more. So what did he do? He took his seat on the board of Goldman Sachs as he learned information about companies, slipped it to his hedge fund buddies who invested it in other stuff ahead of the curve, and just thought he'd pick up an extra 20 million bucks. Well, what did that cost him? He was risking what he had and what he needed for what he didn't have and what he didn't need, just because he wanted more. More is a bad word. So the moral of this is to be conscious of the word enough. Know you're enough. We always talk about in personal development a lot about what's your why. What's your why? Why am I here? What is my why? Get in touch with the why and everything will come true. Think and Grow Rich. We've all read it. Okay, there's more to it than that though. There's now identifying, once you have the why, do you need more? If you need more, hey, good for you. But if you don't, be very conscious of your behavior around it. I know so many people that lost their shirts early on in Bitcoin. Why? Because there were Bitcoin scams popping up everywhere. I'll pay you 1% a day if you invest in my Bitcoin deal that's located in Malta, right? And they cashed out all their money, put it all in there. They, on paper, were making 20, 30 grand a day in some cases. And then poof, it's gone. Now they're in absolute panic mode. I know a couple people that put their whole retirement into something like one of those deals. They risked what they had and needed for what they didn't have and they didn't need. It's a very important thing to do. And so what we have to do there is shift that occurrence. What do you mean shift the occurrence? Well, shift the occurrence simply means this. The word enough is your word. It's up to you. What is enough for you? 2 cars and a swimming pool? Are you good? 3 vacations a year, 10 vacations a year, or do you want the mansion in Malibu? What's enough? There's no wrong answer. It's your answer. And what are you going to do to try and get there? So once you start to get to that spot where you've identified enough, just like you've identified your why, many of you have tried to do things without being in touch with why you're doing it. I'm very clear why I'm doing this. You need to be clear why you're doing what you do. And so as you're going through that, being conscious of enough and shifting that occurrence and like, how do I do that, Randy? How do I actually get into a position where I can grow wealth without getting too risky? Well, it's real simple. You got to do 2 things. Number 1, you got to be paranoid all the time that you're going to lose everything. And at the same time, you need to be super optimistic that everything you're doing is going to work. You can chuckle because that's kind of funny. But the reality of it is that, if you're going to make money and go get money, you got to be humble. You got to take a little bit of risk. You got to be very optimistic. You got to get out there. You're here right now today. You got to be out there doing things that are going to put you in a position to get better and get more. At the same time, keeping money requires, it's the other side of the fence. You got to always be afraid you're going to lose it. Assume tomorrow won't be like yesterday. And accept that luck plays a role in everything you do. Luck and time always play a role. Give you a couple little facts to chew on. Warren Buffett, we all know that guy. 81 billion of Warren Buffett's 85 billion came after his 65th birthday. Scratch your head on that one. That guy's been doing it a long time and sounds like he made all his money right at the very end. Well, it's the theory and the compounding and the way he puts it together. Very conscious of enough, not risking what he doesn't need a lot. He drives his old car and all that, but that's the reality of it. Be conscious of enough. Be conscious of enough. And so, Michael, that was the big message I really wanted to take. And one little marketing spin I wanted to put on here for everybody to gather. When we built our company, this particular one, I learned something from my other 2. The third one, we started in the very beginning to do 3 things. Now, every one of you that has a business or you're a small business owner, you're an entrepreneur, your thing, your widget, what it is you do, does one of 3 things for people. It either provide something that they need that's better than the alternative today. That's what you're going to tell people. That's marketing 101. You're better. Number two, you're making their life easier, or you're doing it easier for them. You're the big easy button. Or number three, you're less expensive. Those are the three marketing things everybody does. So as you're thinking about it and you're thinking about your business, because this is what we did, we knew those three things, but we also know that if you can do all three, you can be disruptive. You can be very disruptive. Now, some of the people in our company didn't want to do all three, and I had to lead them to that understanding that we had to find the answer where all three are present. Because when you can do all three, you can start to disrupt. And that's what we're focused on in the financial world. But it doesn't matter where. It doesn't matter where. If you're better, you're less expensive, or you make people's life easier, they will buy your stuff. They will buy your stuff. So any questions there, Michael? Anything else you want me to jump on?
That was great. Go ahead, Donna.
Yes, I absolutely love all of those words of wisdom and all of those key points that you've been sharing. But while I was listening, I heard key words come across like enough, acceptance, fear, trust, and that whole connotation. So what I'm curious about, my first career, I was a financial advisor and a managing principal of an investment firm. And during that decade, I was responsible for $500 million of other people's money. Now, I learned very early on in my career, in my 20s, and you said this earlier, people have to trust you because money is such an intimate topic. And if they don't trust you, they're not going to be handing over their money to you to invest, to help them create that worth, the more, and all of those pieces that you just got done sharing. So from a leadership perspective, what are some of the key elements to develop that trust very quickly in a relationship?
Well, one, you want to, the way I like to develop trust is one, first of all, you got to answer questions and connect. You got to ask questions and connect. What does that mean? If you don't understand where they are, if you don't understand where the people you're trying to help are, then there's no way that you're going to develop trust from them. For instance, if I'm talking to somebody and I say, hey, you should use our software or you should invest in our company, it's a $250,000 minimum investment and you should mortgage your house to do this or something to that effect. That's not going to resonate. Instead, I simply ask questions that are always open-ended. That's the first point. They always start with what or how. You know, what can I do for you? What would you like to see? How's it going for you where you're at? Trying to help them, in my case, what I do, Donna, is I try to get them first and foremost to understand what they're currently doing, because most of the time they don't. Most of the time they blindly trust the piece of paper hanging on the wall that says, I'm a financial advisor or I'm a barber. All right. You got to trust the barber just the same. I guess it will grow out. That's not as bad, but you want that piece of paper so you trust that. That does provide an element of trust. The fiduciary, most people don't know what a fiduciary means, but it sounds cool. And so they're not confident enough to even ask. So they just assume and give trust. Yeah, what's in it for me? Yep, absolutely. And so the trust is the biggest piece. And, you know, what the way we get around it, Donna, at Flip, and this is happening to a lot of people, you know, we use AI. And it's odd to me how people will trust AI more than they'll trust the human because they don't want the opinions of humans involved. And the younger generations, I don't know the age groups of our audience, but younger generations want less and less interaction with humans. So now you have to build technology that they trust. And the technology has to be in a manner that the people can use it. It's easy and they trust you. But it comes down to what I said, whether it's in words, written or spoken, you need to ask enough questions so that the person you're speaking to truly believes you're interested in what they're doing and helping them, not just selling them something. And sometimes we get a little ahead of ourselves because we see we can help people far sooner than they see we can help them. And that's another chunk of, write that down. Everybody you're talking to, you'll see very quickly how you can help them. It may take them a minute. Give them some patience. Let them come to you slowly. Continue to ask questions that are open-ended. What are you doing in this? How is this going for you? What would it look like if? That's the way I start out every conversation.
The great thing about that is it is that piece. And I do the same thing, Randy. I mean, I've been in this industry a long time. So there's so many times, and Donna knows this, she knows me, I'm 10 miles ahead of them. And sometimes I have to back myself up, right? And we always talked about it, pace-based lead or Marin matching, right? We've done all that. And you've got to bring yourself back to where they're at, right? And you can want it more for them, and especially in this this thing around money, you do have to be careful because it's easily to leave them, and actually they won't trust you again. This is because that's their fear. You're dealing with their fear and how you meet it. So we just have a couple minutes left. This has been phenomenal. Can you talk a little bit about, and I know everybody but branding and marketing is huge, everyone. So write that down. Branding and marketing is a big part of your budget. Tell them the name of the company, and can you tell a little bit about how you came up with it and how you position it? I know you only have a couple minutes, but I think it's fascinating, the name you picked. I never forget it. It's ingrained.
The name of our company is iFlip, and it's an acronym. It's the Financial Learning Information Platform. And that is what we do. And what I tell people, real simple, Michael, is we empower everyone to participate in their investment world with the power of an institution or a billionaire by giving them technology that's only available to billionaires today. That's what we do.
I love it. And I love it too, because seriously, from the first time we ever met, and you were really, starting it at that point, and this is a meteoric rise in a very short window. But people always say, well, and we talked a little bit about luck, right? And Aaron talked about that too in business, but this has been your lifelong journey. So this is not like you just learned one thing yesterday and you launched a business. This is, as you were talking about, everything from your coaching to now. And a lot of entrepreneurs want it quickly. We want it now.
Or yesterday.
That's right.
Yeah,
and being
right,
an entrepreneur, being a business owner, this is a lifelong journey. Are you willing to, what's kept you in the game the whole time?
I've always subscribed to the philosophy that overnight successes take 25 years. You show me a Super Bowl MVP that hasn't been playing since they were 12. Show me an Olympic gold medalist that hasn't been doing it for 100 years. And I communicate a lot through athletics. That was my whole life. That was what I did. And so you've got to be willing to do that. If you're not, and you get frustrated and you quit, then it makes it really hard to start over and start over and start over. I prefer to fix the airplane while it's in the air. And that's the reality of it. You got to fix the thing because you're gonna get holes in it. We had a huge release about 10 days ago, a massive upgrade to our web based version. Well, it caused all kinds of problems with the mobile. I wasn't expecting that. It's caused me 2 weeks of utter chaos, but it's almost fixed and it's going to be fine. And you got to keep going and expect those things. You got to expect that. And just, if you're passionate about what you're doing, and I am passionate about this, Michael, this. I told you day one, we are going to disrupt the financial services industry to the tune of billions and billions of people around the world. We have people in 9 countries on our platform now. So that's what we're all, our vision statement's very clear. We made it as a company to empower everyone to preserve, protect, and grow their wealth. So that's it.
I love it. Well, everybody out there, this is another, it's a great session, and you took in the learning that you needed and moved us past some of our fears, right? iFlip is just amazing. Go ahead, tell them the website. What the heck? We're here. What's the website, Randy?
It's iflipinvest.com.
There you go. iflipinvest.com, simple and easy. And you know who now is behind the engine of this thing, which is, of course, his business partner is so brilliant. We've had him come up and talk, and I'm still trying to understand what he talked about. It doesn't matter. I'm a happy camper, and life is good. Right?
That's the other piece, Michael. You
that?
talk about businesses and growing your business. That you need to have the right people around you. I'm not the finance guy. I have a business partner that went to Stanford's physics program when he was 16 years old, graduated with degrees not just in that, but statistics, mathematics, and finance. And when he was at Deutsche Bank, they handed him like $4 billion of their dollars to privately manage. So, yeah, that's the guy. I'm not that guy. I don't write the AI. That's not me. I put the seats on the bus.
I love it. But that's amazing though. But that's an important part too, right? That's always, so you've created that great team. Well, I wanted to thank with iFlip, Mr. Randy Tate. Let's give him a thunderous round of applause. If you want to put a 5 in the chat, just type a 5 in there for any of you who are out there and doing this, because this has been great. Randy, thank you so much for being on the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit for 2023, and I appreciate any time we could always spend. Thank you for playing with my money and making me a happy camper and my wife a happy camper. And just, you have a brilliant day, Randy.
Thank you. You too, Donna, Michael. See you guys.
Thank you.
All right. Bye, Randy. It's Donna. It's amazing to be able to. There come the 5. It's amazing to be able to work with these kind of people and really what they learn and how we all grow together, right? It's that biggest piece of how we all grow together and make a difference. And every single day, it's how we really succeed together as a team, as a family. So at the 2023 Legacy Leadership Summit, we're doing this together as one team, one family, one group. And the next person I'm about to bring up is part of that. She's somebody, it's interesting because you'll hear her story. She'll tell a little bit about her story. But this is somebody that just a couple of years ago, with any idea of just even going on a stage or talking, would have just sent her into a tizzy. That's a clinical word, by the way. And it's the kind of thing where it's sometimes, well, do I need 5, 10, 15 years experience? You need the experience, but you start now. You need the experience, but you start now. And that's that really critical piece that makes a difference every single day. And with the Los Angeles Tribune, it's the mindset. It's the action. It's everything out there, and it's the entrepreneur, and it's leadership, and that's what you're learning today. And it's so great to have so many of you on there. So please share the stream with anybody you know. Let them know that this is where they need to be. And with that being said, I'm going to bring up Dr. Hua to the stage. Let's give her a thunderous round of applause.
Hi, Michael. Hi, Donna. How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
Good. What an amazing day. Fully lined up with speakers. I've been on all day.
It is. It's great because it's such a great audience that is just held with us all day, and they've chatted and talked, and the chat's going the whole way. And it's really great to have you on. And we talked a little bit about, we had Aaron Young on earlier, and we talked a little bit about earning the right. So I'm going to let you tell us just a little bit about your story and really why you're here. And then we'll dive into, the leadership, and we'll dive into a little bit about your business. But where you came from, I think, is critical for people to know, because I want them to know wherever they're at, you can always do something about it as you take charge. So, and Donna, right? Donna, our coach. Of course, Donna, right? We've all done a couple calls together. So, I'm going to turn it over to you for a couple minutes.
Yeah, it's definitely an honor being here. Hi, Donna. How are you? Yes, 2 years ago, like Michael said, never would I have imagined to ever become a speaker and want to do this. But, the only reason, the big reason of why I'm even here today, and it's such a privilege, right? But the whole journey, I never shared my story, Michael and Donna, before that, like forever. And my husband always asked, well, why don't you share your story? And I was like, well, it's not relevant. And what I found out is that's so not true, that the story and your story, all of you that are listening around the world, that it does matter, And so when my family, we fled, we're from Vietnam, and we fled after the war. And I was born in a refugee camp in the Philippines, in Manila. And so that journey of coming to America when I was here 8 years before I came to the US, and I grew up in a little trailer, a $3,000 trailer in the projects of New Orleans, some of the roughest neighborhoods, and became a really young entrepreneur by the age of 10. And it was like, so through all of that adversity and just having those big dreams, and I was not around money. I didn't have big role models of what all of this personal development and money, and like, I didn't have that. But because it's like, because of such struggles, personal struggles, financial struggles, and all of that, but because I've gone through that journey of, having these big dreams, of these, like, I don't even know where that arrived from, but just wanting to have more and coming to America and living that American dream and having my parents sacrifice everything. I was like, I want that. And I want to be able to help and impact people that it's possible, And so becoming a doctor, becoming into the real estate and becoming a speaker and all these different milestones, and being able to help others along the way of the challenges, all that adversity has helped me become who I am today, and being able to uplift and share with people the mindset involved, the strategies, bridging the gap of like, okay, it's like I couldn't relate before when I was just starting on my journey and listening to people who were super successful and these millionaires. I was way beyond, but I was like, it's possible. And that's all I kept saying. It's possible. If he or she could do it, I can do it. I've just got to pave my way and be around the right people. And that was the journey. And I was like, and that's what I want to be for other people. Is like, I want to help them bridge that gap of, yes, it's possible, but what are the steps involved to bridge that gap? And that's why I, now share this story, because I realize it does create such a big impact and uplift others. And how do we do it? What's the, yes, the why is the big part of it, but there's a disconnect sometimes for people where it's like the why, and then the how do you really get there? The little itty bits that nobody teaches you along the way, the minutia of it. And I've learned a lot through my journey, and I want to share with people that journey and the details. You're muted.
Yeah, I'm muted. I like that. Because it's that mute button. Remember on Zoom when we used to do Zooms and everybody would stay muted and we'd be chatting and the audience would go, can't hear anything. But it's the journey. But what's interesting is you keep going, right? So it's because a lot of people, we get, as you said, sharing your story helps other people get over, because sometimes you have to get over your story. Because sometimes people use their story to create a block or a defense, or because I did this, I couldn't do this. What are just a couple things that keep you, because you've built not only do you help us all see better. Ooh, that's good. I have to, but not only do you help us all see better, but you've built quite the little real estate empire. But what kept you going through the adversity, and you talked about that a little bit, but what are a couple steps people could take to keep moving forward?
Believe it or not, when I was in the 5th grade, I read Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. And it was one of those, at a very young age, because I was like, man, it's hard. It's hard. But the daily commitment, and it's the small disciplines, small daily things that you can do that keep you going. And understanding that, at the time, my dad had passed. There's the 3 of us. My mom's a single mom. And she was in and out of, really abusive relationship. And I just had this fire inside of me. And that I just wanted better. I wanted better for my mom. I wanted better for our family. I wanted to be the break. I wanted to be the one to create that change. And so every time I had an adversity, and even still to this day, when I have moments, there's going to be moments of weakness, moments of darkness. And so I journal, I meditate, I breathe. Even at a young age, I journaled. And I said, I'm not giving up. I'm never giving up. And so I was always like, I adapted. And that was one of my things. I think one of my superpowers is I'm flexible. I'm super flexible to adapt to whatever environment I'm around. And so I was in multiple countries. I moved to 13 different schools before I landed into New Orleans. And so before the fifth grade, I had gone to 13 different schools. I was made fun of, right? Didn't like learn the different languages. We didn't have much, so I was not the cool kid, and so it was one of those things that I had to work on me. I had to constantly know that external things I could not control, but I could control that I'm strong internally, that people can't break me, that only I could break myself. And so that was a constant thing in motion that I had to work on at a very, very young age, regardless what was going on, that I knew I was going to make it and that was going to make me stronger. And because my mom was a really good role model in her being very strong, because she was a single mom raising 3 kids in New Orleans without much. But she was working 80 hours to 100 hours a work week. And I was out there working with her, so after school, I was working with her. So those things, I always would do the little small disciplines. And the best way to discipline is to self-discipline and work on yourself. And then everything else around, and whether it's relationship with people, whether it's business and everything, at the core, I have to always continue to work on myself, continue to push myself, continue to be better, but also celebrate every milestone, knowing that I'm growing and I continue to grow and I want to continue to grow. I always learn. I'm open to learning from anybody. And it doesn't matter they have to have a title or they have to be bigger than me or whatnot. I learn my biggest life lessons are from some of the most humble people, the happiest people that have absolutely nothing, that have gone through the worst adversity. And I get to travel the world and during those times when I hear these stories, like, how can this person be so happy when they've gone through so much trauma? It really gives you a whole life perspective of like, man, I am so blessed. I'm so truly grateful for the life that I have, that I get to wake up and breathe another day. And I'm so ignited. And that's what keeps my drive going every day. And I keep pushing out of my comfort zone. What else? What else? And I grow. But in the same token, I'm happy with where I am, knowing that, I continue to mold and change and grow. Truly, truly inspiring there with a lot of your words and your stories and just even some of the comments here that people are coming through. But I also know as a woman and you being in leadership, it doesn't come without some challenges or some steps that you have to overcome. You've gone through a lot of adversity, and I can see a lot of the strength and the endurance that you have to come through. But I think one of the pieces that we need to look at, as well as the steps that we take. And as women, sometimes we have to take really big, bold steps to get to where we are going. So what I'm curious about for you is, what is one of the biggest, boldest steps that you took for you in your life journey? One of the biggest, I think, branching out and speaking has always been my biggest, public speaking has been my biggest fear all my life. And when I had my daughter, it's been 8 years, she's 8 years old, and she was a big pivotal point of why we transitioned to real estate, why we've transitioned into getting out into the public eye more. By nature, I've always been very shy, very introverted. I was fierce internally, but I was very shy in public, was not out there with the public eye, and didn't really voice myself. I kind of kept quiet. I would listen. I've always been a good listener. I observe, I learn. But with my daughter, I really feel like, our children, they watch you, not what you say, but what you do. And she's always, we call her Ninja. My daughter's name is Athena. And at a very young age, she has this spirit of just, mommy, if you believe it, you can achieve it. And speaking has always been one of those things that I was always so fearful. And 2 years ago, when I started that journey, and that was the biggest, and Bill Walsh said, your story is too big to play small. You need to share your story. And I thought he was crazy. I'm like, absolutely never. Why would I do that? Right. And I'm always behind the scenes. I put in the work, I help, I do my thing, but I'm like, nobody needs to know and more about me. Like, that's not what I wanted to do. But it was so far from the truth, because now that I have the platform, and the Los Angeles Tribune, I love their mission of giving a platform and a voice to the voiceless. And that resonates so much with my mission, because I'm like, you know what? We have the privilege and the responsibility, because of all the things that one individual can create so much impact in a ripple effect, and having a bigger platform and stage. And that's why speaking is even in my array of things of what I love to do. It ignites me, it fuels me, because it's not just one to one, it's one to many. And it can be around the world. And that one person can create a ripple, and when they get improved in their own life, that improves their relationship with their internal family, that improves community. And it just keeps this, it's like the more that we can do that, the more impact that we can collectively have. And so that's just been one of the biggest things that I continue to build the courage to get up and speak and create a voice, and speak on things and for people and missions and things that I'm passionate about, that people who don't have that opportunity to be able to do that.
I know I'm on mute. I know, it is having that passion and that moving forward. And it is though, you came from a place of, because all of us have done that. If anybody else feels this way, put a 6 in the chat. The fear of public speaking, the fear of speaking in front of others. But I think, as you're right, your voice became so big, your passion took you right through that. And, you continue to just, I knew you just a couple of years ago, right? And you are now such a rock star from stage. And it's not about, the thing about on stage is you never make it about you. And you and your husband do the same thing when you two are together, because normally you don't put a husband and wife together on stage. You always got to be careful of that. But you two flow together, you rock it together. You all meet him on the next show. Let me tell you, we'll be having a big show in September. But it's that flowing together as you've created this business. Why, with everything you could have done and all the ways you couldn't go, I'm going to just say this flat out. Why real estate?
Real estate investing, Jaime and I, we've been practicing now for 18 years as eye doctors. And so we've worked really hard, to have that journey. But we also know that, it's a lot of hard work, and that's in every career. But it's one stream of income, it's one stream, it's our time for money. And when our daughter was born, although we have 2 successful practices over 12 years now, and when we had our daughter, our vision was like, well, what else? We need to have time freedom. We didn't have time freedom at the time. And so I was like, okay, well, we're starting to get money in our practices, but we fall into the busy category. We were still working 60, 70 hours a week. It took us 9 years to get pregnant to have Athena. And I really wanted to be a good mom. I wanted to wear multiple hats successfully. I've worked really hard in my career. I love my patients. I love my teams. And I knew real estate was the vehicle to build wealth. And so, but most people have no idea how to get started in the real estate, because it's so wide of different ways and different asset classes. And there's no wrong way. There's so many ways you can slice it and you can make money.
But for us, it was like passive income. How can I create more passive income to have my money work for me, where I can have my active income from my practices now be put into work so it can grow more without me having to do the work. And so that's how we started our journey with real estate investing. And we learned, and we invested. Jaime and I graduated with $350,000 of student loan debt. And then we worked 7 days a week to build up extra money, lived on a tight student budget, even as doctors, 2 full-time doctors, because we wanted our practices. And then, we really saved our money and okay, we invested in 401ks and kind of what we knew as our retirement funds, but we knew real estate was the vehicle. And so we surrounded ourselves and we invested in ourselves and our self-education to learn the real estate in all the different asset classes. And so that's how we got our foot in the door. And we learned the world of being able to leverage, right? It's all collaborative. Instead of trying to do your own one thing and investing, because you can really collapse and minimize losing a lot of money by just partnering with others and learning the skill set. And so we got into the world of syndication. And syndication is where a group of investors are able to partner together and have experienced operators be able to put your money to work for you, and you own the real estate. And so when we learned about that vehicle, that was where we're like, wow, I really wish we would have learned about that earlier. And so we did that for a few years before we decided we wanted to get active in that space and be able to buy these large apartment communities that are $50-60 million, but do it as a group collectively and be able to put people's money together and not have to work so hard. And it's working smarter, and we didn't know that whole vehicle of real estate, but we knew that how can I get time freedom and financial freedom to go and really do the work, and you leverage that money and time now to go do the mission work and give back that I really want to do to travel the world. And so it was a matter of learning that journey and now being able to do that and help others along the way. It's just and that's what it was, trying to buy time freedom so I could have time with Athena and not miss any of her milestones, but then also be able to continue to build my businesses and be a business owner and not just an operator, and on a high level, and build systems and build efficiencies and build teams and have collaborative partners. And so learning that journey has exponentially grown, our time, our financial, our give back, and just, it's been a real blessing. And I was like, that's just something they don't teach us, and that's just something that multiple streams and thinking of long-term generational wealth, not just how much money do I make now. If something were to happen to me and I passed or Jaime passed, Athena will be okay because that's just on autopilot, on a lot of these multiple things. And most people aren't taught about passive income or financial freedom and time freedom. And it's just at the end of the day, it's freedom to be where you want to be, with who you want to be, when you want to be, and it's that. And so we're very passionate on doing that and teaching others and showing others that way and taking people along the road with us.
That's a great point, because there were so many times in the life journey when I dove into things, that people said, "What are you doing?" Right? We started the network marketing journey a long time ago. That within a year it was good, but people like, "Oh, it's a cult. What are you doing? How are you?" And then it became passive streams of income and multiple streams of income. And what I realized was, why am I the only dad at all my son's practices? Why am I the only dad at my kids' events during the day? There's something wrong here. And then, it really started into the multiple families, obviously working, and all of a sudden there's no moms, there's no dads. Now nobody's there. And it's been part of my mission to change that, because what you just said, it's part of it's the time freedom, but part of it's the time you've had for your daughter and your family and your time together. And I know you guys are very, it's really important that you make sure those times are kept. And I honor that just to no end, because I think most people out there would agree that's a really good thing. it's life is always out of balance. There's always there's always times you're out of balance, but that family part, family, faith, fun, family, fun, faith, family, however you put it, right? It's right. I'll use the Billism and then I'll jump all over the place, but it is truly the important part of everything that we do here. And we only have a couple minutes left, but I asked this from the Randy Tate too, who was just on with iFlip. I think it's really important how we pick a name. And I don't know the answer to this question yet because I haven't asked you this, right? How we pick a name of our business, how we we picked the Mentor Studio because to me, the mentorship part was so important. Nothing else mattered but to have mentors. How did you pick the name of your company? How did that come up? Because it's brilliant to me. When I hear the name of your company, Black Steel, I'm like, you can tell them the name of your company and just a little bit about how that came about.
So our company is Black Steel Investment Group, but when I think of black, I think of, when you think of the red and the black, right? Black being the positive, red being the negative in the financial world. And steel, when you think of steel, the foundation of something so strong, right? And so really that was the core of how we came up with the name Black Steel, because we wanted something that was really strong and positive. Was really how Jaime and I came up with that name. Yeah.
I love it. I love it because it's the kind of thing I've never forgotten. The minute you guys started to do that, I never forgot that was part of what you did. And so now, just with the little time we have left, where do you see yourself in the next 3 to 5 years?
I've been inspired by so many mentors, and I listen to, Tony Robbins, Les Brown, Jim Rohn, Zig Ziglar, like all of those people are people I've listened to all my life. And at a very young age, they've been a big influence for me in my personal development space. And so I really want to be that. I aspire the next 3 to 5 years to have that level of influence and impact, and be able to help more people, in whatever platform we're doing. And so part of it is, in all our businesses, the end goal is there to help improve more people's lives. And so whether it's speaking on stages, whether we're, doing our real estate, and educating people, whether it's our eye care practices, we're going to be doing retreats around the world as well. And so, but they're all guided towards that mission for us to be able to help more, because to have more is to become more, is to give more. And so that's really what we want, and I just want to bring as many people along the journey with us as we can, and that's really what I aspire to continue to do. And I want to have that ignite when it's like this fire, this ignition in my heart of just, I want to spread that. And it's like, I want to create this wildfire ripple effect. And I just want people to get out of complacency and comfort and just get ignited and get passionate and just, know that, hey, if today I go, I am good. I know I tried my very best, and I lived fully. I'd rather live, a real short period of time and live fully than live 100 years, and know that and have regrets that I didn't really try.
Yeah, I love it. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for being on today and taking your time, because I know it's Saturday, it's family time. There's things that we do, but you're being here. It's the inspiration of where you came from, the message you're driving forward. By the way, everybody, you'll be seeing a lot more of her. And her husband is amazing too at the story he comes from, right? It's the two of you together, and they'll learn so much more about you too. So again, I wanted to thank you so much. If you have all enjoyed this journey so far on the LA Tribune Legacy Leadership Summit and what you've heard from Wa right now, go ahead and put a 5 in the box, put a 5 in the chat. Just let her know I'm here. Anything you want to say. We appreciate your time. We appreciate you being with here. And for myself and the team at the Los Angeles Tribune and the Mentor Studio, we give you a thunderous round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you to the Los Angeles Tribune team. Hi, Julie. And appreciate you, Michael and Donna. And thank you, everyone who's watching, for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you, Ha. Thank you so much. It's been great. You know, as we continue to have obviously all the learnings that we do and everything that we do, we do. That's a great one, right? It's so awesome to have all of you here. The strength of what you're creating. Hua is an inspiration to me. When I first met them, again, I don't know, just 3 years ago, I don't even remember it. And part of it was even coming out of COVID, but it was the mission of here's who we are, here's who we're going to be, and we're taking you all with us. And those are the kind of people that you want to play with. Those are the kind of people that are important. And at the 2023 Legacy Leadership Summit, this is the place you want to go. You want to share this on your social media with everybody you know, because you want them to hear the stories. You want them to hear the action they can take and the great leaders that are here on this summit every single day. And with that being said, thank you, Donna, for co-hosting that with me. And I'm going to turn this back over to Julianne.
Thank you, Michael. I am excited because we have an amazing guest coming up next. You guys, if you haven't heard of her yet, you need to. You're in for a treat. Dr. Yasmin Sad. I almost said your name wrong. I apologize. Welcome to the summit. We are so glad to have you here today. I did my research, of course, and you are an amazing person. You have so much to offer. And I just would love for you to share a little bit before we even get into the main conversation. You have 2 amazing books out, and they both start with the word ignite. And I think that is such an amazing word. And I'd love for you to tell a little bit about that, how that word inspired you.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, nice to meet you, Julie. Nice to meet everyone. I'm Dr. Yasmin Sad. And yes, I was honored to be an author in Ignite Possibility and Ignite the Hunger in You. And both books are meant to ignite people. And so you will hear me a lot share my expertise in many domains, but what you don't hear me share a lot is my personal stories and how I walk the walk. And so those 2 books have personal stories, how I went from Wharton, Lebanon to being top 3 psychologist in New York City, and how I went from having a miscarriage to changing the world of psychology by embracing Eastern medicine. So I'm here to ignite people, ignite their life. I believe everybody's a gem, and it's just about tapping into that potential. And so I'm here to help anyone on their journey, either as a leader, as a patient, as a psychologist. My reach is far, and that's my mission: igniting people, igniting their life, igniting their possibilities.
Well, I think one of the strongest leadership qualities is being able to share your story. And so that was one of the main reasons why I wanted to bring that up. But, knowing what you do and how you help other people, you take this holistic approach. And I love that because we've been talking about leadership and success and things like that. But if the foundation that you're building everything on is faulty, then it doesn't matter. At some point, it's going to crumble. So I'd love for you to speak into the idea of, doing the behind the scenes work of leadership and what that means to you.
Oh, that's such a great question. That is my unique message, that I believe every single leader starts with the person. And so the question is, who are you? In order to be a leader, you want to know who you are, because that will influence, you can be a nurturing leader, a dominant leader. There's so many different types of leaders. And the type that you will choose is based on who you are. We kind of don't choose a leadership style. We are a leadership style. So the idea is, well, for all your audience out there is, well, you want to become a leader. Well, first, let's start with who you are. What are your talents? What are your value? Who do you want as an employee? And who do you need to be to attract those employees? So those are fundamental questions out there. So for me, being a leader starts with me, starts with the I. And so for your audience, for everybody here, it starts with you. How much do you know you? And so then once you have that step, once you know you, Well, do you know how to rebalance yourself? I mean, I can talk for a long time about it. So I don't know if you want me to go into points, or if you want to ask me a question, I can free flow with you the way you would like.
Well, I actually do have a question because you brought up something very interesting that we haven't really touched on yet today. And this is the idea of different types of leadership and it being a part of who we are. And I think that there comes a lot of judgment sometimes about good leaders and bad leaders. And, we all have our opinions, but I'm wondering what your thoughts are on the idea of maybe it not resonating well with others when you're trying to be a different leader than who you are.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the point of dissonance. Because let's say, I'll kind of take my example. I'm a therapist, I'm a psychologist. You would assume I'm a very nurturing leader. I take care of people and I do that with my staff. So when I started as a business owner, I was taking care of everyone. And if I didn't do that, it wasn't core to me. At the same time, I cannot take care of all my employees. They have to provide for me and for the practice and for the business. So I had to balance that style. So it's about being in being in resonance with who you are and being very balanced. Because if you are unbalanced, you'll be very tilted on your side of leadership. At the same time, if I went with maybe judgment, what is a leader, then I should be demanding, asking. I should be very different than my own personality style. And it's going to be such a stretch. And so for people out there, don't go into the shoulds. The shoulds do not matter. They really don't. You can be a great leader. Like we're all born leaders. It's just, what is your unique secret ingredient? And so for me, it was through the nurturing path and balancing that path. For you, it might be more the effort path, the path of, I believe people should work hard. I believe people should put effort into things. I believe in performance, and I'm a performance-driven leader. So that could be the idea. Everybody is different. And that doesn't mean that a nurturing leader is not a performance-driven leader, right? But it's more that it's about tilting. So that's the idea.
I like this idea too. Balance is such a tricky word. I love it because too much of anything is never good. We all know that. And so I like this idea of honoring who we are, but also keeping things in check and not swinging that pendulum all the way over to one side and putting everything over there. Because like you said, for you, what about your business? If you're busy nurturing everybody and everything else, how is the business being nurtured by them? So I love that point of view. I'm just curious too, are there certain things that you can do as a person, as an entrepreneur or a business person, to bring out those innate leadership qualities?
Absolutely. First, you have to believe in yourself. And in order to believe in yourself, you have to know yourself. And in order to know yourself, you have to go on a journey of discovery. What are your secret talent? What is the secret ingredient? What makes you you? So I like for people to first start asking their friends, asking their spouses, asking people around them, if you were to describe me, what would you describe? And then taking all those adjectives, all those secret ingredients, and making it into a recipe. So let's say people come back and say, you're generous, you're kind-hearted, you're disciplined. Then how can you combine those three elements to create a leader? And will you value that leader? And if you don't, why not? Because a lot of people do not value sometimes their qualities, who they are. And so let's look back and let's figure out, how can we remove the obstacles that prevent you from valuing the intrinsic thing that you have internally that can make you a great leader? So for me, that's a bit the path that almost every leader should take. Before you are a leader, you have to know who you are. It is so important.
I think that that is a really important quality, is this self-awareness and knowing who we are, and being able to be willing to look at maybe our blind spots, be willing to take a look at those things that maybe we're not so excited about, that could actually help us become better leaders. Now, I'd love to take a step back and, talking about this idea of balance. Now,
Mhm.
since you work with people holistically, mind, body, spirit, everything,
Mhm.
have you found that if something is out of balance in, say, their personal life, that all of a sudden maybe things are going to be out of balance in other areas of their lives?
Absolutely, 100%. So, I have patients and I have employees. And so, of course, the patients, I'm here to heal them, to balance them. So, of course, if their life is unbalanced, their job will be impacted because everything is connected. But let's talk about employees, because this is something people do not talk about. I've noticed, I have 10 years managing my practice. I've noticed that when I have an employee who's so happy in their personal life, they're getting married, they're about to have a baby, it's really booming in their life. They're rolling with the punches when it comes to work. Obstacles do not become obstacles because they are so happy and they radiate that happiness. And that just naturally builds the stamina to deal with obstacles. And so the workflow is better, their attitude is better, everything is better. But the moment I have an employee who's struggling in their personal life, they're going through a divorce, something is going on of hardship, a health issue, any hardship, then the work becomes hard, because suddenly the work becomes another thing. It's like it colors everything. And so people's well-being is so, so, so important. And so, for example, for me in my practice, I have a very holistic leadership style that I tell everyone, there's 3 things that you need to be successful in my practice. And people are shocked when they hear it. And I would really encourage people to embrace that. 1, self-love. Because if you do not have self-love, you'll be harsh towards yourself when you make mistakes. You'll have attitude towards your boss when they correct you. It's not going to work well with your peers. You'll be critical of your peers. It just affects everything. The second is notice your judgment. So know your core value and notice your judgment, because your judgment are going to filter your relationship to the job, to the task, to the performance, to the boss, to the peers. And if you know your judgment, at least you might not act on them. So you can keep your judgment, but at least you won't act on them. You'll be like, okay, I'm upset with this colleague because what she's doing doesn't fit my moral value. You might not go and really be upset and act on it in the way that, some people do. And the third is that if you're working for a job, you need an idea of community. Otherwise, you need a solo entrepreneur. You need an idea of community. You need to build the skills and have a desire for community. And so I always tell people those 3 things are super important. And they're different than what people expect. People accept aptitude, talent, define detail, attention to details. I think those come after those 3 core value that I think most companies should have. Because if you have that, then you have a working atmosphere that is producive, that is conductive to a lot of great things.
I love what you said, because it's like the foundation of being, and everything else can stem from that. Not that anything else is maybe less important per se, but if you don't have those things, then it is going to affect everything else, how you show up. I've always hated this idea of leave it at the door, because that's all fine and dandy, but don't think about a pink elephant. What do we instantly do? So I like this idea of embracing it and recognizing where we are exactly, and maybe saying, maybe I'm going through a divorce right now. Maybe that is, and changing my judgment of the situation. And I love that so much. When you notice other people who are struggling in your business, do you approach them and try and speak with them about it? Or how do you let them know that it's okay, but also lead them into a better place?
So I start with the idea, I believe fundamentally people are doing their best. Now, their best might not be my best, but they're doing their best. And so that they must have their reason. That the idea is when there are issues, it means they prioritize something else. Or they paid attention to something else and left aside some other thing. So my approach is usually to come and say, I noticed this. You must have your reason. I'm curious, what are the reasons? My first approach is understanding, and then they'll give me their reasons, and I will then poke the reasoning. I will poke the reasoning, which is, so it makes sense from that perspective, but from that other perspective, it doesn't align. And the other perspective is more my perspective. So can we bridge? What can we do? And so I naturally make sense of what happened. I understand what happened. I help them understand. And now what can we do? And can we make that bridge? And then I really put an importance on the bridge is really important, because that's what I need from you. And so how we're going to do that together, that's the first step. The second step is you come back and you see what happened. Were they able to bridge? Maybe they're not able to bridge. Maybe it's too much for them. Maybe it's not their capacity. Maybe in some way they're in the wrong position for who they are. So then we have to, address that. I believe that ultimately a happy boss is a happy employee, and a happy employee is a happy boss. And so there is a way of maybe helping them or transitioning them to something else, or we figure it out together. But the idea starts with they must have their reasoning. It makes sense to them. That's why they did it. It doesn't make sense to me. So let's figure it out.
I really like the idea too of coming from that place of positivity. There's got to be a good reason in their mind. Let's come together, because I don't care who you are, you're always going to have a different perspective, because you're different people coming from different places and different lives and all the things that make life wonderful. And wouldn't it be boring if we all had exactly the same opinion and thought exactly the same way? Not for me. But anyway, I'm curious what your thoughts are on feeding the mind positive things in order to grow and become a better leader.
Ooh, that is so good. I will tell you why it's so good. When you said, I like your the positive attitude, you have something, you mentioned positivity, and I cringe because it's like, that's exactly what I don't do. I actually don't believe in that. And I'll tell you why. It's the elephant in the room. The more you say, you're great, you're great, you're great, the not great is either pushed down and does other havoc in a different ways, or you're kind of telling it you have no room for me. And I believe the negative is the best fire alarm that they can be. And you want it. You want to have negative thoughts. You want to have negative emotion, because they call your attention much louder than positive ones. And it's only our dislike for them that makes us not see the message there is in them. Mm-hmm. So my approach with employee and my idea that they must have a reason, it's the idea that in the back end, everything is logical. People will always go for something they value. So people might value more not attending to this task and attending to this one, or maybe taking a phone call from a friend rather than attending to work. It's what they value. So there's always a reason. So it's not a positive reason. It's not so much positive psychology, but it's about, I want to understand the value system of this person. And then I want to understand how we can balance to my value system. And as leaders, you really want to pay attention.
I'll give you a story because it's a good story to give you a bit of an idea how I came to realize that every thought, every emotion you have is a guide. I was pretty new in my leadership journey, and I had hired my first assistant, and she was doing a lot for me, and I was doing a lot for her. And one summer, I started feeling enraged with her. Enraged. Well, I had no reason to feel enraged. I had zero, absolutely zero to feel enraged, zero reasons. And so I asked my husband, he said, you should look at it. You should, pay attention. This makes no sense. Analyze it. We're psychologists, analyze. And then I would go to my friends and nothing made sense. And I was like, okay, I don't know what's happening with me. I'm enraged. I have no reason to feel enraged. So I'm just going to be aware about it. I'm not going to act on it. Well, oh boy, I wish I did act on it, because a few months later, I realized that this particular assistant started stealing from me.
Wow.
And so then it started this cycle of me wondering, well, how much do I know and how much do I perceive? And was that a warning that intuitively I knew but didn't want to acknowledge? And was it actually a good idea that I suffocated that? Was it a good idea that I actually questioned myself? And so I realized from there on that every thought and every emotion carries a signal. It's just we don't always know how to decode the signal. Now, I made it my expertise to decode signals to really help people. And so I really believe that negative thoughts and negative emotion are extremely valuable and should be honored in their purpose and maybe not acted upon, but understood.
I like this idea too, because whenever we say the word positive or negative, it is a judgment on something, and it has to be put in a certain box where if we just acknowledge it and bring light to it, then maybe we can decode that message, decode what it is that is trying to tell us. It's kind of like a headache could be, what is that? Our body keeps the score. So what's going on in our world that we're feeling these aches and pains, it's going to come out somewhere. It's like whack-a-mole. And I love that you mentioned the story, because how many times have we all done that where, we quick to judge, like this is coming from nowhere, instead of going, why is this here out of nowhere?
That's
I'm hearing like that taught you more to listen to your intuition. Would you say that that's accurate?
Absolutely, 100%. And it had taught me that we all have an inner wisdom. Are we listening? And so I made it my mission to really help people understand their negative thoughts and emotion, because it carries so much wisdom, so much. Not act on it, not take it at face value.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, like if I look back and I decode that situation, rage made 100% sense. This was, again, I'm a healer. This was an employee that I helped tremendously. So the idea of stealing was such a disrespect, was such a big thing, that rage made 100% sense. I wasn't sad. I wasn't upset. I was rage. That was the emotion. And well, I didn't act on it. I didn't want to act on it, but it was a warning. It told me there's a big disrespect happening.
And I love that, because I've experienced that rage and just pushed it away and thought, what's wrong with me? And I know that there are other people that have experienced that too, with other emotions as well. And I'm glad that you brought that up, because it's such a beautiful way of embracing all of the parts, all of the things, and not making ourselves wrong, and being able to move forward. And just like you said, the important thing though that I really want to highlight is you don't have to act on it. Just because you have a thought, emotion, a feeling does not mean you have to act it out. I love that. How would you, we're talking about this wisdom and the idea of the rage being an indication that something maybe is amiss, and that was your intuition telling you. Is there a way that, or a step that people can start to really acknowledge that I need to take a step back and maybe look at this and see what it is? Is it just the pause?
Just the pause, the distance a little bit. Like, you need to be able to observe the emotion. So you need to have it, be in it, and look at it. So that is the skill that I believe every leader should have, because as a leader, you are going to be triggered. There is no other way. You're going to be triggered. It's not going to go the way you want. So those triggers are so much for you. They have so much value for you. So the idea here is just to learn, can you observe? Can you be aware? And then can you ask yourself, what is it in that person that is triggering me? Because that trigger is an area of yourself that needs balancing. Let's take my example with my employee. We could all say, I was right, to be enraged. But in reality, why am I enraged, right? It's because I give so much, I somehow expect respect. I expect caring back. I expect truth back because I'm caring. Oops. That trigger is an area of yourself. Oh, it looks like my phone went onto the Facebook. That
Gotta love live.
Fascinating. That's the first time this happened. Why am I enraged? See, I was just talking about how this was for me, for my self-exploration. Now I hear myself. You see that? I think those things are fascinating for me. How this happened is fascinating. But so the idea was, this was an area of myself to look back. Okay, well, why are you enraged? I mean, yes, she did that, and that was a signal, and it was good for you. But why are you enraged? Like, she was desperate. She was in a desperate situation. It had nothing to do with you. It's more that you give, therefore you expect it. And maybe that's what you need to look into, because that's where my portion of healing needed to happen as a leader. Can I give? And then what happens to that giving? Is it good for me to actually expect that? What happens? Because obviously, when it doesn't come, I'm left with the strong emotions. So is that what I want? So you can see how those things that happen, your thoughts and your emotion, are as much a statement of the other than they are a statement of you. And the idea is to have that awareness and that no judgment. I could have been like, oh, come on, Yasmin, like, why you why? I could judge myself. I could be upset with myself. Why am I enraged? I should not be enraged. And I started there. I was like, something wrong with me. Like, I'm a nice person. I'm a nice boss. Since when am I enraged? Initially, I was like, wow, this is something I need to look into. But I couldn't know. I didn't know.
Oh, that's amazing. I like the idea too of starting with yourself and not being judgmental of yourself. We are almost out of time. Is there any final thoughts that you would love to share before we wrap up?
Well, I think to sum it up, I believe, the best leader are self-aware leader, are balanced leaders. And what we haven't talked about, which was a very important point to me, is that I believe being a leader, it's not to lead others at all, but it's about following the next step in your own journey. So if everybody could think of leadership as self-development, it is for you. It's only your personal story. So it's about, what do you need to discover in this path that will make you a better boss, a better colleague, a better person in general, because we all want that as human beings. And what is better for you? So it's very much a self-developmental journey to be a leader. So that's what I wanted to leave your audience with.
I love that so much. Thank you so much for spending this short amount of time with us. I wish we had more time. I want to pick your brain a little bit more. And there's just such a way to the message I get the most is balance, but also this idea of not being so judgmental of everything and including our own thoughts and feelings. So thank you so much for being here with us today. I truly, truly appreciate you. And next up we have David Fagan. So Dr. Yasmin Sad, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure, Julie. And I love David.
He is. He's pretty amazing, isn't he? One of my favorites. Let's bring him on. Hi, David. Bye.
Hey, how's it going? Thank you for all those kind words.
Yes. So for those of you, I can't imagine that you're not familiar with David Fagan, but he's the creator, the genius behind Top Talent Agency, among many other things. And when you and I met on New Year's Eve, I was so impressed by just all these wisdom nuggets that you were able to give to us. And I'm just excited to hear what you're going to bring to the table now, because you're a pretty amazing person.
Well, thank you. With that kind of buildup, I feel an extra sense of pressure. Here I was thinking I could just walk into this thing and take it easy. And now you've really, you've really turned up the heat here now, Julie.
I'm not going to make it easy.
All right. Well, maybe I'll rise to the occasion then. Now, we've got some good people that are going to come join us. It's good seeing you again, Julie. I've been checking in and off, throughout yesterday and today, traveling. So just kind of chiming in here, where I could, but always a good event, and you're doing a good job. You're asking the questions that the audience would wonder. Like sometimes people say something and the audience is like, wait, you left out the most important part. You're doing a good job at going a little bit deeper and asking what we would all want to know. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I am going to leave you with the floor. I just appreciate you so much for being here. And I'm going to go grab my pen and my paper and take some notes.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to say something noteworthy for you.
I love that.
Thanks. Yeah, we've got another great segment coming up here of the leadership conference. And it is interesting, like, what does leadership mean to you? And I think that it's a term that gets used so much, it becomes a little bit forgotten or blended or a little bit caught up in the static. Nowadays, maybe we say something more like, an influencer, right? Or, we try to combine other words with it, like thought leader, not just leader, but thought leader, right? Like what kind of leader? And I wrote something recently that you might have seen going out through the Los Angeles Tribune, was just kind of about my favorite leadership book, and series. And if you've never read the book, The 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership by John Maxwell, I highly recommend it. And there's another book that kind of goes with the 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership. And that is The 17 Laws of Teamwork, also by John Maxwell. Those two books, when talking about leadership and the attributes of leaders and traits of leaders, absolutely fabulous book series. There's also workbooks that goes with it. But in my world, in my opinion, it's tough to beat John Maxwell when it comes to the topic of leadership. But in that spirit, in that vein, in what the Los Angeles Tribune's doing, I thought I'd kind of bring out some people here over the next 60 minutes and kind of take some other looks at leadership. And for those of you who are watching on Facebook, if you could just type in, I'd love to get just one word that you connect with leadership. When you hear the word leadership, what's the next word that follows it? What's the word association, right? If we were doing a word association test, I say leadership, what's the first thing that pops into your head? Type it in the chat. I say leadership, what's the first thing that pops in your head? Comment it on Facebook if you can. But it's interesting because it means different things to different people. Leadership means different things to different people. And there's a lot of different ways to lead. There's a ways to lead in a family. There's a ways to lead in an office. There's a ways to lead in a business. There's a ways to lead in a certain industry. Okay. So we want you to think about that. Sir David. Wow. Authority. Okay. Hello, Ebony. Hello, Michelle. Yeah, we got some good people here. The first person I need to lead is myself. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, good seeing you again, Michelle. It's been a while. Yeah, and that is a great place to start and a great segue. Thank you for that. Yeah, we are most in control of ourselves. Most things need to start with us. And I know there's a lot of things that are outside our control, but the thing that is within our control is how we respond to the things that happen around us. And that's a little bit, easier said than done. But leaders are people that have a certain style. And probably one of the most famous styles or most recognized styles of leadership is to lead by example. To lead by example. To lead by what? If I was standing in front of the big audience, say, lead by what? You guys at Equidot, example, right? So what is your example? What's the example you're setting? We're always creating an example for something. The question is it the right thing? Is it the best thing? Okay. And, how do we change that? How do we do that? So I'm going to be bringing on some people. We're going to dive into that a little bit more, in the coming, 30, 60 minutes. Oh, I like this. We're still leaders are motivators. Lead with integrity. Yeah. Okay. Chapter 2, guidance, power, participation. This is good. Yeah. So, one of the things that, we want to ask right now is if somebody that knows you was asked one word to describe your leadership, what would you want it to be? So maybe it isn't this, right? But what would you want it to be? Think about that. If I said, all right, what kind of leader is Mo Rock? Put in one word, what kind of leader is fill in the blank, put in one word. Mo's like, oh boy, David, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. But think about if it was you, what word would you want it to be? What word would you want it to be? Like Nitsitsky might want it to be integrity, right? Robin might want it to be motivational, right? Al Chan might say fearless. What kind of leader is he? He's fearless, right? Andrea might say servant. Ooh, servant leader. Ebony might say pure. What do you think of when you think of Ebony's kind of leadership? She wants the word to be pure. All right, charismatic. That's good. Jane Bates, charismatic. Yeah, I can see that from Jane. Transformational. What kind of leader is she? She's transformational. These are good. These are great words. So one of the reasons why I'm asking you these kinds of words is because there's a big moment we're leading up to. There's a big question. So we just described some great words to define great leaders. Let's do the opposite side now. Let's go the opposite way. I want you to tell me a word that makes up an ineffective leader. How would you describe an ineffective leader or a bad leader? Give me the negative side. Give me the flip side. Give me the lesser side of leadership. What do you think it might be? You gave me positive person, humble. You gave me all the good stuff. Give me some other words here. You guys are pretty interactive today. This is good. What's the other side of that? What do you think? We're all just too positive today. It's like the opposite of these things. Like, what's the opposite of charismatic? Boring. What's the opposite of integrity, right? Low morals, right? Selfish. What's the opposite side for selfish? Okay, you guys got it. All right, this is good.
There's a bunch of different ideas and opinions, and I just love the idea of
focused.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Julie.
No, I was just saying, I love this idea of looking at it from the opposite side, because we've been focusing on all the positive, which is fabulous. But what does it also look like? Because sometimes for that clarity, it helps to look at the things we don't want to be or don't want to have.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. So here's what I'm getting at with this, guys. Think about all the good things that embodies leadership for you. Think about the bad things. Leadership is really just a decision, Julie. Isn't it? Can't you decide to be helpful? Can't you decide to have integrity? Can't you decide to be upbeat, positive? Can't you decide to be humble? Can't you decide to be pure? Success is a decision. Great leadership is a decision. It might be a series of many decisions, but it's not outside of our grasp because it is literally just a decision that has to be made. And I think that's the aha moment I want people to kind of get into when it comes to leadership and when it comes to decision making. The people that I admire the most, the greatest influencers, the greatest leaders, they're really just a series of absolute brilliant decision maker. When all these things are put before them, great leaders seem to have the ability to choose the option, to choose the path that has the greatest odds of succeeding or fitting what they need to accomplish. And if you take any great leader, and there are some great ones that aren't even around anymore, that we study their lives, right? They have the greatest percentage of success because when they see all the options, for whatever reason, they seem to always pick a high probability of the things most likely to work out.
They do. And I like this idea too of, learning from the masters, learning from people who've come before us. I mean, that is leadership. So it's not like we have to reinvent the wheel. And like you said, just making that decision, that choice every day. How are we going to show up and how are we going to lead, even if it's just ourselves? I love that. I think that's just, you got to start with yourself. You can't pour from an empty cup.
Yeah. So one of the things that's a lot of fun is to talk about different types of leaders and different types of leaders that exemplify different types of attributes. And in the book, The 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership, which I'm pumping up. I get no percentage of the profits or anything, but I'm pumping this book today because I think it's the book that the world needs the most right now. They really talk about different types of leaders. They use different people, case in point. And one of the people that they choose, it's always kind of stuck with me, is Mother Teresa. Like, what do you think of when you think of Mother Teresa, Julie?
I just think kindness. That's the first word that comes to mind. And I think about the story of when she entered this radio building that, she was going to be on a radio show. It was on the 20th floor. People literally felt when she entered the building. And that to me is what I think of when I think of Mother Teresa.
Yeah. And she's exactly what so many people said. She didn't preach it. She lived an example of it. Right. And kindness, you can be a leader just by being kind, right? You can be a leader. There is a softer way. I think at one point in time, it was the idea that the extrovert, she had to be an extrovert. And, the word charismatic was brought up, but like as if that was the only way to lead. And that's just a way to lead. Some of the best leaders actually nowadays are a little bit more of an introvert, right? They are a little bit more of maybe passive in certain ways, at first glance. But as time goes on, it is their example. It is their consistency. It is their brilliance. It is kind of the proof in the pudding that makes people want to follow them.
I have a question for you, David.
Yeah.
When you say passive leaders, I'm wondering if sometimes, and I'm curious what your thoughts are, if maybe it's not so much passive as it is they're allowing other people to rise to the top and become and shine in their abilities. What do you think?
That's a good question. I might even give that to our guest here, Allison. I brought on Allison Maya Rose Rogers here. Thanks for coming on and joining us. I knew you were going to be out and about today. So I was like, hey, just come on in whatever way you can. You'll bring a little extra energy to us here. So where are you at right now, Allison, for all these people watching?
Well, I'm in my car outside of Ulta where I just bought some makeup. So
I didn't know it was going to be that exciting. I'm so glad I asked. The reason why I wanted to have you on is because you lead. We kind of hear this joke, right? Like herding cats. Oh, it's like herding cats. Entrepreneurs are probably some of the hardest groups of people to lead because they're a little bit like cats. It's shiny object syndrome. And within the world of entrepreneurs, or in the world period, but especially entrepreneurs, there's another group of people, and they're very spiritual, and they're very unstructured, and they just kind of march to the beat of their own drum. And this is like who you've chosen to lead. Like, you take people all over the world, you take groups to things like Burning Man. These are people that live their lives defined by not following the rules. How do you lead a group of people that are anarchist in a sense? How do you lead a group of people who don't like rules? How do you lead rule breakers?
Well, that's a really good question. I guess you lead by breaking the rules. You redefine the way that you lead. And one of the things that I think about is that leaders actually inspire people to be leaders themselves. So it's seeing the best in other people. And I think at the core, that's what all of us want. We want to have a way for others to see the best in us. And so whenever I'm leading a group of people, my whole goal is just for them to feel like I see the best version of them. I see their fullest potential. And it's interesting too, because in this discussion of leadership, I have a little bit of a different take on leadership. So I really believe like a good leader doesn't have everything figured out. A good leader, in fact, doesn't always show up perfectly, but they show up, and that's what makes them the leader. It's showing up even when you don't know what to do. It's showing up time and time again, even when you don't perfectly understand how to do things. It's just the fact that you're showing up over and over again. So I think it's the combination of those two things. It's seeing other people's greatness, which inspires them to be their best selves, to be leaders themselves, to step up to the plate and be part of a community. And then the other thing is just to continue to show up in imperfection and be vulnerable about it. I think people want to see that. I think the days of feeling like, there's this perfect person that you want to model or follow is over. It's showing up in all your imperfections, but being willing to show up time and time again, even when you don't have things figured out.
Yeah. Well, you run an organization in a sense with, your soulmate, your partner, your husband, Gerald. You guys have your own organizations, but you do things together. How's his style different from yours, complementary to yours? And when decisions need to be made, how do you decide when you have two different ideas? How do you decide what's going to happen? What gets chosen?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So we have a couple of principles that we teach in our program and that we follow with leadership. And one of those is unapologetic expression. So it's this idea that we have permission to be fully expressed as ourselves. And sometimes, like you said, our fullest expressions don't always match, but we always support each other. And I think what's really important is we know who's in the leading role and who's in the supporting role for what. So for example, you mentioned the Burning Man camp. Gerald's like the full leader in that, and I'm the supporter in that. So he'll ask me for my ideas, my opinions. I'll tell him what I think about things, but I know that I'm supporting him in that endeavor. Now, when it comes to other things, some of the programs that I run, the Fem Intuition programs, or some of our legendary events, he knows that I'm in charge of certain areas, and he gets to show up as the supporting role for me. So it's really this beautiful dance between the feminine and the masculine, and just knowing what areas each other's in charge of and who's playing the supporting role in that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Do you have organizations, or let me go by a different way. Do you believe in organizations that are essentially no designated leader? Do you think leadership is actually an outdated concept in the right kind of organization? You kind of said that in a way. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but is that what you're alluding to here?
No, I actually think that it's important that there is a leader. So there's somebody to model, to follow, to inspire. But what we're doing is we're asking everybody to show up as their best self. So for example, our Burning Man camp is called Legendary Playground of the Gods. And it's kind of a funny name, but it also has some meaning behind it, meaning that we want everybody to show up in the fullest expression of themselves as their God selves and bring the best of what they have to offer. But yet there's very clear structure. There has to be a leader, and we can build and create communities. But unless there's somebody in charge to delegate, I find that it's kind of hard to to really come together and be cohesive, especially when you're talking about hundreds of people in the middle of the desert, or some of the other things that we're doing. So I do think it's important to have a leader, but a leader does inspire the best in others as well.
Yeah. I can't wait to get Mo out to one of your Burning Man camps. I'd pay good money to see that. I don't know if I'd want to be there, but if I could get like a via satellite transmission of that. Playground of the Gods, Mo, that's got to speak to you, right? I can see him off camera here shaking his head.
I want to bring up one other point too, David, because I think it goes really into who you are and what you're doing. When I first met you, I was growing my business. You were acting as a mentor to me, helping me to do that. But here's something that's really interesting, and this is why it was so important for me to work with you. This is why my soul called me to work with you, is because you really saw the best in me and you inspired me to my best self. And I think that's really what a leader does. And then you step back and you watch me lead in my own areas, but you were the one that inspired me to do that. You saw the best in me. You pushed me. You saw potential that I didn't see. I was a, stay-at-home mom in a town of less than 5,000 people. And after meeting you, here I am. I'm in Beverly Hills. I'm in Hollywood doing TV shows. I'm in, having my own TV show, my own radio show. And it's because you saw that potential in me. And that's what good leaders do. You saw what I was capable of. When I had no concept of that, I had no vision or idea that I could ever be doing the things that I could do, but you saw that vision and then you helped me get on board with that. And I think that that's really what a powerful and good leader does. So I just want to acknowledge you and say thank you so much, because your leadership changed my life. Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Well, thanks for coming on and joining us. We're going to have some other people join us as well. I'd love to keep you on for a few other questions if you have a little bit of time. But I wanted to give you kind of the last word before we do a slightly different segment. Where do you think, what's an aspect of leadership that you admire that you don't have and doesn't really fit you, but you're glad that somebody else has it?
That's a really good question. Let me think about that. 2 deep breaths to think about it. I think I really like to get I don't know if I can swear on this. I'll say butt kicked. I like to get my butt kicked sometimes. I like when somebody challenges me, and I'm not always really good at challenging other people. I'm more of the cheerleader type. Like, you got this, you're the best, you're amazing. But something that I really admire in other leaders are leaders that challenge. And I know that's something that inspires me to do better. You've challenged me several times, but I like leaders that challenge, that dare you to do something greater and aren't just always the cheerleader.
Yeah. Well, that's a great segue. That's something else we're going to talk about is, as a leader, how much can you challenge somebody? How much can you push somebody before they break, so to speak? I've broken people before and I didn't mean to, but they told me, or at least I felt like they told me, push me, I want to go further. And so when they did good, but I knew that there was better, I pushed them. But sometimes that pushing, they say they want it, but then they break, right? Or they break down. Sometimes they need that breakdown to get to the breakthrough, as we all know. So how do you know when too much pushing is too much pushing? And I guess, like you said, you're more of a cheerleader than somebody who's, maybe challenging the boundaries. But, how is that for you? Like, how much can someone push you before you're like, okay, that's enough? Like, how is someone supposed to know?
I'm pretty tough, so I actually like a pretty hard push, pretty hard shove. But I think in general, it's just it's hard to know sometimes. Sometimes it's just following your intuition, your feeling, knowing that things will work out. But if you look at, I've literally worked with professional athletes before. I've worked with some of the best in the world, and I've worked with mentors who've worked with some of the best in the world at whatever it is they're doing. Olympians, professional athletes. And I'll tell you what, they did not get there by being cheerleading, by just being love bombed all the time, right? They got there because they were pushed, because they were encouraged. And I think, I'm going to be brutally honest here. If somebody really wants to step up to their full potential and be a good leader, they have to toughen up and be willing to be challenged. They have to be able to take criticism. And of course, you want to compliment and you want to balance that out. But if you want to be the best at what you do,
Yeah.
You have to be willing to take that criticism. And if you look at the mentors of some of these best, athletes and things like that, they were criticized. Not everybody liked them. And if you want to be a leader of top leaders, then you need to be willing to not be liked all the time. And that's something I've struggled with in the past. I've done better with now, but it's like, you're going to be criticized, you're going to be judged, there are going to be people that don't like your style. But for the people that are ready to step up to the challenge, that are ready to step up to the plate, and that are ready to be the best in the world at what they do, they are willing and able to take that criticism so that they can be the best that they can be.
Yeah. Yeah. So you just had your youngest son graduate, high school. You've got 4 children. You've got that grandbaby. Like, what do you think their generation needs in terms of leadership versus ours? Like, would you approach them different? And this is more than just the millennial conversation, even the next generation down, which now somehow escapes me. I'm sure somebody else here knows. But like, what do you think that generation in high school and college right now, like, what do you think they respond to best? Because kind of some of what you're saying feels good. It fits for me, but I almost feel like there's another group of people out there that needs something more strategic or softer or different, or am I wrong?
I think it's belief. And here's what I mean by that. I mean, I was talking with my friend the other day. She has a son that's similar age, and she's like, I just, I'm so worried about him, and I keep sending him all these jobs that he can, register for, and he just dropped out of college, and I'm having him in my house, and I don't want to push him out because I don't want him to feel like I don't care, and all of these things. And I just looked her in the eye, said, stop. I said, just believe in him. What is he good at? You've only told me the things he's not good at. What if you actually just believed in him? What if you actually just knew that he would be okay and be able to take care of himself? And I think there's this, especially with the generation now, there's this like coddling, or, we've got to be really soft and caring. And in a way, maybe you don't criticize or push somebody that age as much, especially if you're a parent, but you believe in them. You absolutely believe that they are the perfect version of themselves, that whatever they want to do, that they can achieve and accomplish and make happen. And for me, I think that's the most important thing for the younger generation that they're lacking, is the belief. And maybe that's true for all of us when we were 18. Maybe we just wanted our parents to believe in us. But I felt, I know that's what I wanted for my parents, but I feel like if we can just believe in our children and believe in that younger generation, that they will step up to the plate, because they are so brilliant and so amazing in so many ways.
Yeah. Yeah. That's good. Yeah. You're getting some good comments, some good feedback. You got my wheels turning as well. Yeah. Your group does have to, believe in it. I want to give the right metaphors and analogies based on the audience, which is a pretty diverse group, because you're a basketball fan, and we've even played some basketball together, but because you're a basketball fan, a good basketball player too, I think that is really the success story of the Miami Heat. What they had, they really overperformed, and their coach was given a lot of credit. Eric Spoelstra of the Miami Heat, they really overperformed, but they really felt like their coach believed that they were capable of more, believed that they could win these games. And, they went on to have this, historic run that just ended here, but they did the most with quote unquote, the least. And a big part of that story was about that coach creating that belief. And not just that coach, but one of the best players on the team was a quote unquote informal leader, right? He's not the coach, he's not the manager, he's not the owner, but he's a really good player. And he earned the right of being a leader by being somebody who got results. And he believed in everybody, he gave everybody, that belief. So there's a lot of interesting lessons to learn, and because my mind's a little bit on basketball over the last couple of months, and I know that you like basketball too. I've been dying to share that angle with somebody, so I knew this was my big chance. I had to sneak it in with you.
I do have to say, I think you're absolutely right. And I've been watching the Michael Jordan documentary that recently came out. And it was interesting because they talk about these different dynamics on the team and things. And I think that is similar to what we saw back in the Chicago Bulls when Michael Jordan was at his peak. And what happened was you have people like Dennis Rodman, who you mentioned leading wild souls, right? He was like this wild soul. And as I really listened to that documentary, as they interviewed him and Michael Jordan and the coaches and different things, in the long run, what happened was there was so much respect on the team, and he had this wild hiatus where he went off to Las Vegas for a while. But when he came back, Michael Jordan, the coaches, the team, they all said, "Okay, you know what? We believe in you." And the coach said, "You got to run some laps or whatever." And he was thinking Rodman was going to lag behind, and he was ahead of everybody. you know, and and Michael Jordan commented, he's like, Rodman was amazing. All he needed was somebody to believe in him. And even in all of his quirkiness and all of his things, they just needed to believe that he was good and not see him for his faults, but see him for what he could accomplish. And that's when he really stepped up as a leader and performed. And I think that was the same with the Miami Heat. I mean, there's so many, and especially in professional sports, basketball, athletes, celebrities, they are criticized, right? One little mistake and you are just, your name's all over the media, you're criticized. So what does it look like when you're actually complimented and actually inspired to lead? Well, you step up as a leader, right? And so I love that angle, and I love that, seeing that the Miami Heat flourish in the playoffs, and different things. So
I think this has been asked before of other people, and but I wanted to get your answer on this, and we're going to have a few other women join us here in a second. We're just helping them get on. But do you feel like, as a woman leading, and I'm not trying to set you up here, you might see leadership totally genderless. I'm not trying to lead you or put you in a corner or a box or anything. But do you feel like you have to approach leadership different because you are a woman, or do you approach it differently because you are a woman? Does the idea even cross your mind? Do you just kind of lead the way that you lead? And do you think of other women who are leaders differently because they're women? Are you, expand on that for us?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to say something that some people might not agree with, but this is my belief and my opinion. Now, as I'm talking about this, I want to talk about, masculine and feminine energies. And I know there's people that identify differently, but in general, I believe that somebody who's operating from the divine feminine, so as a woman leader, I operate from the divine feminine. I thrive when I'm in the attraction energy. And when I'm true to who I am. And now every woman's different. I'm not saying every woman has to have my leadership style. But when you can actually just allow yourself to be who you are as a woman and attract the people around you, that works out beautifully. For men, I see it a little bit differently. I see men being a little bit more aggressive, or a little bit more outspoken, or a little bit more stepping into that masculine energy, which is a little bit more forceful. And what's beautiful is, and this may be different, we all have divine masculine and feminine within each of us. Where I lead in partnership with Gerald, and he really is in this divine masculine, I'm in this divine feminine, there's a beautiful flow where I get to be up on stage, I get to be the soft one, I get to be the cheerleader, I get to be the believer, and then he gets up on stage and he gets to be the inspirer, he gets to be the motivator, he gets to be the one that's, loud and expressive. And so it's actually a really beautiful balance. But I think for everybody that's wanting to operate from that divine feminine, it really is this feeling of just allowing people to be attracted to who you are, being so solid and confident in who you are, and then allowing the people to be attracted to you, instead of trying to go out and chase them and get them, which might be a little more of a divine masculine trait. So that's my take on it. Everybody may not agree with it. That's what works for me.
Oh, that's why we wanted to know here. Do you remember Allison, now Maya Rose?
Of course I remember her. She's one of my favorite people in the whole world.
So good to see you, Alex. I love you. I haven't seen you forever.
I love you more.
So I'm in Arizona right now. Alex is in Florida right now, and Maya, you're in Utah right now.
Yep, I am.
Okay, so we're all over the United States here right now. But you got a chance, Alex, to kind of hear what Maya was talking about, and kind of the idea around different leadership styles. And, you know, she's been breaking it down here for me for a while, but where we just kind of ended up on is sort of the woman element to all of it. And I hope you don't mind me saying this, but one of my impressions of you, Alex, is you've got a little bit of masculine energy there. And it's not a bad thing. You got a good blended mix. I think Allison Maya Rose Rogers here, she embraces that feminine side of things, and she does really well with it. And I think sometimes women think that in order to get more done, they have to be more masculine, which isn't necessarily the case. But I think for you, naturally, you know, you have a little bit of that masculine energy. Can you accept that, or are you going to push back on me here, which would be a kind
No,
of
100%. That's why, no, I get it. Like, I mean, I look up to her so much, and I have for years, because she has been able to really encompass that feminine energy and that style. Like you said, very naturally, I've always been sort of, I've always had a little bit of an edge, or a little tougher side, where when I run companies and grow those, it's very like boom, 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 right? It wasn't until probably I was like 32, without telling people how old I am, but it's, you know, it wasn't until I was 32 and 33 that I actually realized that I had a feminine power that I could use, not in a way that, you know, not in an unapproachable way, but just in a way that can still get things done and can be just as effective. But yeah, no, I own exactly what you say.
Yeah. So Allison, let me come back to you for a second, because I think people misunderstand that feminine and masculine style of leadership. And I brought Brandy on here as well. So a lot of us already know each other. Hello, Brandy. But I wanted to go back to you for just a second, Allison. And I know that Brandy will have something to weigh in on this too, but it can sound like the feminine side isn't as outgoing or isn't as goal driven. And you're one of the most competitive people I know. Like you're not necessarily bulldozing people, but you love a good challenge. And when you see people doing well, you want to do as well. And, you know, I think part of that comes maybe from growing up and playing sports, and, you know, you're the oldest, and the way your father is. And I mean, there's just a lot of things there, right? But can you explain how that balance works? Like, how can you still be so feminine and yet you're still also so competitive? Like, how does that work?
That's a really good question. So I want to first say, I think the most important thing for any leader is to be themselves and not be afraid to be themselves. So when I was first speaking and getting on stages and leading, I had some women leaders that I looked up to that had a very masculine energy. And I thought I had to get on stage and be loud and jump on chairs and be commanding, and, you know, and that just wasn't me. And so I think people felt that inauthenticity in me. So first of all, it's just really important to understand who you are and make sure you're showing up as all of you, because you're being called to a leader for a reason. Now, the other thing I'm gonna say that really works well with the masculine, the feminine, like I said, we all have both within us. And the way I like to think about it is the masculine's represented by a line or an arrow, right? So the masculine is kind of like a direction that you go. A feminine energy is represented by a circle. It's just energy that's spinning around and around. Now, the masculine without the feminine is going to, especially with a female leader, you're going to burn out, right? If you always have direction but don't have the energy around it, if you're always going somewhere but don't really have the feminine energy around it. Now, if you're only in your feminine and you don't ever have any direction, you're just going to spin in circles and do nothing. But when you put the two together, then it creates this spiral of energy towards your goals. So that's kind of the visual. I could put my finger inside the circle, but, you know, that's kind of a masculine, feminine reference too. But here's where I'm getting at this. Here's where I'm getting at this, is that in order for any person that wants to lead with their divine feminine to really allow and surrender the energy of the divine feminine, you still have to have the structure. You have to have the direction. You have to know what your end outcome's going to be. You have to have a plan for creating that. And that's what allows you to surrender into the feminine and just to be. So, you know, where does this come with the competitiveness? Well, I know I want to win. I know I want to make that basket. I have a plan, but I don't have to be the loudest or most aggressive one on the court. In fact, I like not being. I like surprising people, right? I have a goal. I focus on the goal. I use my feminine energy to be able to drive that goal, and then I create it. And that's why I always win. So you may have beat me a couple of times, but I definitely remember the times that I beat you. So hopefully that all makes sense.
Okay. Okay. Well,
And
I'll
that's
leave
why
that
she
alone.
always wins.
I'll let you,
That's why she always
I'll let you
wins.
have that for
You
now.
heard it right here first.
Let me go over to Brandy and Alex. We're going to come back to you too. But let me go over to Brandy since we just added her in. Brandy, one of the reasons why I wanted to bring you in, and Alex could talk a little bit this, and so could Maya. But I wanted you to kind of introduce this new subject, and that is kind of the role of international leadership. You have a great following in the U.S., but over the last year or so, you've been doing probably more. Well, not probably. You've been doing more outside the U.S. than you have inside the U.S. And you know, I know there's our culture differences. There's still maybe more old-fashioned male archetypes, things that you have to deal with. Maybe it's an issue for you. Maybe it's not an issue for you. But do you lead differently when you're internationally doing business and involved in relationships, friendships, or do you do it pretty much the same way all the time?
That's a great question. I lead with self-awareness.
Mm-hmm.
Every single moment for me is self-awareness. I have this saying that if you're going to do something, act as if you're breaking the glass for the first time, pressing up on the glass and breaking the glass. If you're going to do something, you got to be all in.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of that comes through the daily practice. So I have a daily practice of consciousness, which is mindfulness. It's a scanning of the body, knowing where I'm at, knowing what the emotions around that thing is, a topic of choice or what I'm about to get into. And then sometimes in that self-awareness process, I may shift directions.
Mm-hmm.
And in that directional shift, 15 other things may open up. So if you've been watching, as you said, you've been watching me, a lot of my travels were unplanned. And it was a matter of being in flow and listening, becoming highly sensitive to what's around me, and always keeping my eye on the prize. So there's always a goal. There's always a focus, but in that focus
Directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voice.
Oh, wow, that just jumped in there. There you go. Sorry, keep going there, Brandon.
All is good. So I was saying, you know, always having a focus goal, like Allison was saying, and then in the midst of that, you can have a shift. And so the shift happens because self-awareness happens, and flow is a real thing. Just like Kobe Bryant, just like some of the greatest sports and athletes, we have to have a flow in order to get to the next step. So in my travels, if I were to think too much, I would have probably never accomplished a lot of those opportunities. I would have not been on those stages.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, you're very intentional. Both of you are. You're really good at framing things. You know, you're somebody that I've known for, you know, almost a decade, and you're really careful about, you know, saying things in a certain way and framing them in a certain way, wording them in a certain way. Keep the flow going, keep the energy going. So knowing that, do you ever really think, hey, I'm a leader, and as a leader, I need to do this? It almost feels like the idea of leadership really never enters your brain. I mean, you're very intentional in thinking about a lot of other things. Or do you ever sit down and go, hey, I want to be a certain kind of leader?
I mean, to be a leader, you have to do things differently, right? Because if you're doing anything else that is the same old pattern over and over, you're just a follower. And so leadership, true leadership to me, is always being on the fringe, being willing to put your feet forward, even if you're going to have some lashback or some kind of judgments and questions.
Mhm.
Why are you doing this? That's a dangerous area to go to. Don't you know
Mhm.
Saudi Arabia, they hurt, like all of these things will come up, the push on the fears of leadership. But
Mhm.
in order to be a leader, you have to color outside the lines. You have to be
Mhm.
willing to test that model, and you have to be able to communicate that model in a certain way that you onboard a culture of great change.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me jump over to you, Alex. I appreciate your patience, and we'll come back to you in a second, Brandy. But, I know that specifically in your leadership, you've also done a lot of team building. Everybody here has to a certain degree. It seems like one of the common mistakes that people make in the beginning is they hire people like themselves, right? Those people do really good. And after a while, the mistake is, oh, I need someone that compliments me, right? So that's just kind of one example of maybe something that happens for leaders as they learn and grow. What's some other examples or other lessons that you've learned in leadership while building a team that you think people should know? What are some things that maybe you could save people from some common pitfalls that leaders might make when building a team?
Sure. Yeah, that's an amazing question, because I think that a lot of people don't put the thought into their team building the way they
Mhm.
should from the get-go, right? There's a ton of accidental entrepreneurs out there that didn't necessarily know what they were getting themselves into. I mean,
Yeah.
I definitely didn't know what I was getting myself into, but when I knew that I needed help, if I was to scale, I went immediately for my weaknesses, right? And again, just like Brandy was saying, being self-aware, understanding, okay, this is what I'm really good at and I should really stay in my lane, right? And then bring the people that are going to complement you on that. But then going a step further and making sure that, I mean, I've never been the best payer in the entire world. I mean, they get a good living, but they're not making Donald Trump money being with this organization. It's more of a heart-centered organization where I pour into the people that work with each other, and we develop from an inside out potential, and we make sure that everybody's getting something out of it. The one thing that I always ask, my team, and not even from a leadership perspective, but just because I feel blessed that they're with me, I'm asking if they're having fun. Because if you're not having fun, why are you here? Right. So that's what we, as I guess, sort of, again, accidental entrepreneurs or accidental leaders, make sure that they're having a good time, make sure that they're getting a benefit out of being here and being with you. That's really, and also delegate before you think you have to do that.
Yeah. So a part of your compensation, which I think is pretty, common nowadays, is the training, is the fun atmosphere, it is the rewarding, it's the experience, the learning experience, seeing things. There's a book that has over 1,400 ways to reward employees, and it's made for leaders and managers. It's interesting to me that most people think that money is the greatest motivation. But if you look at the top lists of surveys and reports of what employees want, we're talking employees right now, not entrepreneurs, but what employees want, money isn't usually even the third or fourth thing on the list. It's usually fourth, fifth, and on. It's usually other types of things. So I think good leaders understand that there is more value that somebody can offer other than just money. Brandy, did you want to weigh in on that at all?
Yes, I have a client, I'm an advisor on Devo Protocol, which is a Web3 based ecosystem for volunteerism. About a decade ago, I had a vision of volunteer credit banks because I just love volunteering. I love that we can have a cause that is worthy for our time. But how do we stay employed and make income and do what we love? We can't. We have to have this dual life where we have to work, pay the bills, and then go and give to causes. So what Devo has done is brought in this inclusive philanthropic economy and rewards, records, verifies a volunteerism, right? So it's this way of verifying you showed up, you did your work, you were upskilled, you learned a task, you will then be able to have rewards that would maximize your corporate giving, because you can choose to give the credits to the nonprofit of your choice, or you can maintain with those credits. And then, of course, there's other Web3 stuff that you can do with those tokens. But what I liked about this is it took what we are used to saying that we give our energy to into a new kind of commerce. So rewards and learning is the wave of the future. I truly believe that. I stand for that. And I can go deeper if you'd like.
Yeah. Let me go over to you, Alex, and Brandy, you can ask some converse. You can answer the same question. I'm curious, what kind of leader do you best respond to? And what kind of leader do you not respond to? So I want the two extremes, like this guy or gal or personality is the worst for me, and this person is the best for me. This is what gets the most out of me. So when you're being led, when you're allowing yourself to be led, you're a part of some kind of organization. What's the worst leader for you and the best leader for you, Alex?
That's interesting, right? And you've actually heard this story before, where I had the best teacher as a boss ever, and he was fabulous from a teaching perspective, but man, we butted heads so bad. It was just it was oil and water. And 10 years later, he actually apologized, and he's like, "I'm sorry I was so tough on you. I just knew you were good." And I'm like, "Not the way to present to me, thanks." So that sort of leadership, it was very much stick and no carrot, right? It was just very metrics focused, very you're under the gun, produce, be coin operated, all of the things, right? Conversely,
Be coin operated.
Be coin operated. Oh yeah, no, I run sales organizations all over the world, and you look for certain people that are coin operated, and those are, the good little soldiers, but you kind of look for the people that want to have fun with you, so coin operated is always a fun term. But then another person that I just absolutely, like, if I were to work for someone, right, it would be this person, and they really brought people together, and they wanted ideas. And I actually was privileged enough to work for this person for a little bit in my journey. And it was a sharing of ideas where all the executives would be together, and we followed this rhythm-based system, and everybody shared their goals, their dreams, something positive about them. It was very community focused.
Okay,
and then you saw the metrics.
Okay, so I've got to summarize this a little bit for the people listening. So the worst one is just 100% numbers. It's very machine and robotic. The best one is there's a process, there's a conversation. You're a part of the conversation. You're a part of the vision. You're a part of what's being created and how it's being created. And you're a part of that and getting to create
it's a bigger
that.
picture. Yeah,
it's a bigger picture.
Okay. and you're being
I think most people are going to agree with you on that. I don't think that's shocking. Not that it needed to be shocking, but I think that's the way it is for most people, especially entrepreneurs. There are other people where, they don't want to overthink it. They don't want to be creative. They just want to know exactly what you want, and they just want to give you exactly what you want, and they want to be done with it at the end of the day. There is a little bit of that. Brandy, go ahead. What do you respond to the least, and what do you respond to the most?
Well, I believe what you're speaking about is the transactional leadership, right, Alex? When you say coin, right? Coin leadership, transactional leadership. So there's the autocratic leadership, which is where we like the leaders to make decisions for us and kind of pupils following the teacher. And a lot of the time this works in corporations and institutions because you're having a bottom up type of relationship where you have a lot of learners, maybe some students are coming out of the university, or they're just volunteering and they're just learning, right? So they're taking instructions from these leaders, they're strict compliance, they're moving to this, this is better for the company versus it's better for the people. Then you have the democratic leadership. And democratic leadership is exactly what it sounds like. It's where the team leaders get to have the decision making, and the process is where we all come together and we encourage each other to collaborate. We have values that are diverse perspectives and so on. And that seems to work. I like democratic leadership because it also says you have your management,
You know where to go if you have a problem, and it's not all on your shoulders, but you have a say so. It's team, like going by teams, right? Different types of styles. Then you have this transformational leadership, which I am, if you know me and you're out there listening to this, David knows I'm a transformational coach. I'm a transformational leader. So transformation has always been in my ethos, which is inspiring, motivating teams and compelling them to take action. The challenge that I have with transformation is this. It's hard to keep a team on for long term because transformation happens and you lose a lot of teams.
Yeah.
Half of the people I started with 10 years ago, I would say that half of them have gone on and become something else.
Yeah.
And then we discussed a little bit about the transactional leadership. Here's where I lay my hat every night. I get into the servant leadership, which means that we get to base this on well-being. We get to develop our team members from the inside out. We do a mindfulness activity. We know that we're all coming in with our junk in the beginning of the day, but our junk is not getting in our way of the style of our routines. There's trust and loyalty, but at the end of the day, you're fully committed and you will know who your leaders are at the end of the day. It just it depends on how you show up.
Yeah.
There's one more also, which is lackadaisical or laissez-faire, where it's a hands-off approach. You show up when you show up and you get minimal guidance. And at the end of the day, you're going to be rewarded for your competency. But I'll tell you, never worked for me. I'm actually a lackadaisical leader at times. If I don't show up, I don't show up. So I have to move to a different type of mentor or leader for my business.
There'll be people who definitely disagree with this next statement from me, and that is I have a fairly strict policy for the last several years that I do not hire entrepreneurs. I just don't hire them because, you know, we're essentially training somebody that wants to do what we do. Now, that might sound short-sighted or unfair. I've had people that have gone on to do amazing things. They now work at TNT, and that's a good connection for me. And they now work at USA Today, and that's a great connection for me. I don't have anything against anybody that wants to move up and move on, but there are certain jobs that I've just found that I don't want to hire somebody like me. I don't want somebody that's trying to essentially be me. They're very excited by the job that needs to get done. They're motivated by that. And I think a lot of times the leaders, they get called into question because of the problems that they have, the challenges that they have, is just because they built the wrong team, right? And that team is often a reflection of your leadership. So if you built the wrong team, then, you know, your leadership is going to look maybe worse than it is, or it's going to be more obvious to the world really quickly. So yeah, what is the ability to build the team, and how long is a team, you know, built for? One of the things I was talking about earlier is a book by John Maxwell called The 17 Laws of Teamwork. And I'm a big believer in this book. And in chapter 4, it's called the Mount Everest type of challenge. What they do is he talks about you need a different type of team for a different type of challenge. Like if you have a very controversial goal, you need a very united team. If you have a very cutting edge challenge, you might need a very technologically advanced team, right? But your technologically advanced team might not be as good for the controversial challenge. Anyway, so there's a bunch of different challenges. There's a bunch of different teams for those challenges. And I think it's important for all of us as leaders. And for those of you who are listening right now, you might be a fairly good leader, but think about this. What is your biggest challenge right now? What is your challenge going into third quarter and fourth quarter, if you think that way? What's even your next big challenge, even going into the next year? And here's the big question. Write this down. Does my current team live up to my full potential? Does my current team have the capacity to solve my current challenge? Right? Sometimes we don't have the right team for the right challenge. So as leaders, do we have the ability to recognize that, change that, improve that? Oh, Ava's here. I feel like when Ava comes on, somebody must have done something wrong. Did I do something wrong, Ava? What did I say? What did I do?
No, I want to be part of this. I
Oh,
want
you
to be
wanna be
part of
part
this. This conversation is amazing. We're talking about entrepreneurs,
Yep.
transformation, leadership. So I just want to be part of it. And also, David, keep going. Would love to definitely get the last word.
No, yeah, happy to have that. Happy to have you jump in. I figured as much, but yeah, I just always like to acknowledge people when they come on. And you're right, Ava. This is great. We've had Maya Rose on for a while, and Brandy joined us, and Alex joined us, and these are some real powerhouses, not just locally, but all over the world. And we could spend all day just with these three individuals and all the cool things that they're doing in the world. But Ava, go ahead if you wanted to weigh in for a second. I know we've only got about 4 or 5 minutes left.
Yes, and I actually do want to give the stage. I'm gleaning on what they would have for their last words. That's what I'm here for.
Gotcha. So Brandy and Alex, that's what we're going to move towards next, is just kind of give you guys the opportunity to have the last word here. And in other words, whatever you want to say last. And we're going to do something purposefully in reverse. And that is, in your last words, say a little bit about yourself or what you do. And I like doing it at the end because this is the chance to be memorable. This is the chance for them to maybe go search you or Google you or go to a website or whatever. Sometimes we say it in the beginning. By the end of it, we forget, now, who are they again? What do they do? What industry are they in? So I'm going to give you the last word to share maybe a belief on leadership and tell us a little bit more about yourself or where people can find you. Brandy, we'll go with you first, and then we'll go to Alex.
Great. I am a user acquisition strategist, and I work with middle to large scale companies that want to enter into virtual reality. And I would say in this great age of change, it's really important to become a self-aware leader that balances technical expertise with leadership skills that are traditional and untraditional. Don't want to be your mom and dad's pop shop. You want to be your own unique leader, but there are basic fundamentals of making shifts happen.
All right. Thank you, Brandy. Brandy does a ton of things with NFTs and crypto, and she speaks, internationally, Middle East. I mean, anywhere you can possibly imagine. We know a lot of the same people. We've known each other for about 10 years. She's always on the cutting edge of the next thing, right? The way business is being done. So yeah, if you want to ever have a stimulating conversation, reach out to Brandy for sure. All right, Alex, you're up next.
I mean, I'm going to be reaching out to Brandy. My goodness. And I will absolutely talk about myself, but I do want to mention just piggybacking off of what you were saying, that you never want to hire entrepreneurs. There's a difference between entrepreneurs and being entrepreneurial, right? So as you were talking and as we were kind of getting together and seeing sort of that perfect team element, looking for the people that will use their resources and be the most resourceful does not necessarily mean entrepreneurs, but that entrepreneurial spirit and that resourcefulness and everything, that is, it's absolutely amazing. But a little bit about me. My name is Alex Corson, and I have been working as a sales enablement and acceleration CEO over at CyberCells. You see in the background over here. Oops, wrong way. And that has been going on for about a year and a half now. And I also run a digital marketing and branding agency. So what we do is we really help with the cutting edge technology and the people that are looking to create sales teams and sales strategies, marketing, and leveraging AI. And we help to get that sales strategy together. So I work with companies that are similar to probably Brandy's, getting them into the channel and bridging them into the United States.
Yeah, that's great. I feel really lucky. You guys are really lucky. I'm going to tell you why you're lucky, and I'm lucky with you as well. I invited Allison, Brandy, and Alex about 15 minutes before we started at 2:00. And I just Yes, all of you.
That's true leadership. Is I was in the middle of Melrose in California doing Father's Day shopping, and I was like, I can make this.
Sometimes they have me moderate panels of other people that are like, oh no, this is for your people. I was like, cool. So I'm like, all right. So Brandy, Alex, and Allison, they all of you guys moved heaven and earth, stopped birthday parties, left shopping, got all kinds of things to hop on with us. So thank you. You made my day. You made me feel very special, and all of you at home should feel very special.
That says a lot about your
And
leadership.
David, we do feel very special.
Yeah,
David, we do feel very special with the Los Angeles Tribune. We every time you come, you always bring value, and you bring the best people to the Los Angeles Tribune. So we just appreciate you so much, and we want to thank you, Brandy. We want to thank you, Alex, for this opportunity. David, as always, we value your partnership. The people that you bring and the presence that you bring in the LA Tribune. Our next session, I'm going to introduce our next session. Our next segment is going to be super awesome. It needs no introduction, and you're going to be in for a surprise. We're going to start with a commercial.
Okay, sounds good.
We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Live and direct, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And I'm real excited, Michael, because we get an opportunity here to spend the next few minutes with somebody who, in my opinion, does not need an introduction. When it comes to the Legacy Leadership Summit, who are the legends in the field of leadership? And of course, when it comes to legends in the field of leadership, in my point of view, Keith Cunningham is at the top of the list. And I'm excited, Michael, because I know that you're going to be spending the next hour or so with him with the opportunity to dissect and dive into his brain and garner the insights and the lessons that Keith Cunningham has not just obtained throughout the course of his life, but so generously shared. And, as we see a new generation of leaders emerging in the field of entrepreneurship and leadership, Keith Cunningham is one of those that for multiple generations now has made an impact. And Michael, just real quick before we give you the floor with Keith Cunningham, how excited are you?
Oh, it's just great. It's great to be here. And what's fascinating at this point, it's being able to have, one of my mentors, Mary Glorfield, who knows Keith really well. And part of the reason he's here was with Tony Robbins for 18 years as his vice president, did 82 countries. And she teaches me so much. And she tells me that Keith is one of her mentors. So I'm so honored to have one of my mentors on today.
Well, I'm excited. Let's go ahead and welcome Keith to the program. Of course, Legacy Leadership Summit 2023. And Keith, first of all, welcome to the program. It's a pleasure to spend some time with you. Before I step back and let Michael run the program here, my first question for you is to just go ahead and give you the floor. For those, most of the people in this community, Keith, are very familiar with your work. Most of the people in this community are high-performing entrepreneurs, and Keith Cunningham is on the short list of influences that they have had. But just in your words, I want to give you the floor for you to share a bit of your background and your story, and maybe perhaps what has been the most inspirational part of your journey that you can share with our audience. Keith Cunningham, please.
Oh, thank you so much. It is such an honor to be here. You have no idea. I'm thrilled that I made the short list, and that you would include me in this incredible opportunity. A little bit about me. I am a business owner. I also teach business. I've made some money. I've lost some money. I've made mistakes. I will tell you, I've learned way more from my mistakes than I have my successes. I think Bill Gates said it right. He said, "Success is a lousy teacher because it lulls smart people into believing they know what they're doing." And certainly I've found that to be true in my own life. So I'm thrilled to be here, be a part of this, and happy to share from some of my mistakes, and hopefully allow other people to stand on my shoulders like I'm standing on other people's shoulders.
It's great because Keith, every time that I've met you or been involved with anything you've done, it's always been about being of service. It's always how many lives can I impact and make a difference. I mean, I look at your intro, and do we need the formal intro? But you've been done this for over 5 decades. The thing about you is you're always boots on the ground. You just get it done, and you bring a uniqueness to the world because you have done it. You're currently doing it. And everything that you teach, you eat from your own cooking. I love that. It's in here, and you eat from your own cooking, which makes it very rare. And you've done over 200 seven-figure deals and raised over $1 billion. So for anybody listening today, when you listen to a mentor, what I'd like you to do is I'd like you all to just wipe the slate for the moment and listen to this education from Keith today, and see what is one or two things that you can pick up and learn from, because he's also the author of 3 critically acclaimed books, the most recent of which is called The Road Less Stupid. Okay, that's just great, Keith. That you're marketing you. And by the way, everybody, if you haven't read this one, you should get it immediately. For the last 25 years, you've been teaching tens of thousands of business owners and senior management teams all over the world the most crucial business and investing skills and strategies, everybody. They're critical, including his 4-day MBA, VT, and Board of Directors program. You're a master of business. On Tony Robbins, you've been bringing Keith, he brings you to his events since 2003. You're the only speaker who has appeared with Tony at Business Mastery, Wealth Mastery, and Platinum events, which are amazing. And at the same time, you are here with us today. I really welcome you to be here because, again, you are always of service. And one thing about it, Keith, is during your success, you worked a lot with other business owners. You've worked in your own business school. How do you define success?
Well, I think success is getting what you want. I think fulfillment is giving what you got. I think there's an interim step in there. Success is getting what you want. Excellence is keeping it once you got it. And fulfillment is giving what you got. I am very much in a fulfillment part of my life. As I said, I've had some success. I'm very proud of the success. I've had some spectacular failures, and some of those failures were breathtaking. Most of my failures were a result of one of 3 things. In fact, this is really interesting for you to think about, Michael or Mo, and certainly anybody that's listening to this podcast, to this interview. I think there's 3 common denominators when I look at every one of my past mistakes. And you're not in business for 50, 51, 52 years like I've been, and not had a few bumps and drive off the road a couple times, which I've unfortunately done. But I think there's 3 common denominators to most of our mistakes. Number 1, excessive optimism. More often than not, when I look back at the dumb tax that I've paid, the places where I've done something stupid, I was either excessively optimistic or I had unexamined assumptions. Now, this is stories that I tell myself, and I'm a great storyteller, particularly when I'm making stuff up that I want to believe. So those actually unexamined assumptions are also known as blind spots. And I will tell you that the person with the fewest blind spots almost always wins. It's the blind spots that cause me to do things that cause mistakes. And then the third one, so excessive optimism, unexamined assumptions, and ignored risk. I think risk is always present. I think one of my teachers, a guy that I really admire and respect, is a man by the name of Howard Marks. If you ever have an opportunity, read what he's written, one of which is a book called The Most Important Thing. Howard Marks has said this: the less risk you perceive, the more risk there is. And when you stop and think about it, that's kind of counterintuitive. It doesn't at first blush make a lot of sense, but the more you think about it, the more you begin to realize that if you perceive there's no risk, then you tend to do risky things. So if I'm driving to the grocery store and I perceive there's zero risk of being in an automobile accident, then I'm going to text and drive. I'm going to not put on a seatbelt. And it turns out by texting and driving or not putting on a seatbelt, I've actually increased the risk of me being in an accident. So, I look at my life and I look at the life of other people that have been successful, and I see over and over again a pattern. And the pattern seems to be that they learn from their mistakes. They create a log of lessons learned. The pattern of people that tend to be unsuccessful or who struggle, they tend to repeat the same mistakes over and over again. So my definition of success is getting what I want, and I think one of the ways to do that is to learn from my mistakes and be conscious of the three saboteurs that have really been at the foundation or the core of almost all the mistakes I've made.
That's I'm writing. By the way, everybody out there that's listening to this, I'm taking notes just like you are, because you're in a master class with Keith Cunningham. So be open and listen. So there's going to be people on this call who been in business a long time, been in business a short time, are starting out in business. And so I was taking a note and taking a look at what you just said. And with those three, because I've seen them all in business, I've done it myself. I have a tendency, I can tell you right now, of excessive optimism. It's like in my wiring. So I'm going to go a little off of what we were going to, maybe talk about, but can you talk a little bit about, I think that brings up the importance of teams in your business and people that you surround yourself with. Can you talk, entrepreneurs always want to do it themselves, Keith. They want to do it themselves. They can do it themselves. Can you talk a little bit about the importance of teams and having a team surrounding you?
Oh, I think it's critical. I think it's mandatory. I think that it is critical to add voices to the conversation. I think that it is I'm way too persuasive sometimes, especially to myself. And so without having someone around me to offer me a breath mint, I know that on occasion I might have bad breath, but I'm like everybody else. I can't smell my own breath. And so I need people around me to give me advice, to let me know that there's maybe a piece of spinach caught between my teeth, that I might have some blind spots. One of the things that I love to do. I mean, I love I love to play golf. And we've had an opportunity to be around some of the world's greatest golfers, including Tiger Woods. And when Tiger Woods is on the practice range, he typically has 3 or 4 people watching him. They're part of his team. And Tiger's the one with the club, but they're the ones who are watching his swing. Now this is a critical concept. Everyone can see the shot once he's hit the ball. But Tiger, like you and me, can't see our own swing. We can see the shot, but we can't see what produced the swing that caused the shot. And so having people on your team, not only for advice, but for leverage, probably one of the most critical components of migrating from an operator to an owner is having some people on your team who can create the leverage that will allow you to do less of the doing and more of the thinking and planning. I've seen repeatedly where business owners, just as you described, Michael, they all, if you look in the dictionary for control freak, more often than not, you'll find a picture of an entrepreneur. And it's because they do have a tendency to say, if it's going to get done, then I guess I'm just going to have to do it. Whereas an owner says, well, if it's going to get done, what I need to do is create a yellow brick road that gets us from Munchkinville to Oz. And then I got to have a team or a group of people who are A players. Now I'm going to make another distinction, and that is there's a big difference between a team and a team of A players. And my experience is one of the easiest things to do is hire someone with the expectation that somehow they're going to be successful in making an A at the job that you've given them to do. A players, here's a hint, A players love to be measured. They love it. It's their favorite thing. When I think back to my elementary or junior high days, we had kids in our class that made straight A's. Their favorite day of the year was report card day. It was my least favorite day of the year because I'd have to go get a report card that said B's and C's, and I knew people who got a report card and they were getting A's and B's, and I'm going, that's their favorite day because they love to be measured. I think having a team of A play, and there's a way to do that, by the way. There's a way to find and attract and hire and retain A players. It's part of the core curriculum of what I teach. But having a team, being willing to listen, be willing to take advice, be willing to hand off the shovel, delegate, critical to business success. It's called leverage, and unfortunately, most entrepreneurs have to learn that one the hard way, and it's unfortunate.
Just what you said there about, and I wrote this down. I'm going to actually send it to my team that A players, love to be measured. That's a critical statement right there. And I think, people shy away from that. And if you, because you have, well, I don't want to offend anybody. There's a lot that goes on. But I know some of on my team, part of the reason this happened is because I could send this to any of them and I know right away they'd go, let's go for it. Let's do it. let's get this, and so that is a critical piece right now, with what you said. And we talk about success, and you've seen a lot of success, you've seen a lot of failure is just a learning, right? Failure is just feedback till you move forward, but you've seen a lot of successful businesses out there. Are there any common themes? I know we talked about the ignore the risk and all the stuff that people do, but do you see common themes during a successful run of a business? And also, just I want to bundle this with, do you also think that people who are successful in business are very clear on their vision?
Boy, you packed a ton into that. And so let me see if I can unpack it. But before I start that, let me go back to measuring, and I'm gonna give you something on a bumper sticker. Anybody who doesn't want to be measured doesn't want to be held accountable. So when you start down the road of measuring, if your team or members of your team object to that, you have somebody that needs either some coaching or some training, or maybe they need a different opportunity than the one you've given them to make some money. Let me talk about success. I think there are some common denominators, but uh, the problem is business is complex. There are so many different moving parts, some of which are predictable, some of which are not. I don't happen to subscribe to the theory that there's a magic pill or a secret sauce or voodoo economics. Um, so much of success has to do with timing and luck and random life events, like where you were born and who your parents are and whether they valued education or promoted you, and thinking about being an entrepreneur. There's messaging in the product, but I do think there's some common denominators. For example, I think one common denominator for successful people is they found something they're good at, that there was a demand for, and that people would pay for it. Now, that's not very complex, but I will also tell you it's not easy. Finding something you're good at, making sure there's a demand for it. In other words, people want what you're good at. Not only do they want what you're good at, they're willing to pay you for it. Well, it turns out that's not that easy to do. I think that a common thread for successful people that I know is that they tend to have a long-term perspective. They tend to know that there's a big difference between an idea and a plan. They tend to know that success is not a result of one thing that's done extraordinarily well. It's a result of consistent execution. It's a result of the people I know that have been successful have a third. They have a fifth sense about what's the obstacle that's in the way. There's a terrific book that I hope that everyone who's listening to this adds to their library and actually reads. The book is called "The Obstacle Is the Way," and that's actually a quote from Marcus Aurelius, a first century Roman emperor and general, who is probably one of the greatest philosophers and thinkers of the modern times. And the book "The Obstacle Is the Way" is by a man named Ryan Holiday. So look, I think there's there are some commonalities, but I don't think those commonalities are necessarily have to do with a certain product or a certain messaging. In fact, I'll tell you this. When I look at my life and my success, and when I look at other people's lives and their success, it's never a matter of what they did, it's how they did it. I don't, you look at McDonald's, who's made more money in the restaurant business than anyone else in the history of mankind. And it's not because they got a great product. They got a kind of a crappy product, if you want to know the truth. But it's not that they made cheeseburgers, and it's not that they couldn't make them better. It's not what they did, it's how they did it. Southwest Airlines made more money in the last 10 years than the rest of the airline industry cumulatively since Orville and Wilbur Wright. Southwest Airlines, it's not what they did. What they did is put butts in seats and flew those people from point A to point B. Everybody does that. American does it. United does it. Everybody does that. It's not what they did, it's how they did it. And I think that if this audience would begin thinking about how are we doing what we're doing? Yeah, what we're doing is important. But how are we doing it? I think that can be a differentiator and cause success. And the most successful people I know have paid very close attention to how they do it.
Yeah, that's that actually answered the question even around vision, because even if they know where they're going and it's the big why, it's how are we going to get there, and how are we going to do it? Is sort of that piece that I think differentiates. That's actually a great, because I was just thinking today, watching my grandchild as we were talking about McDonald's, and I'm thinking everybody wants to go there, and it's never been, even when I was a kid. It's so what a great point, and
Well,
thank you for bringing that up.
let me add one. Let me add one
Yeah.
more thought, if you don't mind.
No, go ahead,
Look,
please.
I think having clarity on Oz, on what you want, is critical. But I think if the key to success was having clarity on what you want, everybody would be rich, skinny, and in a great relationship, because that's what everybody wants. Everybody can envision that. This is one of my favorite examples. If I ask you to visualize the route from your home to the grocery store that you'd normally shop at, you could literally, closing your eyes, envision the route you would take to get from your home to the grocery store. You back out of the driveway, go 2 blocks, stop sign, turn right. You literally can see the path. You can visualize the grocery store. But if I put you in your car and blindfolded you and ask you to drive blindfolded from your home to the grocery store, there is a 100% probability, 100% probability that you would have a wreck. Not because you couldn't envision it, but rather because you couldn't see. I think look, I'm in favor of visualizing Oz. I'm in favor of saying this is where we're trying to get to. But the truth of the matter is, some of the most successful people in the 20th century couldn't see it. Bill Gates had a deal to sell out with H. Ross Perot in 1976 for $20 million. That's with an M. And the only reason that deal didn't happen is because H. Ross Perot backed out of it. Bill would have done it. He couldn't see what was about to happen. Steve Jobs offered 30% of Apple to Bushnell, who owned Atari. He offered 30% of Apple for $50,000. Steve couldn't see it. Either could Bushnell. The Google boys, they tried to sell Google to Yahoo for $1 million. 1 million with an M. And Yahoo turned them down. The Google boys couldn't see it. Yahoo couldn't see it. Bill Gates couldn't see it. Look, I'm in favor of envisioning what you want, but some of the most successful people on the planet have become that way, not because they could envision it, but because they could execute it. And if you can't execute it, if you can't structure it, if you can't put into place leverage, if you can't put into place optics, you got zero probability of getting from where you are to what you want, no matter how hard or how good you are at envisioning what you want.
Yeah. What a great point. That's a great, I mean, it relates to even so much in my life, right? And everybody out here is probably going, yes, Keith, because I hear, being in this business, especially at the entrepreneurs, there are so many dreams and thoughts and where we're going, but it's the question always is, where's the execution? Where's the action? And so everybody take that just for a moment in what you're doing in your life, and start following, because Keith, you've laid out some very simple steps. I mean, they're not simple. Let's start. You've laid out some great steps here for people to take. I think for me too, part of the vision and really putting the how together in like in the mentor studio has been the team. That's also been critical, and mentors who really show me, like Mary Glorfield, right? She did the how. So, and that it's critical in your business to have those people around you. I'm going to shift for 1 second and move on to your book, because you've written several books. I love this one titled "The Road Less Stupid." Okay, it's just great. A key discipline you talk about in that book is the practice of thinking time. This is a 3-part question. We'll cover whatever we have time for, of course, but what exactly is thinking time?
There's an international best-selling book that was written 80 years ago. It has sold over 100 million copies. Everyone listening right now has heard of this book. A few people have bought it, even fewer have read it. The name of the book is Think and Grow Rich. The name of the book is not Dim the Lights, Hold Hands, Sing Kumbaya, and a sack full of money is going to fall on your head. I was in a meeting 40 years ago, and I was raising money for a deal. And my financier in the meeting with me was interrupted by a knock on the door, and the person at the door said to my potential financier, when are we going to have a decision on this other piece of financing that they were looking at doing? And my guy sitting in the room with me, who I'm hoping will do a deal with me, probably one of the smartest people I've ever met, put on his glasses, opened his little pocket day timer, and started flipping pages. And finally he goes, there it is. He made a little note in his day timer. My financier looked at the guy at the door and said, the next time I'm scheduled to think is from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. on Thursday morning. You'll have an answer at 5 a.m. I turned and looked at this guy and I said, what? Are you serious? You schedule thinking time? Oh my God. It turns out, Michael, that business is an intellectual sport. Money and finances don't respond well to emotions, gut, and glands. Money and business requires that you be thoughtful, that you think in terms of second order consequences, that you think in terms of what could go right, what could go wrong. Can I live with it if it goes wrong? What are the risks? What are the stories I'm telling myself where I've allowed a story to become a substitute for the facts? What do I believe is true that's not really true? That's thinking time. Thinking time. And by the way, when I first heard this, I looked at my own calendar for the prior 12 months and there were 0 entries for thinking time. In other words, the sport that I'm playing requires that I engage my brain, and I had never set aside time to actually do that. So when I learned this, I said, well, this is kind of important. And I began actually through a follow-up series of conversations with this financier, I learned more about thinking time. Thinking time starts with a really good question. A really good question. It might be, the question might be, how would I have to run my business so customers would say, I'd have to be crazy to do business with someone else? A question might be, if 100% of my future growth was by referral only, how would I have to run my business? A question might be, how big would my business be if I still had every customer who ever tried me? A question might be, if I could only blank, I could solve this problem. The question might be, if I only had blank, I could get closer to what I want. A question might be, what are the top 3 things I could do this week that would close the gap and move me closer to what I want? Those are examples of thinking time questions. Now, I have a thinking time chair. I have a thinking time pen. I have a thinking time journal. I use pen and paper. Thinking time does not respond well to electronics. Thinking time does not respond well when you try to do it while you're getting your Peloton workout in. Thinking time does not respond well when you're trying to walk the dog and think. Those are different activities. Thinking time is about starting with a really, really good question, getting in a place that's quiet, getting in a place where there's 0 probability of an interruption, which would include all electronics have to go off. I mean off, so that there's not a screen or a beep or a sound. And so I get in my thinking time chair with my thinking time pen and my thinking time journal, and I set a kitchen timer because I don't want my phone on. So I set a kitchen timer for 30 minutes. I write, or 40 minutes, I write the question at the top of the page. And the first thing I do after I've written the question is I put an empty dot on the page. There's always an empty dot. And so I've got the question and I've got an empty dot, and I'll write an answer. And the next thing I do is put an empty dot. And then I give another possibility. And what I'm trying to do during thinking time is create choices. I'm not trying during thinking time to create the right choice or the perfect answer. I'm just trying to create possibilities. One of my mentors asked me this question years ago, Michael. He said, Keith, do you know how to have a great answer? And I said, no. He said, have lots of answers and then pick the best one. I went, holy cow, that makes sense. So in thinking time, what I'm trying to do is create a lot of possibilities. Maybe I'm trying to get clarity on the obstacle that's in the way. That might be what I'm doing. Maybe I'm trying to get clarity on who do I want to buy from me. Maybe I'm trying to get clarity on not only who do I want to buy from me, but what must happen to cause them to buy. Maybe I want to get clarity on not only what must happen to cause them to buy, what could happen that could cause them not to buy. What's got to happen to keep them coming back? Those are fundamental, critical questions. And sometimes when I get to the end of my thinking time, I'm startled when the alarm goes off because I'm going, oh man, I just barely got started. I got to keep my body still. I can't be looking around the room. In fact, Michael, when I do thinking time, I tend to put one hand kind of over my eyes so I'm not tempted to look around my office and find something to distract me. I'm looking for possibilities and I'm going to try to engage my body, engage my brain, and disengage from my body. And if I can do that effectively for 30 or 40 minutes, then I now have some new possibilities that weren't available to me before. I've been doing thinking time for 40 years, 3 times a week, which means I have 135,000 hours of thinking time. I will tell you, it is a game changer. But you got to do it right. You got to find a quiet spot, turn everything off, start with a great question, fill up your notebook.
I love it. And if you were a new entrepreneur, somebody who's going to introduce this thinking time into their life, because we get this a lot, the question is always, well, how much time? I know you said 30 to 40 minutes, but if somebody even just was able to do it, let's say twice a week for 15 minutes, it is, yeah,
It's great.
yeah. Just start. Is
Great.
that just start?
Something's better than nothing.
Yeah.
You know, you may not be perfect on it. But don't let perfect get in the way of possible.
Yeah.
Let's try to find a way to get started. And if you do get started, you're going to find that it's so the results are so astonishing that you'll want to do it some more.
Yeah. It's so you've convinced me because I know, and Keith, what happens is we get so busy, right? We get busy because I'm a grandparent now, and there's grandkids running around and kids and a business and working with Mary Glorfield. It never stops, and there's I just what you said is it's that perfect time. It's almost like what people do with prayer time or contemplate, being able to just spend time and
That's
just
right.
and this to me is a simple way to do that what you just said, because how many times do we jump to the solution before we've even created all the questions or we've created possibilities?
That's right.
So yeah, thank you, because this entrepreneurs out there, this you can do. And I challenge you, Keith and I challenge you, just take 15 minutes twice a week and just put this into your life. And please go get The Road Less Stupid. Read about where this truly comes from a gentleman who has done it more than any of us combined. And lives it and breathes it every day. So with the few minutes that we have left, what are some words of wisdom you could share with business owners and entrepreneurs who feel stuck or frustrated in these uncertain times?
It's really interesting. I think all times are uncertain. I think all times have unique challenges and problems. I think every one of these challenges is asking a really basic question. And the question is, do you want me to be a problem or do you want me to be an opportunity? All of my opportunities over the years have been a result of some problem that I encountered or some situation that required me to grow or learn or persist or break a sweat. Um, I have found Warren Buffett said this, and I think it's really true. He said, bad economies don't cause businesses to fail. Bad economies expose weak businesses. I think if you're kind of stuck right now, then I think it's critical that you take a step back and work on what is the obstacle that's in the way, not what's the symptom. The symptom is not enough sales. The symptom is not enough profits. The symptom is not enough cash. The symptom is not enough customers. Those are not the problem. Those are the symptom. And what most of us do is spend the majority of our time solving the problem that isn't. And every time you try to solve a symptom instead of the root underlying obstacle, what's the thing that's blocking the forward progress? And if you can get clarity on that, now you have an opportunity to build a yellow brick road, to build a plan, not an idea, not a goal, a plan, an executable plan. Architect the plan. What's the architecture of the plan that will allow you to get from where you are closer to what you want? And I may not be able to see all of the steps that are required, but I can see the next 5. What are the next 5 things that I need to do that if I did them with intensity, with consistency, if I did these 5 things, if I did these 3 things, if I did these 2 things, it would move me closer to what I want. I think it's mandatory for entrepreneurs, regardless of the times, to be thoughtful about overhead and be thoughtful about the amount of fixed cost, to be thoughtful about who's on your team. Um, you know, I think, I'll say it this way. I think 2 things determine how our life turns out: the quality of our decisions and luck. Decisions based on reality, based on risk, based on the yellow brick road, based on execution, those turned out to be the decisions that have the greatest chance of success.
I love it. I love it. I'm taking notes again. It's we all learn from each other, right, Keith? There's always things we can learn from each other, and even I know you've had students, because I know this when I've been on stage. Sometimes you'll have a student in front of you, and you'll go, "I never thought of it that way," or "What a great way to think about it." Um,
I'm
and
standing on lots of shoulders. I'll
That's
tell you
exactly
that.
right. Right. That's who was I talking to? We were talking the other day, and they brought up Bill Gove, the speaker trainer from way back, and I said I actually got to sit in a room with him and spend some time towards the end, and it was literally the best 20 minutes of my life.
Yeah.
And it is standing on all those shoulders and making a difference. So, I wanted to thank you so much for today. This has been a pleasure.
It's been my pleasure.
This has just been, go ahead, Keith. It looks
No,
like you have something.
I was going to say, I'm grateful for the opportunity. I'm grateful that somehow our lives intersected, and the people that are listening right now intersected with you and Mo and the rest of the Tribune team, and for me to have this opportunity, I'm grateful, and I it'd be an honor and a real opportunity to be able to do it again sometime. So thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. From myself at the Mentor Studio, and Mary Glorfield, of course, and Mo Rock with the Tribune Group. We just thank you for spending your time. Thank you
And
for
I'm
being
bringing
on.
myself in.
Oh, there's Ava. Ava's one of the team. She's one of the team at the Tribune. She's amazing.
Keith, I just want to say thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune. I am the senior editor of the Thought Leader edition, and it's such an honor to have you on our show today.
Thank you so much. It was my pleasure.
It's been great. So for everybody out there listening to this, and Ava, thank you so much for jumping in. Take the words of wisdom, build it into your business. I challenge you, myself and Keith and Ava and Mo, challenge you to create that thinking time in your life and just have a glorious morning, afternoon, or evening, and get ready for the next section that's coming up, because it's going to just take you to that next level. Thank you all again. Keith, thank you so much.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
All right, that was that was a thank you guys for running the commercial too. That was well done. I needed a quick presto changeo, so you guys, give the team a big thunderous round.
1 minute out for changes. We got this.
Yeah, that was a great. It's always good to run. When you're texting the team and things are going great. I have to say, working with Keith and knowing him for a long time and interviewing him many times. You all had a big treat. It was a huge treat. And he's, by the way, he runs also Tony's Business Mastery since Chet Holmes passed away. And he's the only one that Tony actually will leave the event. Done. And let Keith do the event. So give him just a round of applause, everybody. Put a 5 in the chat. Keith is just the best. So it's an amazing day.
Well, that was an incredible segment for us here as part of the Legacy Leadership Summit. Yesterday, Joseph McClendon, we called him one of the pillars of this event, and Keith Cunningham is certainly another one of the pillars of this event. And we see folks in the virtual auditorium that have, shared that they're having such a great time. And one thing that stood out to me, Michael, was Keith Cunningham as a gentleman who is not just a vast array of knowledge and wisdom that he gracefully shares, but he's someone that has had so much unparalleled success in his career, and yet the humility and the humbleness and the gratitude. Here we are having an opportunity to speak to somebody who's a legend in business, and he's expressing his gratitude to us. And I think that is such an important takeaway, is that gratitude, that humility. That was really, for me, just spending time with him and watching how graceful he was very awe-inspiring to me. And so, I just wanted to bring that up and point that out because I thought it was very inspirational.
It is that, and somebody asked the question too. It's Tony Robbins' Business Mastery. He's always been that way. It's amazing. This is the gentleman who's rich dad behind that whole dynasty. He's been in business for a long time. And whenever he spends time with you, he's focused just on you. It's a pretty amazing with everything he's created. And he's always patient. And he's always just, how can I do this to make you or help you become more than you are or follow your path? And it's been brilliant knowing him. It's been brilliant knowing, obviously, his best business partner and friend on the planet, Mary Glorfield. And it keeps me moving every single day.
And Michael, as we are now heading towards the tail end of day 2 of the 2023 Legacy Leadership Summit, and the folks in the virtual auditorium, whether they're watching live, and the folks that will watch this after the fact, have gotten acquainted with some of the co-hosts and facilitators. And our co-hosts and facilitators are leaders in their own right. And so I'm excited to step back and actually listen to Donna Campbell and listen to you and learn more about those that have helped guided and edified and positioned the speakers when they themselves are incredible thought leaders. So I'm excited to step back a little bit and just listen to Michael and Donna for a few moments before we end the program in the next hour and a half or so with an exciting big speaker. Yesterday, of course, we had McKenna Riley, and Forbes Riley will be joining us within the hour, which I'm very excited about. So I'm going to give the floor back to you, Michael, and we're going to enjoy some words of wisdom from you and Donna.
All right, fantastic. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk through a couple steps that I want you all to complete. And with that, I think you're at a point in your position of what you've done that it's time to take some notes, it's time to write it out, and it's time to take some action. And a lot of you, as we do our own Earn the Rights, or we talk about why we're up here, so write that down, ETR. Whenever you're going to speak or train, you're always doing what's considered an earn the right. Does everybody get that? It's really important as you move forward with this. So what I want you to do is I want you to think of what is one thing that you can talk about, one thing that you know as well or better than anybody else that somebody else would be interested to listen to. If that's something that you have in your pocketbook somewhere, or you thought about it, go ahead and type it in the chat. Make sure that it's, remember, kid friendly, because we got grandkids watching this and everything else. But what is one thing that you know better than anybody else, or you know well, but you could help people move forward? That's a huge thing. So put that down. The other thing is that I want to say is, how many of you want to be on a stage like this? What does it take? It takes being persistent. It takes listening. And Bob Proctor told me a long time ago, this is the best. He told me, because I asked the question, what is it to be successful? And what it is to be successful, he said, very simple. Buy every course on the planet, which my wife and I have done for the last 25 years, and read every book. And you can create your own limitations, but don't ever stop those limitations. Don't let them stop you, because I don't read very well. I didn't even read really till I was 9, 10 years old. And so reading was tough for me. And he says, read every book. Literally that same time period, Books on Tape came out, and it changed and rocked my world. So now I could follow Bob Proctor, what he said to do. And it really just drives that all forward. And it makes it so you create the energy, the engine, and you never stop learning. Because once you open up, does everybody get that? Once you open up, it's hard to move back. Now, here's how you go backwards. Everybody write this down. You use the word no. Very simply, if it's ecological, which means no harm to yourself or others, say yes. If it's no harm to yourself or others, say yes. That is a big piece. I love all the businesses, by the way, and every something that people can talk about, because that makes a big difference. But in your lives, as you run into thought leaders and great people that you know, and courses you want to think of buying, and education pieces, make sure you always say to yourself, is it ecological? No harm to myself or others. And then I want you to purchase it. Everybody got that? I want you to take a look at the books out there that we recommend, because we're not we're recommending because we enjoy them, but we're recommending them because we're saying this is something that has changed other people's lives. Think and Grow Rich, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, The Secrets of the Millionaire Mind by T. Harv Eker, who I spent many years on the road with. So I always talk about my background, and I go, Donna knows I have a long story. I have a short story. I also never sit still. So Zoom has changed my life. Normally, I'm just ready to walk and talk. That's how I used to do it always. But the biggest thing is, I told you, Donna, I was going to rock it off. And by the way, you guys are going to hear from Donna soon, because I'm going to turn this right over to her too. But I want everybody to just think of the books we've been talking about. And if somebody on the team could just type those in for a minute, that would be great. And there are so many books out there you can read. The Road Less Stupid. There's tons of books out there. If you need to do streaming now, if you need to listen to it that way when you're on the move, I'm always in motion. I will never stop being in motion. My business partner was Tony Robbins' VP for 18 years, and she says sometimes I move more than they did. But it's always going forward, always going forward. That doesn't mean that you don't have bad days and things don't happen. Let me tell you, you're about to, after Donna and I are done up here, you're about to hear somebody who's sold more on TV than almost anybody else, with so much energy that it will just take you into tonight and get you ready for tomorrow. We are the same time tomorrow. We start in the morning and we kick off with one of the largest people, just amazing speaker on this planet, who is part of a book that has sold more than almost anything out there. And then you get Sharon Lecter, you get Mark Victor Hansen. There's all these amazing people tomorrow that you're going to want to hear and be part of. So don't miss that. But as I tell you this, I do it from the perspective of how do you create success? So here we go. I'm going to give you the formula that I talked about the other day. And somebody said to me, but Michael, who are you? Right? This happened. So Michael Silvers, the Mentor Studio is the company I'm co-producing with the Los Angeles Tribune. I get to work with people like Donna Campbell and Mo Rock, who's the most, I got a whole bunch of my team on this call because they're there to support and help and be part of everything we're doing. I spent 8 years with Peak Potentials and T. Harv Eker and the Millionaire Mind and on the road. I was part of the teams that put on Grant Cardone and Gary Vee around the world, right? What does it mean? I always say it just means I have more gray hair than the rest of you. At the same time, I work with the lady who put Tony Robbins in 82 countries, put him on the Great Wall of China, and built Robbins Research and the Platinum Partnership. All it means is that I've surrounded myself with greater people than I ever could be or would be or want to be or is, whatever it is. And don't start typing, oh, you're good. Oh, you know, don't down yourself. Just know I am honored every day by the people I work with. I am honored by the excellence and that it continues to push me forward. And that will make a difference every day. So write this down. Everybody ready? And I saw Joseph put it there, one of my amazing mentees who mentors me every day. 3 coaches, 2 mentors, and a mastermind. Everybody got that? 3 coaches, 2 mentors, and a mastermind. I'm going to make this very simple. 3 coaches. The first coach, by the way, this is a clinical term because male nurse jokes. I was a male nurse a long time ago. 3 coaches. One of them is the coach that literally kicks your behind. Okay, so just know that's the person that keeps moving you forward. You're going to have a coach that understands your business, maybe understands the direction you're going. And your third coach, that might be your personal trainer, spiritual director, whatever it is. Remember, it's mind, body, and spirit. It's everything together. And that will make sense as you move. Boy, we've been on a lot of calls. That makes sense as you move forward. The other thing too, I want everybody to know is then you need 2 mentors. Now, your mentors, this is not your broke brother-in-law. Okay, it's not your broke brother-in-law. These are people who are ahead of you in the game. They might have a better, maybe they understand something more. Maybe they have a better lifestyle. Well, that's your judgment. But maybe they have a lifestyle further down the road than you want yours and you're moving there. Maybe they have more money. Maybe their business is where you want it to be. But they're just further down the road. And those mentors are critical in your business. I wouldn't be here without them. I still have mentors today. I get mentoring all the time. Pay for your mentors. Be generous because they will save you millions of dollars. If you're just starting out in business, make sure that you have a mentor. If you've been in business for 30 years, make sure you have a mentor. When we were talking to Keith Cunningham the other day, and him and I have had offline conversations with Mary Glorfield, he'll always say, I learn more from you 2 than I do from anybody else. And we're like, no. That's somebody who understands where you can get mentoring from. Because maybe Keith understands something a certain way, but maybe I get it a different way. And that's why you're always listening to the people around you. And then, last but not least, a mastermind. You want to make sure that you have that in position. A mastermind is a group of individuals that get together to create something from nothing. If you don't understand what masterminds are, and it's a new concept for you, I want you to go get a book. I told you there'd be recommendations. Think and Grow Rich and read the chapter on masterminds. That will sort of open up your world and move you forward. And as you do that, what I want you to do is think, how can I put that into my life? So let's make it simple. Start with 4 people you know, who you respect in business or in life, put them together and start really taking a look at concepts and ideas. Maybe you might start it out with saying, okay, in my business today, the one place that I could use more help is, and let them drop in information. Or you tell them what that is and let them drop in some information. The one place I need help today is getting on more stages. The one place I need more help today is in social media. The one place I need more help today is just figuring out what I want to do the rest of my life. And then you just sit back and you let them share and you write down the ideas. You know what you keep saying? Thank you for sharing. Thank you. That's, you do not say, I know that already, because the minute you do, you're done. The minute you do, you're done. And that will make a difference every single time. The reason that you listen to the shows like this is because you're getting information. The reason that you're on this show is because you're getting information that you can use tomorrow. I want you to take the concepts, look at what you wrote, look at everybody you talk to, take one concept, one, how many? One, I said one, and start doing that tomorrow. Do it tonight when we're done. Then we're back tomorrow and take that concept into tomorrow and say, how can I make it the next day? If you don't have a business yet, do what's called an as if. If you don't have a business yet, do what's called an as if. As if your business was already launched or is in this position, what would you do at that point? Don't let anything stop you. You're an amazing audience as you keep moving forward. It's my greatest pleasure to really have been emceeing this, and we've got a big show coming up. We'll tell you another time. There's more and more of these. We're going to be in your life as much as you want us to be. We're going to be there to help and bring you the information that you need. And keep realizing 3 coaches, 2 mentors, and a mastermind. It will make your life the way you would like it to be as you take the concepts moving forward. For myself and the Tribune, we're so excited to be here. Myself and Donna Campbell, we're so excited to be here. The Mentor Studio, to work with the Tribune, to work with all the people that we do. And I'll tell you again, my honor in my life is my wife, my kids. I mentioned my kids. Usually I go my wife and grandkids. I always forget the kids, and boy, do I get emails on that, or I should say phone calls. But those are part of the legacy. But to work with my business partner who did, as Tony will tell you, what nobody else has done on this planet, is my honor every single day. And it will never stop as the team that she builds, the people around us. And for those of us at the Mentor Studio, it's one team, one family, one group. I don't care how much experience you have or don't. We always move together. And I want you to do that with the people around you. One team, one family, moving in one direction. Find those, help those people, and get to where you need to go. So part of that amazing team is Miss Donna Campbell, who's right next to me here and been so wonderfully patient with me. We work together all the time. We talk all the time. It's been a 2.5 year, 2 year, 2.5. I don't even know anymore. As you get older, just 3. Wow. Amazing ride. She was a principal at a very large firm. She's a brilliant trainer. She's a lead trainer at the Mentor Studio. She drives our company forward. She's 100% on the mission. She never talks about herself. She's always on our team meetings asking, how can she help the others? Or here's what I do, but how can I help you become better at what you do? And I'm going to give the floor now to Miss, by the way, let's have a thunderous round of applause. Let me see 5s in the chat. I like 5s. I don't know. Somebody said, why 5s? Why not? We can build Marx Brothers. Nobody's old enough to know the Marx Brothers. Why a duck? Why not a chicken? But anyways, let's give a thunderous round of applause. 5s in the chat for Miss Donna Campbell.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And it's so funny that you're saying the number 5 all the time, because earlier this morning, Marie Diamond was on and she had an app. And on there, but based on your birth date and a few other things, you got a number. And guess what my number was that came up? It was 5. And 5 means connector. And what do? I connect. So whether it's synchronistic or an intuitive there, Michael, you totally got that number down there. But one of the things that I wanted to share, and with what I've been seeing over the last 2 days here at the Los Angeles Tribune Legacy Summit, is that there's been common themes with the different people that are leaders that have been sharing their messages. Now, before this conference started, I wrote out 5 key principles of things that I saw in leadership, and I'll be darned if I don't just see those things with all the other people and all the other speakers that have come before us. And what has been really interesting when I think about it with heart-centered leadership is that when you talk about earning the right, yes, we can get up, we can share our story. We can give the key points, the key principles, and those types of things. But are you authentic in earning your right? Meaning, are you the same person you are on stage as well as off stage? And it's about your genuine presence of who you are. And I think that's a key quality to leadership, because it's one thing to say it, it is something totally different when you actually walk the talk and actually implement everything that you do. And whether it comes through you, because you're one of my mentors, Mary Glorifield, I'm going to throw Mo Rock into the mix, Keith Cunningham, Aaron Young, he already knows I'm going to be calling him with some questions. They're all here, and they're designed to serve, to put others first. And everyone had this theme of this message of putting others first. So when you call and talk with them, you even mentioned it with Keith Cunningham, that he has the time to sit down without the distraction to share with you as a mentor. They're authentic in what they do. Do they have 15 other things they can be doing? Probably, but it's the power of choice, because that's who they are genuinely, and they're interested and they're humble, and there's no ego in any of that. And if you really truly are the sum of the people you hang out with, those are the people you want to surround yourself with. Those are the people that you want to be elevated with. And so it's always about being authentic, but also in that authenticity, there is a vulnerability piece that can come out. And being vulnerable is stepping up without fear of judgment, without fear of criticism, without fear of. Because when that fear surfaces and you have that little bit moment of hesitation, you have the courage and you have the bravery to face that fear. And if you just take that breath and face that fear, recognize you have what it takes to move through that fear and share that vulnerability, then your story is somebody else's story. And it creates that empathy and it creates that connection. And it's through that we realize we really have this energy of oneness, because one person's not better than another person. We're all on this journey. We just have different steps we're taking, but yet we can still do it together, because it's through your voice, it's through your body language, it's through your powerful communication, through storytelling abilities. It always goes back to your personal why and why you're doing what you're doing. And I remember the very first time I was ever live on any show, I was encouraged to go out onto podcasts to share a launch of a book that I had been writing called Financially Fit, Living the Secrets to an Abundant and Prosperous Life. And what was interesting was this first podcast I ever did in my entire life was live. And it was a podcast called Stories of Healing. And on that podcast, they wanted to dive into the deepest, darkest, intimate, secretive parts of my life, which I agreed to. And it was the very first time I ever shared a very vulnerable story of myself, and a day that I had almost died at the hands of somebody else, and the lessons that I learned from that and the wisdom that came from it. And I could tell there was something going on with my host, but I couldn't quite figure it out. So I was trying to make fun of the situation, lighten it up, bring some energy into it, only to realize after the podcast ended, after an hour, my story was his story, except he was the child in the story that I told. And it brought up all of his emotions to also be healed. So stories are so powerful, and that's what connects us and what relationship builds with us, because my story is your story and your story is somebody else's story. Might not be exact, but there's common elements with it. And these are just some of the things that I have seen over the last couple of days, and what leadership principles really are. Having that authenticity, having that powerful communication, knowing your why and why you do what you do, because that allows you to communicate that to other people. Knowing that you can move forward vulnerable without fear. Even earlier today, listening to Aaron Young and how he shared some of the most vulnerable parts of his life and what he learned from it. People healed in the audience from listening to that story because we're connected that way. And the other element that I see a lot here, Michael, and if you want to come back up and comment on some of these things here, is about confidence. Because I know as a healer and having the heart-centeredness, a lot of people come and they want to take courses and do different things. But the number one trait most people ask for is confidence. How can I have more confidence? Followed by clarity. How can I have more clarity? And honestly, the pathway, 3 coaches, 2 mentors, 1 mastermind, I've always taken that to heart and I follow through. And when I'm at events, I watch people and I make sure that they're authentic first before I approach them, and that they are walking their talk and that they are who they are telling me who they are, because the nonverbal, that 90% is so much more powerful than the 10% communication.
Yeah, I think that's an important, I'm going to jump in just for a second, but I think that's an important piece because you and I get approached a lot of times of how can I, right? We get a lot of how can I write the book? How can I do the articles like you've done, Donna? How can I be in all the magazines like you've been? How can I get on all those stages? How can I get on, especially the live stages you guys are producing? And we very much, I'll tell you right now, if you come up to us or you work with us, we're looking for you to be authentic, open, honest. Are you of service? Because sometimes speakers will ask me these things and I'll say, great, where have you volunteered in the last month? And I'll get this blank look, right? I'll get this absolute blank look. But to me, that's a critical piece, because if I'm going to put you on stage, I want to know how are you helping your community? Did you serve the homeless? Have you fed, and how authentic are you to that mission of being of service before you step forward? And I think just know when you approach Donna and I with those questions, and we get them all the time, that's a question that I will ask. So now, if you all go out and serve today, fantastic. If this week you've now all volunteered, I'm okay with that, because it just starts somewhere. But in being authentic is also that part of yourself of how can I serve? And I think ask yourself that every single day. Go ahead, Donna.
Yeah, absolutely. And how can I serve? And when you have mentors and they are in that serving capacity, watch, they all show up and they all serve. And they all are there to help you. I know any one of the people that I talk to or that I'm around, whether it's you or Bill Walsh or Mo or Aaron or anyone I have a question to who's in my mentoring group, they're there to serve. They're there to help you. They are putting you first, because, it's something that Bill often says, and I'm going to quote this to the day I probably die. Leaders show up for their own success, meaning that you have to show up for yourself. You have to take action on the things that you're doing. But leaders also show up for the success of others, meaning that they are there to serve, to help, because it's not about you. It's about how many people you bring along with you. And it's not that you're a leader to have people follow you. It's how many people, again, that you are bringing, not for them to follow, but to empower them to go the directions that they need to go. And then knowing when to let go so you can watch them grow and blossom out in the world, going, yeah, I had a part in that. Maybe not the whole thing, but I had a part in it. And that is what feels good. And that is what draws me to the world of healing, because it's all energy, vibration, and frequency. And when you know how to shift and change that, and your clients are better than when they met you moving forward, because they're now free from whatever physical level dis-ease, or emotionally they're better, or maybe financially they're even better because they're attracting into them the things that they want. You left the world a better place because they increased in vibration. They increase in in energy and in frequency, and then they're going to go out and help other people. And I think that is really at the heart of service, because it starts with you, and then it's that ripple effect, and it just continues throughout throughout the world. And that's really how we can create change. You're muted.
I know.
Our favorite word of today.
Right. 1,000 events, and I still mute myself. It's when you said about vibration and how we shift that, it's interesting how we used to. So at Peak Potentials, anybody ever took any courses through Peak Potentials, we only saw 1 million of you, and there's 7.5 billion. So it's still not a lot.
That's a small amount.
Yeah, it's still a small amount. But we would always end. So we'd have a course, we'd have anywhere from 45 people to, we could have, 2,000 in the room. These are our back end courses. The front end were different. And we would gather everybody at the end, put them all in a big circle. And myself as the trainer, or whichever trainer of the day, we would lead them through a song. And we led them through a song because we were raising the vibration. And that was always the most uncomfortable moment for most people in the room. And let me tell you, there's not any of our trainers I said that I would probably put on stage as a singer. So as a trainer, you had to get through your stuff. The audience, usually by the second verse through, everybody would be engaged. And it would raise that whole vibrational level to move forward from what you just learned. We'll have Mo sing a song at the end, but
Okay.
with that vibrational level to move you forward, to take action, just made a huge difference. Because people, it's not about just leaving feeling good, right? You can always leave an event feeling good, but it was you left feeling good, and you were also tuned in for that success or what you learned, or whatever the course used to be. You're now moving in a direction, but you're still feeling that vibration as you take action. And I think that's a huge piece on that vibrational level that people don't always understand from that perspective. Yeah. It's like, music, it's the soul of life, and don't ever, here's the one thing, I'm soapboxing for a second. Don't criticize somebody for the music they listen to if it's not your type, because that's their vibrational level. That's what they're tied into. That's what moves them forward. So I learned a long time ago, I love all music. There's nothing I will not listen to that has not been on the stereo, that has not been on, right? I raise kids and now grandkids, and just knowing that there's that vibrational level in all of it. And if it's important to them, it's important to me. That's how you get out of your stuff. If it's important to them, it's important to me, no matter what it is. And as your grandkids are singing and you're thinking, okay, this is, I thought I couldn't sing. It doesn't matter. It's that love that comes through for people on that level. So go ahead, Donna.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely there. And I think the last quality here I wanted to touch on, with what I've seen over the last couple of days here with the Tribune and the summit, is that leaders always take bold action. But it's not any action. It's bold action, but it has to be aligned with your value system to influence the decisions that you make. Because if it's not in alignment with your value system, then don't make that decision. The answer is no, but take the bold action. And I remember a time when I was getting ready to leave the financial services world and realized that my health was gone, my finances were gone, my relationship had ended. And I realized the connecting factor was myself, and that I needed to do something for me because my vibration, energy, and frequency needed to change. So I sold everything and moved to a different state to live in a spiritual living community called an ashram for an entire year. And I took my 2 kids with me at the time. And that was a very bold action on my part, but I knew it was something I needed to do for me to be in alignment with my value system. And that is what started this whole other part of this journey. It's been, 15, 18 years since that time. And, it hasn't stopped yet. And it's a theme that I've seen throughout the last 2 days is leaders do take bold action, but only in alignment with their values.
I'm not mute this time. I was suddenly looking down. It is sometimes you need to, and that's like, in a way, it's like taking a step back. And this is a critical piece. when you take a step back, that doesn't mean you're moving backwards. In a way, you're just taking a breath.
Or a year of thinking time.
Or a year of thinking time. That's it. You know, whatever that takes. I know, I love that. With Keith, that was just great. I'm still thinking time. But it is, sometimes you just need to take that breath, or that you need to, and that's why you also circle yourself with the right people. Because sometimes we can't see it, right, Donna? And sometimes somebody will say to us, have you taken a moment? Have you done a little contemplation? Have you, but you can still move forward. And the critical piece here is your business able to self-sustain, is the other question, right? Because sometimes we've done this and it wasn't in that position. But if you need to take some, because the team all knows that Michael, for what is it, 8-9 days, is going on a silent retreat. I've never done one of these before. So,
do you know how to be silent?
I don't know. I'll talk to myself a lot. We'll be very entertained. But I know business is in the place where you need to stop being within it. And I think that's that authentic part of myself, to realize I've got a great team of very authentic people, of people who really care about what they're doing. And I can not take a step back, but I can take a step away. And that will make a difference every time.
Absolutely.
Mo.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Well, you know, this has been such a awesome reminder, and the system that's put in place for support. I just want to double check, make sure that I got it down right. 3 coaches, 3 mentors. No. See,
you are so.
I was in the back of the class doodling. So you're gonna have to repeat it one time, because I think the system was great. And I'm gonna bring up NCAA champion Parisa Rose as well before we enter the next segment, which is gonna be one of the highlights of the day. But let's just get that equation right. 3 coaches, 2 mentors, 1 mastermind.
That's it. Boom.
Okay.
You got
I'm going to take 100% credit for that, even though Ava they gave me the cheat code in the comments. So I think that's actually brilliant. 3 coaches, 2 mentors, 1 mastermind. And I never really saw it in that perspective. And I've been in this space quite a bit. And I just think that's awesome. And I want to welcome Parisa Rose. Parisa, you've been listening today and working behind the scenes. I'm curious what your thoughts are and how excited you are about this next segment we have coming up.
Okay, first of all, it's good to be back. And I've taken so many notes today, so many things, like amazing things being said by David earlier. He was talking about, like, does your team support like the potential of where you're going? Like, does it support like who you are as a person and like the capacity of who you are? That I'm like, yes, the way he was so concise and just so clear about it, but so direct about how critical that is, and something Keith mentioned earlier, it was what was it? I actually wrote down, how many unevaluated assumptions do you have? Unevaluated assumptions. I'm like, yes, this is brilliant. I love that. So simple, so simple. And Donna, you've been throwing some gems down. I've been taking notes. So good. So good. I'm so happy to be here. It's good to be with you guys.
And, some of the greatest profound truths in life are so simple. And, when it comes to what is a tool for success, whether it's in life or in business, I think we can all agree that communication is vitally important. Expressing what your intention is with somebody, or being able to inspire somebody and being able to instill a message out to the world is a vital component, especially as entrepreneurs, and double especially in today's era where it is so loud, where the market is so loud. And so in order for you to stand out of the noise and say, hey, I'm also here to offer you my services and offer you my support, being a professional communicator is a vital component. And here on this program thus far, we've covered so many of the pillars, the 5 pillars that we've discussed. And we've even had conversations on philosophy and spirituality and practical leadership and business advice, and folks that have generated hundreds of millions of dollars like Keith Cunningham. And now we want to end the day with a couple folks that are going to teach us and speak about the art of communication. Now, on one hand, we have brought one of the greatest communicators in the world, and that's Forbes Riley. Now, Forbes is a communication master. I consider her to be a true master when it comes to the art of communication. What's interesting is she's not only perfected it in one arena, she's perfected it in multiple arenas. What I mean by that quite specifically is this. Some people are phenomenal online on Zoom, and then you see them in person and they don't inspire you. Some people are phenomenal in an audio landscape, on radio or on Clubhouse, but you see them online and they don't have that mastery. Some people are incredible in person, but they don't know how to share and how to translate that strength in the digital format. What's interesting to me about Forbes Riley is she's mastered all avenues, whether it's television, whether it's radio, whether it's online, whether it's in person. When it comes to communication, I believe she's one of the world's foremost experts. And also when it comes to speaking, right? Who are some of the corridors of power in the speaking business, right? A lot of times speakers want to speak and they don't know where to start, and they don't know, well, who is it that I need to speak to get a opportunity? And Danella Burnett is somebody who is one of the gatekeepers, quote unquote. And so we're going to have an awesome time. We're going to bring them up here now in just a minute here. So with that being said, before we bring them up, Parisa, Michael, Donna, how excited are the three of you? Let's start with you, Donna.
You know, I am always excited to listen to Danella and even Forbes Riley, because all of those leadership principles that I shared, I have seen them and watched both of these amazing ladies demonstrate that over the last several years that I've gotten to know them. So they always inspire me. So I still have my notebook over here. I had to switch to pens from pencils, but I'm ready to go.
Michael, how excited are you?
You know, it's great to, I know both these women really well, and they're brilliant at what they do, brilliant in their own way. And I will never forget the time we had a mid-afternoon audience and at Peak Potentials, and we put Forbes up, and she ramped that audience up and made the rest of our jobs a lot easier, but gave them just tidbits that they took away and talked about for a long time.
And Parisa.
Okay, first of all, Donna, I think you might need to let Mo have some of those pencils for his note taking. So
I'm going to bring you some in Chicago. I'll bring you a package.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm going to need some. Thank you, Donna. And with that, let's go ahead and bring in Danella and Forbes Riley. And
Danella, I didn't know you were going to be here. Hi, Mama.
Hello, Forbes. Hi, Donna.
And
hello, Michael.
Forbes Riley and I go way back. When I was in high school, I used to sleep with Forbes Riley every single night when she was on TV, on late night TV. And I used to doze off to her voice. And so she's been a part of my life for a long time. And so it's awesome to see you again here, Dr. Forbes Riley. And let's kick it off by giving you the floor. I mean, yesterday your daughter was here with us, and she did such a phenomenal job. And, you know, a true leader leads other leaders, whether it's as a parent, as a business owner, or just as a civilian in society. And so let's give you the floor, Forbes. We're going to give you the full screen for a few moments for you to share what's in your heart about leadership and the importance of communication. Floor is yours, Forbes.
I love you guys. And I'll tell you what, the first thing I'd like you is put your hands up. Hear my music, you know? Because I like coming into the room and I like changing the energy. Can you feel it? Top of the mouthful? Couldn't be sweeter. Come on, you guys. You've been here all day.
Let's go.
Definitely don't look like them. I don't talk like anybody I've ever met. You know what? And I'll leave it at that. So what Mo meant, and gently, is I did sleep with him every night, as I did with many people around the globe. I was the queen of infomercials, late night television shows that sold products for almost 3 decades. I talked to one of my biggest producers today who created the As Seen on TV logo. I've been around since a very, very long time, when there was a thing called a television that didn't just play streaming, but that's a whole nother story. You guys, in my career, I've grossed a little over $2.5 billion. Can I outdo McKenna? Let me share something. I don't ever need to outdo that beautiful girl. I made her. Physically, she's my daughter. And she made me the happiest I've ever been. And as a team, I think that we are a dynamic duo. I'm just turned 63. She is 20. That spans a lifetime of knowledge. And I watched her speak yesterday with great eloquence. I watched her get her message out there, what's in her heart out to the world. And I know you can do that too. I've worked with Donna and Burnett and Daniela and a lot of other people that we've met on the stage all throughout this couple of days that you'll see. I've been very blessed in my career. What I'm focused on now, aside from having the lead in a new movie that I'm shooting in October, I still love doing that part of my life. I coach, I teach. I've got 18,000 students. I launched a huge membership this week, and we grossed 6 figures in a week with a 20-year-old as the CEO of the company who outdoes almost everyone I've ever met in honesty, integrity, and passion, dedication, hard work, and we finally have a team. These are principles that I didn't necessarily know. But I do know as we're all moving in technology so fast and such overwhelm, at the end of the day, I need to remind you of this. You're human, not a joke. Humans are creative. We are expressive. We're innovative. We can use tools like AI all day long. But while we can connect to each other, I urge you to amp up your communication skills, to understand why you talk to people, what you expect to them, how to give more than you get. And I promise you, if you follow those simple principles in your life, not only you're happy, but if you give more than you get, turns out you get more than you ever imagined. Mo, I love being in your world, in your circle. I watched you grow, this community grow. Keith Cunningham, man, he spoke into my ears many years ago, my rich dad, poor dad. I've loved the people that I've had to touch me, but through me, I let them touch you. And if a rising tide lifts all boats, guys, come on, let's do this together. Mo?
Thank you for that. And I appreciate you confirming what I said when I said that Forbes Riley is one of the greatest communicators in the world. On the spot, let's go. Always bring in the A game. So thank you for that. And I'm going to step back. I'm going to actually bring in Ava Manuel to help guide this conversation.
Oh, another one. I know these ladies. I love
Ava
this.
and Parisa and Danella and Forbes, please spend the next few minutes and just, have a online mastermind and exchange the proper thoughts that'll help create the positive ripple that we're here to make. So with that being said, I'm going to give the floor to Ava and Parisa as we're here with Danella.
Well, what an honor. What an honor. I am a graduate of pitch, right? The pitch mastery class with Forbes and McKenna. And that's actually where I first discovered McKenna and realized, oh my gosh, what creature, right? And so I'm just so honored. Danella and Forbes, I just wanted to really glean from your powerful see, I'm out of words. This is how amazing it is.
Expertise. There you go.
I am your powerful expertise in communication. Like you put me in front of the communication masters, I'm just speechless. So I just wanted to I'm gonna go get a pencil like Mo and just write notes from you, and I'll have you give your tips for us in speaking and communication.
Well, before you leave and get quiet, Ava, I do have to say, watching you, this has been the greatest joy. I've recently, for the last 20 years, been a mom. Danella, I mean, it's an interesting phenomenon. I had Danella in my studio. I go back maybe about 6 or 8 years ago. Yeah. I have a little testimonial from you too. Krista, come on, step up here. But I love seeing the growth and the trajectory of the men and women in my world. I know what I've been through to get here, and now I wash it over other people. So Ava, I look at your face, your style, your Zoom box. You look professional. You look happy, and that does my heart good. Danella, I also want to learn from you. You're just the master when it comes to live events and so many other interpersonal relationships. There's a lot to learn from you as well. How have you been?
I have been amazing. And I know that I missed McKenna's talk yesterday. I was actually running and hosting a 3-day event myself, but I heard from multiple sources she rocked the stage. And I know that just makes your mama heart proud. I have a daughter who's 16 going on 17 who's stepping into leadership and entrepreneurship herself. And it's just so amazing to see young women stepping up. And I love to see young people, and especially women, that are stepping out onto the stage, stepping into their leadership, stepping into their expertise. Because while we love the guys, it has been a boys' club for long enough, and there's tons of women coming along into entrepreneurship and the stage. And Forbes, you've obviously been instrumental in paving the road for a lot of that. Forbes and I have talked about this before. It wasn't that long ago. If you looked at the graphics of a stage or the promotional materials of a high quality, high level entrepreneurial or leadership stage, Forbes was one of only a handful of women that you might see on that stage. You know, her, Sharon Lechter, Laurel Langmeyer, you know, a handful of women. And now we're seeing incredible women coming forward and developing that voice and developing that leadership. And that's certainly very exciting from my world.
Well, I think what's interesting too is that I'm helping to unpack a lot. I fought my battle for almost 4 decades all by myself, very little help. I knew I was a woman the entire time, but I just thought it was tough for everybody. When I got to a certain level, I realized there's a little bit of an inequity here. And if you could be a role model, what does it even mean to decide you're a role model? By the way, it's the same for all of you in business. That moment when you decide that you're an expert, nobody crowns you or gives you the award or the declaration. Although I do have something down here. I just became a doctor. That was kind of cool. And the president sent me a Lifetime Achievement Award. So I guess I've been around long enough. But that moment for you to say I'm an expert is yours to claim. You can go open an LLC with $80, depending on the state. And all of a sudden you, my friend, are a CEO. I remember that moment where I was like, I said to one of my partners, I'm an entrepreneur. He said, no, you're not. You're the CEO of a multi-million-dollar company. I'm like, well, that sounds better. And how did you get there? Well, I opened the company. It's a very interesting time, you guys. You want PR? Great. Design your own social media. There's a lot of responsibility now that we fought for it. But now that we've gotten it, a lot of my students I've found don't know what to do with it, don't know how to grow their personal brand. And in today's world, and I've been, Daniela, I've really doubled down on this. I now only teach 2 trainings. And one of them is called Next Level. This 12-week, I just finished the beta test for this after 3 years of developing, and it works. That everyone deserves to be able to step into what big companies have always known. What's the architecture of a brand? That's the first part, and that's relatively easy. But the other thing, which is why women have had such a hard time, is that we are loving, we are nurturing, we are easily abused and put down because we're sweet and sensitive. But make no mistake, we are the stronger of the 2 sexes when it comes mentally. And in a game like the internet, I don't care how big your football arms are, it doesn't matter. It's about ingenuity and expertise and the ability to do what we do. The biggest problem, though, that I've seen, and I've found a solution for this, is that so many of the people I talk to, because they've been put down or told they're less than or bullied like many of us were in school, carry this self-sabotage thing with us. And if we could all break through that and stand up there and say, I am enough. And I look at Parisa being an athlete, and she knows there is the difference between being an athlete on any level for real. You guys are like 1 or 2% of the entire world. So you know what it's like to continue on when it hurts or when somebody, squishes you. But most of us have not been given the mechanism to survive when someone hurts us, when someone rapes us, when someone molests us, when someone tells us girls are to be seen and not heard. And so this is a challenge for all of the women on this stage right now and everyone who's within the sound of my voice anywhere, that now is that time. We're putting in place tools where you can learn, experiences where you can go through and let the baggage go. You cannot move forward carrying all that luggage and all that past pain with you. It will not serve you. And the crazy thing is a lot of this is just in your mind. And if you surround yourself with the right group of people, and Danella, this thing I did this week, after many, many years of being in business, I finally, for the first time, launched my own membership. I launched a world where I'm going to doing breakthroughs once a month. That emotional, crazy thing that I only held for the select few now is open for everyone to come in. And if we could heal ourselves, discover that we're enough, look at each other as women and go, I love you just the way you are, we can make a massive shift.
Wow. Okay, I'm going to hop in on this. Forbes, you said something that just hit home for me so much. And that's, well, 2 things. The self-sabotage piece. For my own journey, and I will always speak just for my own journey, self-sabotage has always been about safety. And self-sabotage is really just repeating a pattern, right? Repeating something you already know. Why are you repeating the pattern? Well, because it's familiar and it's safe. Even if the safety is abusive, even if the safety is ineffective, it's still familiar. So it's okay that we have these patterns, but it's also okay to remind ourselves that we are safe. We're safe to venture into new patterns, create new ways of being, pull in more support. And the one thing you said about, to be seen and not heard, but then that connects for me is this piece that I've been really, really, really sitting with the last almost year, is that as a woman, I can be kind, but not compliant. And so specifically for men that I work with, and in essence, it's like, don't mistake my kindness for compliance. Because kindness is not weakness, but kindness is also not compliant. So I say that also to any woman that is hearing me, listening to me, that kindness is not compliance. Kindness and boundaries, both.
One of the problems is that we as women, and I'm not quite sure where my beautiful Danelle is, she seems to have gotten bumped off our stage. Get her back up here. One of the reasons that we are the way we are as women too is that we have beauty pageants. We literally put and we're all guilty of this, but we put ourselves up there in bathing suits sometimes to be judged on one size of your nose and your eyes compared to another woman's nose and eyes and determine that that woman is a winner, the others are losers. That's not as healthy as, hey, let's go out on the football as a team and we all work together and we all build each other. And I look, my ex-husband is a football player and he's got buddies who went professional and are now worth millions of dollars. And they still, every year for the last 20 years, they all meet. I was in a beauty pageant when I was in my 20s. We're not meeting. We're not hanging out. In fact, one of the girls, this is crazy, that I beat out in the I know who won the nationals because she was still like what I was gunning for. But one of the girls, thanks to social media, who I beat in the local competition, recently reached out. Guys, I was 16 when this happened. I'm now at 63. And she said, Forbes, I want to know, I followed you your whole career. I just would love to, have a chance to say hi. I was your first runner-up. And I love that. But that's only, I think, in a new world. I think in the old world, the four of us, we were taught to compete. One of you is prettier, the other is sexier, the other is smarter. Therefore, I must not be enough. And we got told subconsciously, whether reading magazines, we got told every day I was told I was not enough. My teeth were not white enough. My hair was not straight enough. My boobs were not big enough. I was in Hollywood all the time told I was not enough. I'm so glad there's this crazy diversity. Now, we don't know what's enough. In my world, you couldn't be skinny enough. I went to Macy's the other day. There are chunky mannequins, like 14. I literally walked through, I turned a corner and I was like, did I wake up in a dream? How is this possible that I've lived where mannequins are like real people? Oh my God, welcome mannequins. So I yield the floor to you guys.
So good, so good. And yes, Forbes, it has changed so much. And I agree, like the message of not enough. Like this not enoughness will creep and find its way in every bit of every place in life. And I think that allowing it to be like accepting that it's gonna be there and then also embracing it as it comes so that you can allow it to move through you and then move out of you is a key. Because the second you shame that piece that's like you're constantly doing the same thing, like as soon as you shame yourself, you're not helping anything. You're not helping yourself. That if the shame feels heavy,
I do. Hey, Miss Danelle, I want to talk to you for a second. This whole speaking world, you're very ensconced in it, and I just had a massive issue about being a woman. Go figure. When you sound like I do, when you're a pushy broad, oh my goodness, let me tell you something. You're a bitch. You're this, you're that, you're the other thing. Any male doing what I do would be a businessman. And it's fascinating to me that I'm still at this age, at this level of fame, getting disrespected. It just happened. And my question to you is, Danella, do you see that a lot in the speaking industry? Because I encourage all my students to be speakers, but I'm not quite sure what pit I'm throwing them into.
Danella, before you answer, let me remove me and Parisa so both you and Forbes can be on the screen, okay?
Well, we love you guys. Don't go too far.
Yeah, definitely. So the unfortunate thing is, it depends on what circles you're playing with. We're seeing a lot more events that are run by women. We're seeing a lot more events, profitable and impactful events that are being run well and opening up the door and looking for women. And so I think it depends on where you're going and what pool you're playing with. Actually, one of the things that I was thinking about, when Mo asked me if I would speak this weekend on leadership, I really kind of took a few notes. Like, if I'm asked a question on leadership, like, what are some tips or tactics or how do I apply leadership to what I do? And one of the books everyone must read, is John Maxwell's The 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership. And every year I pick a different law or two that I kind of keep as a mantra for my business. Like 17 things at once is just too many for me, but a few at a time to kind of, keep in the forefront is a big deal. And one of the ones that made a big deal early on in my entrepreneurship, I decided to sell my catering company because of the law of, proximity and the law of the lid, like who's around you, who are you surrounding yourself by? And at that time, when I had my catering company, it was no disrespect to the people who were my employees, but I looked around my office, which was literally a glass walled office in the middle of the kitchen. And the only people physically around me were my team. And I realized at that point, I was not surrounding myself. I didn't leave myself enough time to network with people at a higher level with me. I didn't leave myself time to be mentored, to be coached. And that year, I made a huge shift in my business. I invested more than I'd ever invested before. In fact, more than I'd even made some years in coaching and mentorship, because I realized I needed to step up. I needed to be poured into. And this goes along with what you're saying. If you are getting disrespected, if you are not being seen as the expert that you are, it may be the pool that you're jumping into, because there's a lot of room in this expert space. And when I use the word expert, I have a TV show called Expert Access. And when we interview experts, I've discovered either by experience, education, or engineering, an expert is made. And so if you haven't gone through one of those processes, then maybe you still have some work to do. But if you've been through one of those pathways and you've reached the other side and you can help and serve other people, then you are an expert at the level that you're at, and you must continue to keep growing by putting people around you. And so look at who you're spending time with. And, and the same thing for you, Forbes. Look at who you're spending time with. You may have grown past those people that are disrespecting you.
Well, that's the crazy thing. I'm at the highest level that you can get as a woman right now. I'm on stages with Deepak Chopra, Les Brown, Grant Cardone, Gary Vee. I don't think it gets any higher. And at that level is where I'm really feeling it right now. And it's because you can name all the male speakers, but it's still challenging to name anyone other than Sharon Lecter or Mel Robbins or Oprah. There's a room for a lot more women up there. And I will tell you, I want to give you a little bit of a lesson, because I love the idea that you're teaching. I want to say hi to Joseph and Jade and all my crazy, amazing students. Danella, 18,000 students in 3 years. We have grown a beautiful community. And like I said, I just launched this membership that I think is, I want to do something that no one else is doing. One of the things that we're doing in this membership that literally launched this week, I'm so excited about it, is that we are taking the mastermind concept and mixing it with my Clubhouse. I love Clubhouse, but it's kind of dying. And it's also, I can't visually see people. Like I can see Danella's expressions. I know Mo is in the back room, can't see him. And that was one of the issues with Clubhouse. So I put the two together, calling it Master Club. And the idea about this is that we're bringing in people to speak on their expertise and not charging them to be on there, offering them breakthrough sessions without paying any extra, because you're in the community, to allow people to talk on topics. Right now, you guys, it's very hard. Like Danella said, you look around, who are you spending time with? Well, now if you're in a room with 99 other founding members, for example, and you get to speak, it's not just listening to me talk or the expert, but you can share on a topic. And I think out of COVID, the biggest sense of mental health and frustration is people getting the chance to talk. I pushed my way to a top where I now get to walk on a stage for up to an hour and a half, maybe sometimes longer, and no one else talks. And Danella, I tell you what, it's the best part of speaking. Turns out I have a lot to say. But before Les Brown kicked my butt to have me do this, I wasn't doing it. I thought I had nothing to say. Ironically, now you can't stop me. But I'll just give you a couple of things. As I was listening to McKenna speak yesterday, and the power and grace of a young woman who doesn't say these 5 things, because I've taught her not to, and I want all of you to write this down. Stop saying these things if you want to be heard, not if you just want to speak. Big difference. The word actually, basically, like, and get rid of them. How do you do that? You practice. As you've heard on the stage, you get a mentor who pushes you, because the thing I hear, Danella, is people say, oh, I didn't know I was saying that. Newsflash. You have 100% of control of what comes out of your mouth. If you don't know what it is you are saying, who does? And then beyond that, every time you speak, why are you talking? What do you want? My whole motto now, my whole credo is about enlighten, educate, and empower. I'm not talking unless I'm doing one of those 3 things. Sometimes people say, well, Forbes, it sounds like you're always motivating. I am. We're always selling. Yeah, you know what I'm selling now? I'm selling you on you. I'm selling you on finally, and maybe for the first time, like Teresa said, stepping out and being heard at every level. You don't need to be Forbes Riley, although I will tell you, we do have a little bracelet here that says, "What would Forbes do?" And when we all get nervous and crazy, what would she do? Because I don't even think of myself as her sometimes, because I'll see a celebrity and I'm like, oh, stop the little girl shit. What would Forbes do? She'd stand there and she wouldn't overtalk. She wouldn't overshare. She'd listen, but she would have things come out of her mouth that what? Educate, enlighten, and empower.
Well, I've often said in our community that speaking without a strategy is just talk, and talk is cheap. Why are you speaking? And that's not just, as Forbes just pointed out, like what's the goal that you have for your audience while you're speaking, but also what's the goal for yourself to speak? Are you looking to get paid first and be a keynote speaker or a trainer or a workshop speaker? Are you looking to get paid during the speaking opportunity? Are you selling from the stage? Are you looking to grow your business through lead generation? Are you connecting and doing joint ventures and collaborations? Like, there has to be a reason for speaking today. And Forbes is 100% spot on. Almost everything you do speaking today is recorded. Are you watching yourself and improving yourself? And then, Forbes, I'm going to put you on the spot just a little bit, back to something you just said, because I've been on you for the last year or two to create a bigger stage. That's your stage. You knew I was going to go there. So I would, obviously we need to go offline and finish that conversation, because I think there are more stages to be created. There are more opportunities to be created. And, you know, part of it is, I love what the LA Tribune is doing right now. You know, one of the longest and perhaps the longest standing, you know, newspaper, still in publication, still in active status, and creating these incredible events, bringing together amazing thought leaders in every industry and giving a voice and using this platform in new and inventive ways. But it's never been easier. If the stage that you want to step onto hasn't yet been created, it may be your time to create it. If your community, if the people that you are meant to serve need to hear from you, it's never been easier, but it also must be purposeful. You still need to be a strong leader, a strong business owner, and know why you're doing the things that you're doing and continue to improve, as Forbes was just talking about.
Well, I love that. Maybe we push Mo to have an LA Tribune. I certainly love speaking on other people's platforms. Yes, I am overcoming my own limiting belief, and that is having people come to a room. There's something about that part that I just don't like. And funny enough, I know a young woman who's right next to me who does really know that. Ava just wrote that you guys look good together. I'll tell you what, we do. And, you know, I do need to step up a little bit. COVID was a delicious turn of events. Now, I say that with all due respect, the fact that he died. I lost my business partner during COVID. So I'm not saying that it was a great thing by any means, but it allowed us to have this conversation on a streaming platform like we've never done before. And I love that. I will say to almost anybody, there's probably 2 or 3 people who do Zoom as good as I do. I love Zoom. I spent my entire life talking to a TV camera. And so the idea that I get to sit here and talk to men and women around the globe. I have a thing I do on Wednesday nights at 8:00. It's 3 a.m. in South Africa, and I have an entire contingent of South Africans. And you know what? We wouldn't have it any other way, because it's 3 a.m. there and it's 3 p.m. in the Philippines, and we're wildly global. So Danella, what I love about you and I, and the world gets to witness this, is we've known each other for a while. And yes, stepping up, leaning in, I finally have products. And like I said, I have a membership that works. I have a team that I love, that I work with all the time. I wasn't this person. And I'll challenge you too, because I don't know when did you go through a shift where you left the baggage? And for me, I know it was doing a lot of breakthroughs with people. I've been doing breakthrough once a month. I now no longer sell it. The only way you can get breakthrough, and I do it monthly as part of our membership, yearly membership, is I'm doing it in there because I love doing this. I have managed to heal my own demons, my own shortcomings from my upbringing, and all the other things that make a person a person. I mean, people listen to my daughter like they did yesterday.
Yeah.
the fascinating thing for me, number one, I feel so blessed, but I also feel very used. I feel that we are being used as vessels to show what a mother-daughter relationship. I'm very humbled by this. Believe me, I make no mistake that I don't thank God every single day for my kids being smart. I have a lot of friends who've dealt with kids who are differently abled. We're no better or worse, but I do think that we are being used to get a message across. I think to listen to McKenna at 20, the way this person speaks, I listen. But she's a prodigy of hanging out with Les Brown her whole life, and Adrian Morrison and Kevin Harrington. She's had a front row seat, and I don't think all of those mentors realized when she was interviewing them on her cute little, camcorder or her new phone, that she was gleaning the best of the best. I had to fight all those demons. And so she didn't have, knock on wood, she didn't go through being put down or tormented or tortured the way that I was mentally, emotionally, and physically. So she comes at this conversation at a much cleaner level. And because of that, she's going to take all of us higher. The way and the confidence that she has. I swear, I watch people look at her and go, wow, because we want to know that. We want to feel that. We want to be reminded that we were all that innocent at some point, those dreamers. But if you took the dreamer of back then with what you know now and put it together, who could you be? And that's who you will be.
The great thing about this, Forbes, I'll say, because we talked several times during the pandemic, and I remember walking in the backyard, and the greatest thing is when you and I were talking on the phone, I had my grandkids right next to me. And having my grandkids and realizing the reason that I'm on the phone with you, or the reason that we do what we're doing, is because of them and because of that legacy that we're leaving and the groundbreaking work that you did to get us, the rest of us, to where we're at. If you did nothing else, Forbes, though, trust me, we're all like Zig Ziglar till the end, right? All the way. But if you did nothing else, it's the groundbreaking legacy that you created for all of us because you were willing to do it. You took the bumps, you had the road, and you created power for the rest of us to bring the message out. And we appreciate that to no end.
Well, Michael, thank you very much. I will tell you, I'd love to whisper in my ear over the last 20, 30 years when I would cry myself to sleep, when nobody had any idea who I was, when I wanted it so bad and had no mechanism. There was no social media to promote this is why I just love the world we're in now. And why I now teach people to take advantage of this, because you have no idea what you have. I grew up in a time when we forget the phone being attached to the wall and a payphone, okay? Like we didn't have the mechanism, the freedom, the ability to build your persona. If I'm a dancer, can you imagine TikTok 20 years ago? I'd be the freaking queen. That's what I grew up wanting to do more than anything. I don't do those videos, but I'm like, oh my God. So I'm glad that the boat hasn't totally passed me by because I've got a definite stake here. But I will tell you, I did take a lot of arrows as a pioneer and a lot of lonely nights. And if I could make that better for anyone on the planet, it's why I mentor and coach right now.
This has been an amazing, both of you, first of all, leaders in your field. You've made changes to all of us along the way. And then we took this thing that put us all in our homes to think for a little bit, and we never stopped because we wanted to be out there. You wanted to be out there showing the world we're still here. Don't know what this all means. You just keep moving forward. And, for myself and Ava and everybody at the Tribune and Mo, it's been a blessing to have you all on. Ava?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely an honor, and what a powerful close. The Thought Leader edition that's coming out this summer is actually focused on women in leadership. We've got Daniela writing on it, Parisa, and Forbes. I get to have an article from you, right? Right? How is it women in leadership, and I don't have you in there? So I'm gonna go text you and reach out to you so that we can get that going. And I am so excited. Yes, this is day 2. And Michael, let us know what's going on with day 3 tomorrow.
It's great. What a great day we've had. So we've had such just tremendous speakers all the way through. We started with Marie Diamond. We went into individual speakers talking about getting us to where we need to get in our mindset. David Fagan came up with his group. Donna, you just rocked it. Forbes and Daniela just took us to that next level. And Keith Cunningham, which just drove it home. And every time I talk to him, I swear I change something that I'm doing or refocus or restructure. And at the same time, tomorrow, we're going to have an amazing day. We've got Sharon Lechter, which is, if you don't know who she is, just think of a book called Rich Dad, Poor Dad. But she's just one of the most brilliant women on the planet when it comes to structuring your business and the way your business moves. And we have the man that wrote more books and also produced more books on this planet than anybody else, and he'll tell you all about it, Mr. Mark Victor Hansen. All of us know him. He's brilliant. He's wonderful. He's just fun to be with. And we have a powerful day of speakers lined up. We have panels for you to listen to, and you get to hear us. You get to hear the Tribune, what they're doing, what's going on, what's the next step, and how you can be part of everything that we're about. And it's just going to be an amazing day.
Thank you so much. And before we close, I know we are closing. I want to bring two of our other teams who have been in the backstage all day, producing with us, Donna Campbell, Parisa Rose, and of course, we can't close the show without the CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, Mo Rock. And so I just want to all bring us all together. Forbes, thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to hear you.
And I just wanted to thank Forbes and Danella, and we do have a little bit of time. I did want to check to see if Forbes and Danella had any closing words that they wanted to share with our audience. So
Danella,
Forbes,
you
we'll
want to
give you.
go for it.
Danella,
Happy to.
Go ahead.
Happy to. Just thankful for everyone who's come together here today and looking to learn more about leadership, to grow, to improve, and then to take it out there to serve. Because there are people out there in the world that are literally staring up at the ceiling at 3:00 in the morning. Never before have people been so overwhelmed, overburdened, not sure what's going on, struggling, yet there are solutions. And you all as experts have solutions for other people. And I encourage you to listen to that call, but also become equipped to step forward into that calling. Get coaching, get mentoring, as Michael spoke about earlier. Make sure that you're continuing to hone your craft and improve yourself through better leadership, and take it out there and serve the people that you're meant to serve. Whether that's helping people lose weight, whether it's helping them have better relationships, have better businesses, make more money, save more money. Serve others first. And then when you do well, you can do more good in the world. And I encourage you to continue to listen to shows like this. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, Michael. Incredible platform you've put together today.
Thank you, Danella. And I want to give the floor to the pitch queen, Forbes Riley. And Forbes, final thoughts, and what would you love to leave our audience with today? The floor is yours.
Well, I would love to get you guys. Here's the thing. So many of you are just playing small. You know what? I'm going to hereby grant you permission to have the most amazing life ever just because you were here today or because you're listening to this. Put your right hand up and go, you know what? I'm having an amazing life. Thank you. I'm having an amazing life. I'm enough just the way I am. Doesn't matter if I'm rich, tall, short, fat, thin, black, white, pink. Who cares? You got to look in the mirror and say that I'm enough and I deserve this. I will tell you, when I finally shifted that, the world got better. You're welcome to join me. I'll give you a free gift tomorrow night at 5:00. Go to Ask Forbes Riley. I'm going to spend 2 hours live on Zoom like I've done every Sunday since COVID hit. Every Sunday. Because you know what? I do practice what I preach. I love this art of pitching. I'm going to share with you that you are the biggest obstacle right now. It's not your product. It's not your education. It's not your parents. It's not COVID. It's you not really truly believing in who you are. And even when you do you have the verbal communication skills like Mo does to get all of these people involved? You know, that's what he did. He pitched everyone to be here. Pitching is not about selling. It is about exciting, engaging, and enrolling people to take action. I wake up in the morning. If I ask my husband, could you just rub my neck, and he does it, I got a yes, I win. That's a pitch, you guys. I'm going to pitch. I'll teach you to pitch to get your kids to clean their room, to not do drugs. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to make a huge stand that when you understand what pitching really is, how you get people to do what they want, not what you think they need, your life gets better. It's how I raised my children. I had my birthday this year was with Mark Victor Hansen and Crystal. We went down and had a beautiful brunch together in Phoenix. Then I hung out with Sharon Lecter and Les Brown. And let me tell you something called Living the Dream. I'm a goofy little girl from Long Island who grew up talking like this, who knew nobody, right? Like my mother dreamed of being an actress. And I took those dreams and I said, what does it mean? How can someone else live that reality? I want to do that too. Want to get inspired beyond listening to me tomorrow night with Ask Forbes Riley? Go Go watch the new Arnold Schwarzenegger series on Netflix, three parts. And I'll tell you what, you've got a goofy guy from Austria who sounds and speaks, I might be back. What kind of talk is that? He sounds terrible, right? Top bodybuilder in the world, top actor in the world. You know why? And when you listen, it comes down to he believed in him, especially when no one else did. In my world, Mo, we call that Forbesing it. What have you Forbesed lately? What did you create, especially when no one else thought you could do it? I'm going to tell you, when Mo was a little boy, I don't think he was handed much. Donna, I don't think that you were handed much. I do know you. I don't think that a lot of us were handed a silver spoon. We just took a step back, believed in ourselves, found a mentor to believe in us. My very first mentor, because I was always judged on my looks and my mouth was goofy, my nose was crooked, my hair was frizzy, my legs were too big. And my whole childhood, people made fun of me. The one guy who first believed in me in college and gave me the lead in the play and said, you're one of the most talented performer communications I've ever seen, was a guy, Professor David Richmond, who was 100% legally blind. He was a theater director who couldn't visually see. And for the first time, I believed that somebody could see who I really was. And on that man's faith in me, and a lot of I moved to New York to become an actress, landed the lead in my first feature film and never looked back. Now, I'll tell you what, the reason that I didn't hit the Julia Roberts or Sandra Bullock is because I did let the demons get to me. I wanted that, and I still may yet hold an Oscar. If Jamie Lee Curtis can hold an Oscar and Ki Young can hold an Oscar, there's still time. How big can you dream? I dare you. I dare you. What have you Forbesed lately? Mo?
I love you, Forbes. Thank you for that. And with that being said, we're getting ready to wrap up. And you heard it here first. Forbes Riley will be featured in the upcoming edition of the Los Angeles Tribune. And I'm very excited about that. And folks, if you're in the virtual auditorium on Facebook, make sure you add Ava Manuel if you have any recommendations for who you'd like to nominate to be in one of our papers. If you know of a leader that is making a positive impact in the world, we want to hear your story. And if you can nominate somebody that's making a positive impact in the social world, in the business world, let Ava Manuel know. So you could find her on Facebook and pitch her and use the techniques that Forbes taught you on how to pitch Ava. And there you go. You have a win-win. And with that, we're going to be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. PST, same time, same place. We love you. This has been a presentation of the Los Angeles Tribune. Quick legal note, the speakers and the folks that are here, they speak for themselves and they do not represent the views or thoughts of the Los Angeles Tribune. And an appearance is not necessarily an endorsement. With that, we love everyone. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.